Welcome in. It is 6 minutes past the hour, and we have started a brand new show together. Thank you so much for being with us. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. Good Time Gang is here, live in studio and ready to go. And we thank you for being a part of it. A lot happening today. Don't forget, upcoming events has all the information about where you'll find some show members, different things happening if we're out and about. And old Greg and I, it's getting real. Nashville to Birmingham, stories behind the songs. You can go to upcoming events and click on that link, July 19th at the Fennec, downtown Birmingham area at 6 p.m. Central. We will MC that, and it's going to be a great night. You can find out more information. Come alongside the event and support Rainbow Omega. It's going to be a very special night, and we're honored to be a part of it. All right, let's bring everybody in. Speaking of Greg, over to my left, there he sits, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Boys, I'm not crying. I just put drops in my eyes.
Oh, okay.
You're squalling over there.
Oh, squalling.
My eyes have been itching so bad since I left here yesterday, and I cannot figure out why. Like, really bad. Like, struggling.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And it's that itch.
That's
you want
allergies,
itch. So
right?
you have to, well, but I haven't been out in it.
No, I don't know what it is then.
I mean, I would think so.
Yeah.
This time of year, is it that bad? I don't know.
I don't know. Itchy eyes is kind of an allergy, a symptom, I thought. Maybe not. I have no idea.
I saw him itching his butt. I thought, I didn't know.
Well, that makes your eyes itch too.
It does.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it is.
You scratch your booty, and then then your eyes itch.
Could possibly be it.
Yeah.
I remember in the 8 o'clock hour yesterday that happened.
Okay.
8
so
o'clock.
did it start before you left here, or like after you left?
After I left,
Yeah.
like a few minutes.
I
did go get a haircut. I wonder if that was something.
Shave
there.
and
Got
maybe so. I got off in you.
Went somewhere. Went somewhere different yesterday, Greg.
Maybe did they use a fragrance or something?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I need to go. I was going, but I didn't get
Buddy, you don't need to go get a haircut. You look fine.
No, I really need one bad. And we go to the same place.
Is there pressure
I went somewhere
getting
different
haircuts?
yesterday.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I was gonna
That
ask if
place
you
was
got-
packed yesterday,
Really?
so I just.
I was going to
went.
ask if you got that girl flips the comb when she cuts. She's got flip. Yeah. It's like,
Yeah.
you know, like drummers flip stick.
Yeah.
She
Oh,
does
yeah.
her
I know
combs
exactly
pretty
what you're
cool.
saying. Do y'all feel the pressure to get a haircut like I do shave my head? Like I go, man, I really need to shave
I
my
really
head.
need to go. But
I can shave every day and stay smooth, or I can go every other day, and it's really not noticeable.
I'd go every other.
Which is, and I do, depending on what I got.
I don't like to shave now. Luckily, I don't have a real thick beard, so I can let it
Yeah.
Well,
twice a week.
Yeah.
mine was getting to a point where I knew, but I can always, when Amanda brings it up, I mean, I think yesterday the Widows Peak could have spun the wheel of meat if it wanted to.
No.
It had gotten on out there.
It was peaking.
I thought you were attempting to go to the Starbucks and get coffee, but before the
This morning.
first
Nah.
commercial.
No,
I
I
thought
got-
because I know you would tease that before.
Do y'all want me
know.
to try that?
Where's it
Yeah,
at?
why not? It's right up the road
Oh,
here.
I know where it is.
At top of the hour,
it open?
they open.
They open
and
at 5.
he said, I wonder if I could get in line, get coffee, and get here in time.
Now, I'll say this. I passed it at 4:58 this morning is when I passed that place.
Okay. You had said at one
So-
point there's already people in line.
Sometimes there are.
Good night.
Yeah.
Good night.
Sometimes you'll look over there at like 4:50 and they're sitting in the drive-through, or they're pulled up waiting on it to open so they can go through there. I don't really understand why they don't go ahead and open it like 4 anyway. There's some early birds out there.
Yeah,
people.
I'll give you that.
So,
There are definitely some early birds. We were talking, Greg and I, earlier about different things. And did you know that today is 2 things, and I don't understand it. Happy Cow Appreciation Day.
Happy
That's
as opposed
just,
to a
it's,
sad cow.
I don't understand
I've
that
never noticed
at
cows
all.
happy or sad.
does that mean we go to Chick-fil-A today?
I guess so. And it's Nude Recreation Week.
Does that mean you play pickleball naked?
It does.
I
Volleyball,
don't know
pickleball.
what this is about, but apparently it's celebrated across the United States every year.
Is there that many people?
It's the
playing
week
nude
after
sports?
Independence Day.
What if you had a happy cow while playing nude rec
Well,
sports?
that would be more interesting than either one of them separately. I
Don't
would
understand
say.
either one of those, Speedy. To your point, I don't.
National Nude Week. The week aims to celebrate life outside the limitation of clothing.
Okay.
While some of us might find it embarrassing, others
Yeah.
do not.
How about I don't want to play a sport naked?
No.
I don't.
You know, I don't understand these people,
I don't
too.
wanna
You've
do
seen
it.
these parades. They're riding a bike naked.
I know.
Let's
now,
talk.
how do they do that?
Let's
'Cause
talk about that.
You remember we did Bo's Bite
Good
and we had to
God.
get special shorts
They
and
did.
some
Right.
preventative measures.
Correct.
These?
And
it was called D's.
It was.
Well, there we go.
The
But
product was.
How do you ride those bikes naked?
Right, you've seen all these parades where
That's
they're
gotta be ridiculous.
And I'm thinking, what? So we're just all riding bikes naked.
God,
But the buddy, there are some things that shorts are
tell
good
you
for.
what, you better if the bike's propped up against the wall over there, don't go grab the seat and move it or anything. You might not want to do that.
No, probably not. Wait, when is the last time y'all got on a bike and said, "I am going for a bike ride"? Is it
Bo's
Bubba?
Bike Bama.
Is that it?
Yeah.
I remember y'all
No, wait
got.
a minute, time out. Did I go to
You
the
went-
beach?
yeah,
that
you-
time?
yeah.
That was after.
Oh,
that was
yeah.
it. That's the last time.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's been Bo Bikes Bama for me.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm considering going back because my knees are starting to really hurt,
Yeah.
and I like to run, but man, I'm starting to take a pounding.
Right.
And but I think if I go back,
They say biking and swimming.
yeah,
Yeah, or
Best-
just get
best
your
things
get
for
your
cardio
rower.
when you get older.
Get your little rower.
Rower's
Remember
good,
they used
too.
to always tell us that if you can't run, just
oh
row.
yeah, concept 2 or whatever.
Yeah.
3, 2, 3. What is it?
2.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I'm
cannot
out to
tell
do
you
that.
the last time I got on a bike and said, "And here I go." It has
I
to
got
be.
into
It
it.
has to be down at the beach,
When we were doing the Bo Bikes Bama thing,
buddy. Every
I
time.
got into it.
Here we go.
And
Oh no,
figured out how to work
you almost bought the bike
Should've
that they
bought
let
it.
you borrow.
I should have bought a mine
because they were
too.
nice and they were
Yeah.
giving us a really
But
good
what
deal
would you
on
be
it.
doing with it? Because you haven't ridden one since.
Well, I might have kept riding at that point.
That's the only thing about
were
where
nice,
you,
expensive
about
bikes.
where you live. You have a long driveway, and you can run up and down it. But you get on that 2-lane road. That's
No, I would go to Ladiga trails. I always
You
rode.
do have a
I
great
never,
place.
I never rode on the public 'cause you'll get
Yeah.
run over. But the Ladiga, I mean, you can go to Georgia.
It's a great trail.
You can.
You can
can.
Hey, have you heard him
great
talk
trail.
about the trail?
hook up with the Silver Comet in Georgia. Oh, I love it.
But think, all right,
You
so,
can run
so,
on it, too.
so
Yeah.
think about the hassle.
walked
So
on
you're
it
going to
before.
throw the bike in the back of your truck and
I've
go
done,
there.
I did that a lot.
You're going to stay with that?
Well, why not? No way I ride by my house.
No.
And, you know, the
Hey,
Chihuahua Challenge, they have these different events.
Uh-huh.
One of them comes through where we live. They come and they're out there on 204. You know how it is.
Oh.
And then they'll come by the house and go up by the school and these are the show enough pro riders that think they're sharp.
Right. You Daredevils are what they. I don't understand how y'all do that because look, I know y'all got the cycling community and y'all real serious about it. But
There's
some
one-
of y'all that get on these little 2-lane roads and we
Oh.
come around there and we don't. Y'all Daredevils. Y'all brave.
Have you ever been through I don't know why you would be going towards Highway 9, but you know where White's Gap is?
Yeah. We would
But
leave and
does
go.
like
you
this.
don't have to look at him. I know where that is too.
But
we would leave and go, like if we were going to Atlanta or whatever,
Yes.
we'd go that way sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah.
They'll get on that road, which is
See, that's
Really?
crazy.
No.
Especially when you got that.
Yeah, I mean, you shaking hands with danger.
I don't like doing it in the van.
No, you're
Much
right.
less
I'm
a
scared
bike.
driving up
Yeah.
there.
Is that the shortcut your dad
Yes,
likes?
he
Yes.
wants to go the
Also-
worst one.
Yeah.
I would go, and it was still curvy, but
Yeah.
he would want to go the one that was ridiculous.
And it was
I mean,
tough.
you'd have to take Dramamine or whatever it is. It's
You get all
horrible.
dizzy.
Good night. Oh, it made him mad.
Oh.
I get it. It was a straighter, I mean, to
Yeah.
point A to point B, but
Yeah.
I was just as quick if I go the other way because the road, I can go faster.
Look,
He
I got
didn't
a
blame me.
friend that every now and then I'll see leave our subdivision. And he's gone, and he's just off on a
He
bike.
decked out.
he comes back. You see him an hour later. I'm like, wow.
I may go buy me one.
We'll take a break.
My
We'll
eyes
be
are
right
really
back.
itching.
Yeah, they
Hey,
look
red
red.
eyes.
They are.
Rick and Bubba.
You've heard us talk about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Can't pay the IRS, receiving threatening letters, it's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans like you. You need Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation to call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com rickandbubba.com/bigbox. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower your risk of cancer. You should considering doing what I do, and that's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com and use the new promo code BIGBOX. That's BIGV as in voice, OX to get your discount. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all three major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, our Constitution, and our military veterans. First responders are heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Well, summer's here and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. Maybe it's golf, bike riding, boating, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, check out Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Give it a try at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order. Or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally. Fight pain with Relief Factor.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. To find the one right for you, take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it out than by sleeping on it. So they offer a 100-day free trial, and they've got over 12,000 five-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. That's B-I-G and V as in voice, O-X. helixsleep.com/bigbox to save up to 30% off your mattress order. This July, as we celebrate the birth of our nation, it's important to reflect on the freedoms our forefathers fought for. But today, some of those freedoms are under attack. Look no further than the treatment of our president, Donald Trump. Now, if the left can go after him, they can also come after you. That's why now more than ever, we need to stick together and fight back. AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and it's more than just a senior discount organization. AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. Now, you'll enjoy money-saving benefits. The AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. Learn more about how AMAC is actively fighting for our freedoms by visiting amac.us/bigvox. Join me and thousands of others that are proud to be AMAC members and get in on the election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years. Visit amac.us/bigvox today.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It's 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for being with us here on the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. I am Speedy. There's Greg Burgess. There's Michael Helms. We're the Good Time Gang. And we do the kickoff hour, and we do exactly what it's called. We kick things off for the Rick and Bubba Show. The main show starts right after top of the hour, where Rick, Bubba, and Adler all join us. Well, you know, anytime Manatee Talk is brought up, Greg will remind us as a staff, Helmsy, that he would like his own just to walk out, I guess, and see.
Well, this story's interesting.
And he's got him a story, so go ahead.
Well, you know, I've always wanted a manatee.
I know. That's what we're saying.
There's not many in Pleasant Valley.
No, there's not.
But how about this? Florida residents, they found one. Now, here's the deal. He's in a lake in the neighborhood, but it's a man-made lake, 10 miles from the ocean. How'd he get in there? Well, I'll tell you.
You should look at that look.
According to biologists,
according
to biologists,
if you had something to sip, you take a pop.
They say, you know, if on a map you can't, it doesn't look like you could get there, but there's underground tunnels and there's culverts, storm drains.
This makes me think of that
they've put in
shark movie we just watched.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is a good old friendly manatee.
Yeah.
But now that would be cool. Now if I got my own private lake, I got my own manatee.
Yeah.
I like that and this manatee, if it can find food and eat and everything good, he's better off because, you know, they're a threat to get hit by a boat.
All right, I got a question.
Right. But if it's that big, it can't just, you know, get down to anything. It's got to.
They say there's tunnels that aren't mapped out into the ground. But I mean, I'm like you. In storm drain, they said there's a gate, but it'll be open and closed at times, and it probably came through that way.
In the Kong movies, what is it? Center of the Earth, whatever. They go down in there and it's a whole nother world.
They say manatees can travel hundreds of miles in search of food.
Golly.
It's a long way.
So let me ask you this.
You want one?
I wouldn't mind one in the lake.
All right, so
my house.
All right, so where would you put? Is there a lake over there where Chandler and them live?
Yeah, but that'd be a little. It's not huge, but
Is that where you'd want it?
Yeah, that'd be the closest that I could get.
So
maybe just go sit with it.
Now Rick's would be good.
All right, time out.
It's not deep enough though.
But it'd be that'd be inconvenient for you. Because what I want to know is how often you go by and say hello to the manatee.
Oh, at least twice a week.
Yeah, got to. You have a little sitting chair. You have a little sitting chair out there.
Oh yeah.
If it's at Chandler's Lake, you go by more than two.
Yeah, because it's right by the house.
Probably daily.
Yeah. I just wish I'm going to imagine that. I might as well imagine me with a lake on some property.
Right.
So if I'm going to make stuff up, I'll just say, what if I had a property with a big lake on it and there was one in it? That's what I prefer. And I could just ride out there when I wanted to.
Now, are we naming it?
Yeah. I don't know what it'd be. I think.
Well, what like hits you first?
Buford. I kind of like Buford. Don't know why. Look at him, man. It looks like a Buford.
Yeah, that's a big salty.
Buf.
Man, they're big.
That song came a long way through a bunch of time.
I know.
You got to think
10 miles.
when they take off in there, they don't know what.
Guys, I want to kind of investigate how you got there. 10 miles from.
Didn't we do a story years ago where a bunch of them got in like the drain pipe system at some part and they had to keep getting them out because they were causing problems?
Well, I don't know. But those things are so big they can't just go anywhere. It's got to be a sure enough good way of moving around because you can't. You just.
I might even get in there and swim with it.
Really?
Tell you what. Look at him. Old Buford.
Yesterday,
you ain't got to feed them. They feed themselves.
Yeah, right. But you got to. I mean, what do they?
They eat plants and stuff.
So you're gonna have to make sure. I mean, you got your sure enough.
Yeah, you hope that there's. That's a lot of the problems they're having with them. Their food sources.
You need some vegetation.
And they're going looking.
They're out running, trying to figure out where they can eat and what they can do. So you're gonna have to make sure you got that pond's gonna have to be well taken care of, Greg.
That's right. You got to keep everything on the up and up.
Now
you have a reason.
Yeah. So if y'all have manatees, if y'all have a way to get some, let Greg know.
I don't think I've ever been around one.
Algae blooms.
I've seen them, Bassa.
That kill seagrass is a huge source of the seagrass they like, and algae blooms have been killing them, so it's a lot of they can't find food.
Uh-oh.
They say this lake, though, looks like it's in pretty good shape.
He is so into this story. Good night.
Of all the things for you to be into, this is awesome.
Well, if there's ever a story with that in the title, he is clicking on it, and we're reading it, and we're going to talk about it.
Oh yeah, it's a funny looking. It's like something from another planet.
What makes you? I mean, what makes you want one?
Well, they just seem like it'd be fun to hang around.
Fun to hang
Never
around.
in a bad mood.
Just kind of hanging out, huh?
Yeah,
just there.
I need a break from dogs.
Yeah.
Which I'm on. Well,
look, don't get me started.
We're all done with our dogs.
Don't get me started.
I'm done with mine. Speedy's done with his. You're done with yours.
I threw a fit yesterday like no other.
Really?
Will you take us like on the field trip of this place?
What Millie do?
I knew, and I tried to cover them up, and it didn't work. She keeps eating the wiring off of my. When you lock her up, so she don't bother people like Cook's Pest Control or stuff like that.
UPS, Amazon.
Well, I guess it makes her mad. She goes there and rips the Anyway, so I've been fixing it.
It rips what?
And, the wiring.
The wiring to
for
your
the
garage.
sensor.
Okay.
The sensor that goes across.
Pretty interesting that she knows that that's what
I know. That's what made
controls
me so mad.
that door.
So I go out there for the third time or fourth, and she's done it again. And I thought I had it blocked off, but evidently she just moved what I had blocked off. I didn't think she would be that determined.
All right, let's
if
get
she
to the
didn't just
fit.
see them.
What did you do?
Oh, Lisa had to come out and call
Did you
me.
throw things?
I went crazy.
Does she know what you've done?
And let me
for
tell
her?
you what else. Let me tell you why I went crazy. Fixing it, I was fine with doing that. Well, now she bit this one so far back, it's too short, and I can't. I got to get a pro in. I'm going to call the pros to come fix it. I can't.
What did you throw?
Oh, I threw. Let's see what I throw. Seems like there's a bunch of boxes that I had stacked on the table that now that it's rained, I can do a good burn.
Yeah.
I just raked through them. Went nuts. And look, here's what made me mad. So I'm sitting down there working on it, trying to fix it.
Yeah.
She come over and sat beside me and started growling at me. I said, "You're growling at me?"
Oh, wow.
What?
And I'm running her out of there then. She's just playing.
Now,
She's not
Millie
willing to move
is
for it.
the mom of the
She's
of
the
all
gift
the
that
puppies.
keeps on giving is what I refer to her as.
Yeah, she's the stray that they took in, and y'all have done
Let me
so
tell
much
you,
for her. And
that
she just
dog better be glad Lisa lives there, because that's the only reason she ain't been hauled off somewhere. She ain't right. I'm telling you, something wrong with her. I can't think of one thing she's done well. Not one. No.
We'll have those those puppies.
Well,
She did that well.
Now I don't know.
Oh,
She passed out and everything else.
I had to
There's
feed
a
them.
lot of puppies, though.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just, yes. I mean, she started out okay with that. I'll give her this. She had to have surgery right there after she had them, and that may have messed everything up. But I ended up feeding them,
Yeah.
me and Lisa. But anyway, yeah. I couldn't believe it. I was sitting there working last night. I looked beside me. I said, "Well, you gonna growl? What are you doing?"
So let me ask you this: Was Lisa inside the house and heard you?
Oh yeah.
And come outside?
Uh-huh.
That's funny.
Yeah, she wasn't happy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It happens in our house. too.
Yesterday I had.
I'll be honest with you. I completely lost it.
well, you're done with it. Hey, you're done with it.
Well, I've been there. I know exactly.
It's
what
bad
you're
enough when I can fix it. It's
Yeah.
aggravating. But when I look and I finally realize and then everything I'm trying to do to counter it,
Yeah.
and I go, I'm gonna have to call the pros. I can't.
And she's already a little scared of you, skittish of you.
Oh, yeah.
And
She's
now
really
I bet you,
scared
what'd
now.
she do when you went to raising?
She'd
heck?
run out of there.
I bet.
But then she kept coming back.
Mm-hmm. Ears back. At one point, I had not one, not two, not three, but 4 dogs at the house yesterday.
4. Where'd the 4th one?
Well, we got our 2. Then we got JC's gift of his college dog. And then we Tyler and Mabry's dog, we needed a dog sit. They were both having a full day at work or whatever. And so we were dog sitting a little bit, just coming over and hanging out for half the day and all that. So at one point, I had all
See,
that
if you got a
going
manatee,
on.
you ain't got to do all that.
And I walked
true.
in and I looked at Terry. And Terry Williams just looked at me like, get me out of here, please. We live in a kennel.
See?
You know?
Okay, back to the manatee. If you got a manatee, you don't have to tell people when you're leaving, hey, will you go by and check on Buford? No, you don't have to. So.
And 3 of the 4 dogs,
manatee.
3 of the 4 dogs, every time you move, they got to get up and walk with you and figure out what are you doing.
How do they get along?
2 of ours are like
And
that.
so-
Our 2 are
How
like
do they
that.
get along?
They get along great, but I mean, if you stop and turn direction, you're going to bump into one because
They're all with you.
they want to know where you're going. It's like
Such a bip.
It's like get the, go lay down.
What about when they trip you up?
Oh yeah,
You nearly fall.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
Good
I'm so
night,
dang
Bob.
man. I don't know what to
I need
do.
a manatee.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Can't pay the IRS? Haven't filed in a while? Receiving threatening letters? Yeah, it's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans just like you. You need warriors on your side. You need Tax Network USA. And at tnusa.com/bigbox, Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. For instance, they discovered a limited time special offer that the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties. Find out if you qualify before it's too late, and never call the IRS alone. Let Tax Network USA and their attorneys handle it. They have preferred direct lines to the IRS. They know which agents to use, which ones to stay away from. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation now. 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. BIGV as in voice, OX. If you're looking for deals, let me say you need to be shopping at mypillow.com/bigbox. They're having their $25 extravaganza sale. Premium Giza My Pillows are $25. My sandals, $25. Six-pack My Towel sets, $25. Percale bed sheets are $25. Beach towels are $25, and there's even more. Don't forget their delicious 100% Arabica organic coffee. Start your day at 50% off. Head to mypillow.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor-selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious Field of Greens. And will Field of Greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health, or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's BIG and then V as in voice, OX to get your discount. Or go to rickandbubba.com. Well, summer's here, and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. It might be golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer, Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you are, and if you're hurting in your back or your neck or your joints or your muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you do, whether it's swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Give it a try by going to relieffactor.com, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order, or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Do it today. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. But the truth is, the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap. Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
All right, it is 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we thank you for being with us. As always, we appreciate your time, and thank you for hanging out with us each and every day. Rick and Bubba and Adler all join us at top of the hour. All right, yesterday, Greg, you mentioned that Lisa could hear you inside Raising Cain after Millie, the stray dog y'all took
Once
in.
I realized my wire was too short for me to
continues to
splice on.
chew on your garage door wiring. That
Only when you lock her up.
only when you lock her up. So apparently you did, and she got to chewing again, and now she's
I
really
thought I
messed
had
it
it
up.
kind of covered where she couldn't get to it, but evidently I didn't.
You discovered it, started raising Cain. Lisa could hear you inside and came out.
Yeah.
Something similar happened yesterday. Nothing like that, and actually didn't have to deal with a dog, even though we had 4 there at the house yesterday.
So real quick,
I'm so done with those.
Real quick, when you bring that up, even though I where I live, I don't have any people right around me. Sound does travel because sometimes I can hear the people that are closest to me. I can't make it, but anyway, if anybody heard me yesterday, I was not yelling at Lisa. It was the dog.
Right.
So.
Amanda gets on to me about that too, because I'll do that, and she's like, "You do realize that people can hear you, like in our
something
neighborhood."
about it carries because I can hear the stuff going on at the ballpark, at the high school.
And I'm always like, I don't really care. Don't like any of these people anyway.
Yeah, but if anybody heard me, then because it would sound like it was the dog.
Well, my neighborhood heard a screaming
Use
child.
the B word.
Oh boy! Immediately.
My neighborhood heard a screaming child yesterday and probably
That's
wondered
also
what the
scares
heck was
everybody,
going
too.
on.
Probably somebody was just going, "Hey, finally, some good parenting."
No, this was a different kind of
Today's
scream.
world, they'll call the law.
Yeah. This was, you could tell this was I'm hurt scream.
Oh, you hate
you
that,
were supposed to
especially
be
if it's a
watching
girl.
him.
You hate it really if it's a little girl.
Yeah.
And you were supposed to be watching.
Right. So grandson River was over yesterday, had a little play day with Nan and Pops, and we're having a good time. And got a little jumpy house, water play area.
Notice
in the
that,
back.
buddy. You just threw it up. I mean,
yeah,
crazy.
those things are, you can order one. I think you said.
Oh yeah,
Chandler has one.
Oh yeah, they'll pop that thing up in a minute.
Yeah, you can order them on Amazon. Come to the house. Anyway, pops it up. That's
Taylor
beside
had
the
one,
point.
too.
But we got water parked. We got everything going on in the backyard.
Did you ever
We're
get in
running.
it? Just out of curiosity, did you get in it one
I had to
time?
get in it twice to get something, and I was very careful. And I don't know what it is. We've talked about the enjoyment of spraying somebody with a water hose.
I know.
And River got on me yesterday with a water hose, and he was cackling and laughing to the point where I thought he was just going to roll over.
I know where the cry came from.
I
You
couldn't
got
get
him back.
I couldn't get mad about it because I thought, well, it is kind of fun.
You could have done like you did Terry and squared him right in the face with it.
Right? Yeah,
that's
that was
terrible.
Yeah, that was a little much. I didn't know it was on Jet. I didn't.
It'll hurt.
Yeah. She had some
Put
things
your
to
eye
say that the neighbors might have heard on that one.
Even back to that.
And she went back in the house soaking wet, couldn't see, and I'm holding the hose.
Not a good idea.
No. But yesterday, so we're running around, and dogs had to stay inside because they can't act right. They'd ruin the whole afternoon.
I'm picturing that 3 following you everywhere you go.
Yeah, and so
Why do we have pets?
I don't know. I'm so
The
done.
2 I have are my last 2.
Oh yeah,
seriously.
we've declared.
Now they're young, and it's going to be a while. But goodness gracious,
And I've told JC we're not inheriting Cuddy. Once you graduate, buddy, he's going with you. I don't give a crap if you live in an apartment.
You gotta hide him.
You
like
ain't
Adler
bringing. He
used
ain't
to.
staying here. But anyway, all right. So we're outside, and Terry was working from the house, and she had some responsibilities and some calls coming in. She said, "Look, I've got to disappear for about an hour. He's all yours." Which, I mean, we're tag teaming it anyway, and I'm like, "Yeah, go." There were some reports that had come in, and so there she goes. So she's going upstairs, and he's just having the time of his life. He's running around. I got the little hose. I got one hose feeding the little pop-up
like the
water
sprinkler,
park,
yeah.
and then so it comes down and everything doesn't get dry and hot. And then from the front, I got a long hose, and I've got it to where I can still keep everything wet and all this stuff. So I've got hose everywhere.
Yeah.
Well, and
Yard full of hose.
That's one way to put it.
I guess I need to say water hose every time.
You do.
And then and so there's 2 slides. There's one that you can kind of turns around.
2 because one ain't enough.
And you come out one side.
Yeah.
And then you got one. You come out the back side.
Okay.
Well, so he had this little thing where I'm going to slide down, and then I'm going to run around.
Had him a pattern.
And giggle and run back around, and I'm spraying him like it's raining.
Yeah.
It's We called it "It's Raining on River," and we have a song for everything.
Oh, for sure. Gotta get
And
to it.
we'll sing River and Pops too. And for some reason we throw in Sick'em. I don't know why.
Sick'em works in most of the songs.
Yeah, most situations.
Yeah. So he comes down one slide and then jumps up, and you have like this little climbing thing, and you go up, you go down the other side. Well, he instead of looping inside the little jumping area, he wanted to run around.
Yeah.
So he runs around. He gets from about me to y'all, which is, about 4 or 5 feet. And all of a sudden, he goes down like somebody shot him with a rifle.
That's never good.
And gets to screaming. And then I'm like, what the heck?
Something on him.
I mean, there's just he's just coming right at me. And then I look and I see a bee come out of the grass.
Oh, a bee got him.
And he had stepped on a bee.
Oh my
Bless
gosh.
his heart.
Ooh, I've done that.
And it's on his pinky toe, and just barely got him. And he just
somehow
collapsed.
that's on you.
And I was like,
That's what happened to me. He'll be scared of him forever now.
I'm like, oh, buddy.
What happened to you is I'm traumatized just hearing about it.
I know. I was like, buddy, man, just come here. Of course, he's soaking
So
wet.
it took him down.
And now he's sitting on me, and I'm soaking wet, and I'm like,
swollen.
and you're just trying to hold him. I'm like, buddy, I know this hurts, and I can tell you what it is. Can I see it? And of course, you can't see it because no, don't touch it.
See, if you had quit smoking, you'd have some tobacco you could put on.
Right. And so all of a sudden, here comes this door. Boom.
Oh shit!
What's going on out here?
Assuming you did.
You had one job.
Right.
Here we go.
And I'm like, how are you coming out here so quickly, holding the book of blame too?
And I can't help. I didn't see the bee in the grass.
Yeah.
Impossible. Came out of the ground.
Yeah,
probably.
I mean, we're having a good time. There's nothing that anybody could have done about this.
Just wasn't neglect or not paying attention. I've done that, but it wasn't in this particular.
Hey, what's wrong? What's wrong? Give him to me. And I'm like, oh, okay, here. Of course, dogs are trying to come out, and
the three are following you where you go.
Yeah. Get the hell.
You're hoping the bee stings them.
Right. And for some reason, they're scared too. And I guess they can hear the tone. And I'm like, man.
Yeah, they think they're in trouble.
Right. I'm like, buddy. And he is, bless his heart. It's just,
it's devastating.
It just sucks, man. I mean, doing something like that, it's just so much pain, and you just came out of nowhere.
Stung by something is a loot.
Golly. and all you can do is like, buddy, I am so sorry. So he sits on Terry's lap, and I run in, and I just grabbed like a little couple of ice cubes, and put it on there. It took the pain away a little bit, and so I look, and you can see right where it got him, right there on the tip of his pinky toe,
swollen,
and so he's sitting there, and he's finally coming around, and he just wanted a Band-Aid, and I'm like, buddy, okay, there's not nothing to put a Band-Aid on. But you want a Band-Aid, so we're drying toes and trying to get it, to where I can touch it and dry it good enough to where a Band-Aid would stick. And so finally I do, and that dries him up. And then she looks over at me, and I'm like, I can't do anything about a bee in the grass. There's nothing I can do about this at all.
Yeah.
So we go inside, and he needed a Band-Aid and Spider-Man. So we went in. He's got a Spider-Man little throw, and so he went in there. We got him set up, and he's going to take a break. It'd be a great time for lunch. So I start thinking, I'm like, he's not going to run back out in that grass.
No.
There's no way he's going to run back out in that grass, not this soon. So I start thinking, I'm like, these swimmy shoes, aqua shoes that you can go grab that have the.
I got some for the river, and like when I'd go
right.
to fish. Or
right. I'm
bay.
thinking that's the only way he's getting back out there this soon. I mean, where do you get those? So I start thinking, okay, there's a Dick's Sporting Goods, there's a Target, there's a Walmart. Of course, nowhere near where I live.
Sure.
And so finally, they're getting settled in. Terry's got him, and they're just kind of hanging out because apparently she's got him now.
Yeah, if you can't, you failed.
And so I'm like, hey, I'll be right back. So I'm like, I'm going to the store and getting some swimmy shoes because it's like only 1:30, y'all. It's like we got a full day left, and the jumpy house is going. Y'all come on back out. I still got water coming down.
I'm here.
I got so much fun.
I'm fun.
Yeah, I'm fun. So I go out, and I'm thinking, do I go to Target or where do I go? I don't know where to go, so I start looking online. Of course, nobody has anything in stock anymore. No, and then I'm trying to figure out what is he? Is he in a 10 or an 11 now? What size? So then I call her, and you're not going to get her to answer. And so I'm like, well, I'm kind of hung out a little bit. I don't know what to do, and so finally she calls. I get her online, and 11 was it. And I go in, and nobody had, but a Dick's Sporting Goods had a little kiosk, and sure enough, there was 111 left, and thank goodness it wasn't pink, because we got us a boy, and he is all boy, which is awesome, and so I get back, and he's dried up now, and he's walking around, and I've tried to convince him he doesn't need to limp, we're good. And I was like, look, check this out. And I pulled those little swimmy shoes out, and he went, that's it.
Yeah.
Bee, can I stomp on a bee with those? I'm
Yes,
like, buddy, you can
can.
stomp all day long.
Yep.
So he slides them on, they fit, and we go back out and have the time of our life
Good deal.
yesterday afternoon. But if it wasn't for those swimmy shoes, I don't know what would have happened. But the pain on that child's face when he stepped on that little bee, it just buried off in the grass. And I'm
Nothing
like,
worse,
dang,
man.
you've got this whole yard in that one spot.
Yep.
Did you do what I always do? When they calm down a little bit, go, ooh, we may have to take that toe off.
No, I didn't
Stuff
go
like
there.
that.
I didn't go there. It was too
I love when their
traumatic.
face, they'll go,
Right.
I don't know. I mean, we'll
Right.
have to see, but they may have to cut your toe
Now,
off.
I will say this. I did find a bee later in the day, and I got him, okay?
Like,
and I
yeah,
claimed that was the one. That was the
It
one.
wasn't, but you
No,
did.
no, and I
Okay.
brought him over. I had a little fly swatter. I brought him over, and I laid him down. I said, there he is right there.
Revenge.
I said, get him. I'm like, that teaches you to sting river.
Teach that bee.
Yeah, let's go throw him over the fence, buddy. So he went and chunked him. He's like, I got that bee.
Then you
I
turn
was like,
around,
you
they
sure
was,
do.
they was all over the yard.
Yeah, and I don't really see many of them. I don't know what was going on.
Well, I had to kill a bunch of wasp nests at the house past week.
Really?
Yeah, every corner had one. I got that bebop out and went to town.
I don't like hearing that.
I got them.
But, you like to be a problem fixer and take things away from kids, grandchild, your son, your daughter. But
Well,
when
it
you
needs to
get
build up immunity.
when you get stung, it's just like,
There's not a whole lot you can do about that one.
God bless your heart. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I juggle a lot. And managing constipation with belly pain from my irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, with laxatives and fiber isn't enough. My doctor recommended a way to get ahead of it. Then I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LOT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LOT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LOT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The only downside to Taco Bell's Cravings value menu is having to decide. It's got 10 different favorites for $3 or less. How do I choose between the super beefy cheesy double beef burrito, the crunchy loaded beef nachos, the pillowy 3-cheese chicken flatbread, or the... I don't have time to list them all. I'll have to go to Taco Bell and try them. The Taco Bell Cravings value menu. 10 items, $3 or less. At participating U.S. stores while supplies last. Contact store for participation, which varies. Tax extra. Double seasoned beef compared to the Burrito Supreme.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
Well, summer's here, and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. It might be golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer, Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you are, and if you're hurting in your back or your neck or your joints or your muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you do, whether it's swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Give it a try by going to ReliefFactor.com, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order, or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Do it today. Now, you may have heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before and thought, wait, the same sound auto quality I expect from the big guys, but at half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now's the time to check them out, because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds, which means you get the features that you know and you love, like the optimized gel tips for that cozy custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. Seriously, if you've been wanting to check out Raycon's, there has never been a better time than right now with a 30-day happiness guarantee. What are you waiting on? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigvox. That's buyraycon.com/bigvox. BIGVOX.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.
It is 7 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG, and this portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is brought to you by TaxNetworkUSA.BigVox, or /BigVox, I should say, TaxNetworkUSA.com/BigVox. If you can't pay the IRS, maybe you hadn't filed in a while, and you're receiving threatening letters, you're starting to hear from them, you need to check out and get the warriors on your side from TaxNetworkUSA.com/BigVox. Their team of brilliant strategists solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. Let the attorneys at TaxNetworkUSA.com/BigVox handle it because they're pros. This is what they do. They have preferred direct lines to the IRS, and more importantly, they know which agents to work with and which ones to avoid. So check them out right now. Schedule your free consultation today by calling 1-800-245-6000. That, again, is 1-800-245-6000, or you can go online and visit TaxNetworkUSA.com/BigVox. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
I want to thank Champions Cleaners real quick for taking care of our laundry the last few days, probably the end of this week. Before we get it'll be next week before we get anything done. Dummy me. Let me just tell you what I did yesterday. I was so excited.
Uh-oh.
We have our garbage disposals out and the wash machine's messed up. Okay. So on the way home yesterday, before I got a haircut, I thought, and we've had the garbage disposal looked at, and the motor's run out, whatever. So I said, well, I'll buy a new one, and I'll have the guy install it that's coming to check the washer. And then I got to look, and I thought, could I actually change this out? And I started looking, whatever. Anyway, I haven't done any of that.
That's
Probably
a tough decision on what to do, what not to do.
Yeah, you don't.
So bought one.
You kind of know, but you're not sure.
If you got a guy, it helps.
Yeah, you got to have that guy.
Bought one and went home. Also got a little dust buster because we needed a new one of those. I was fired up about that.
Yeah.
So got a haircut, got home, and sat down and thought, okay, now I need to schedule the appointment. The guy that we use is online. Just go in and you pick the date and time and all that. Well, I look up and I see Monday and 2 to 4, and that's all I look at. And I thought, well, gosh, there's an opening today. I'm going to go ahead and get this, get him out here.
Come on.
Put in the message, hey, by the way, while you're looking at the washer, the lid won't close. It's a Whirlpool, blah, blah, blah. I also have a garbage disposal. I have a new one. Can you install it? He responds back immediately. Yes, can handle that while I'm there. No big deal. So I, in my mind, think, well, gosh, by 4 o'clock today, this will all probably be done.
Yeah.
Well, then I get to thinking, it gets to be about 3:45, and I'm like, I hadn't heard from them.
Yeah.
And that's not normal, by the way, for me to log on and there be appointments available for this afternoon.
Yeah.
I bet I picked next Monday. And guess what I did?
You picked next
I picked the 15th.
Oh.
Come on.
So I told Amanda.
That's why it was available.
I was like,
There's the
well,
answer.
crap. And I said, well, I guess
After
we'll
you
just
sat
have
there
to
and
wait. Yeah. So, but I wanted to bring that up because I'm an idiot. Plus, I want to thank Champions Cleaners because y'all wouldn't believe the clothes that we keep taking.
Yeah, boy, you
I took 2
mentioned that.
huge loads yesterday.
You're back. Do you think they go, hey, the Helms is back?
You know, I wonder, like yesterday I pulled up, they've already got, the big bags they gave us back. I pulled up yesterday with 2 like huge bags and then a garbage bag full. And they were all in the back of my truck, and I pulled up and got them out. I said, I got a bunch for you. And then I got to thinking, is this really a bunch? Like, I bet people probably do pull up and they got like triple what I have. But I don't know. It's a lot of
you
stuff.
got a pretty big family, a
And
lot of clothes.
and I got more I need to take by today when I pick up what we just
When the
dropped
washer
off.
or dryer's out, it's
And
a
I'm
problem.
down. Listen, hey, down to my last pair of underwear.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
you got to go commando, I guess.
I mean, I had to go to my backup pair that I've got.
Oh, you got a backup pair?
I got a backup pair I keep in my car.
Oh, yeah.
And
Not a bad idea.
I told Amanda last night, I said, hey, I'm out of underwear. And she goes, well, I can wash some in the sink. And I said, I don't know. I said, that's what she said.
You got a washboard?
She said, but here's the deal. Like, I don't know that. I said, let me go. I think I got an extra pair that I keep in my truck for accidents.
For accidents.
Of course,
That's
we'll have to
funny.
get the hazmat team in here to clean the sink out after we do it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
so anyway, so I had a pair in there. It was clean, ready to go. So if there's
Tomorrow,
an accident
what
today,
you
I'm in
gonna
trouble. Well, they'll be ready today.
That's true.
Champions will have me done today.
Yeah, that'll be good. So you'll have everything back, but you got to wait a week for the other.
Yeah, how about that? So,
But it is tough. Greg and I were even talking about things around the house earlier off air about it's a fine line on what you can do and then what you go, no, I need to hire out on that.
I know. A lot of times I get off in it and go, I shouldn't have went. I may have bit off more than I can chew.
That's right. And you just, because there's some things you like, I'm handy enough I can do that.
Yeah.
But then you get off in it and you're like, well, now what have I done?
Now I'm mad.
Yeah, and then you start taking stuff apart and you're like, well, I can't stop now because everything's all over the place.
Yeah.
Like, oh, why didn't I
You
call
put
somebody?
it back together and there's pieces left.
Yeah.
Over. You're like, wait a minute. I don't know what these go to.
So Terry's parents bought a little shed for their backyard.
Is it a she shed?
No, it's like I say a shed. It's a really small shed where you can put some tools in there, maybe a
Okay.
lawnmower, something real small that the
And it needs to be
Blasted
put
Homeowners
together?
Association won't be upset about. You can't see it over, you know what I mean? All those weird things they do. Well, it's going to be in a good spot in the backyard. And they were like, hey, do you think maybe you can come over and help put that together, which I don't mind doing. And I'm like, sure. They're like, well, it showed up. It's here. The boxes are on the front porch. And I knew that didn't sound good. So we go over there the other day, and I had JC and Reese with us. We were moving some things around at their new house. And I looked at the box. She said, yeah, I was looking. They said it only takes 2 people 4 hours to put together.
Oh, my. Which
that's all. So that's
you
ahead
need
of
3 and 8 hours.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now enjoy this Rick and Bubba classic.
How you doing? What's your name?
Tracy.
Tracy, how are you today? And you?
Pam.
Pam, welcome to Rick and Bubba, the TV show. You know we're Grand Marshals today.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful day for homecoming.
Yeah. If y'all didn't get blowed off the car, everything will be real good.
Well, with our weight, that's highly unlikely.
Have y'all got any food left? Y'all finish everything?
Is there anything left on your table over there? You just now throw it away because we hadn't touched any other garbage. We'll eat it anyways.
Well, what you got there, sir? What'd you get this morning?
Got a biscuit gravy with an extra sausage biscuit and
who's that extra sausage biscuit for?
That would also be for me.
Sure you could do without it maybe this morning?
Do you mind if we just get a bite? Just give us something to take a bite of?
Just a bite.
Okay.
Okay, just one small bite.
Just one small
Little
bite. Because we're about to get in a parade.
I can cause, that can cause some real problems here. There's many people that want to bite that are here. No way.
Thanks a lot, sir. Appreciate it.
For your honor.
Thank you.
You may get discussed. 34 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Good morning, 877 We Be Big. Comment that I was getting at the ballpark for the 16 hours that we were all there on Saturday. Jim,
yeah.
So do we?
I'm a little shiny.
Do we look real bad on TV?
Yeah, you guys are just going to have to give up this whole manhood thing and go for the dust on the face. Put the makeup on, man.
So
you gotta look pretty.
So we're shiny and washed out on TV. Is that our problem?
I'm really shiny.
And we're fat, which doesn't really help.
Well, I told him I'm one of them fat boys too, but, I'm not on TV, so I don't have to do the makeup thing. But you guys are just going to have to give it up and put a little bit on. Well, let me tell you what's embarrassing, though. Like, we have to go a lot of times places right after the show.
Yeah.
And we've, had to go places and meet Mark Prater or something.
Yeah.
And he's on in the morning, too. And we run into Mark, and he's still got his makeup on, and it's just a little uncomfortable.
It's like, and then, that makeup, it looks good on TV, but when you leave, you look orange.
Yeah, it does. It looks a little orange. The little hairs on your face or whatever, the makeup's caked on it, and it's...
So, that's our dilemma. Do we look washed out on TV so we don't have to deal with the rest of the day?
Does Roxanne have any base in there? That's the problem, man. You guys are washed out.
Yeah.
I need some powder, man. I'm just greasy.
You know what I mean? Huh? When somebody says something one time, you go, okay, you don't even think about it.
Right.
Then all of a sudden it keeps happening.
Right.
And you're going, wow, is this a big deal with everybody I just didn't know about?
Rick, I've been getting that for years. You'll learn to live with it.
Yeah, but I mean, we had the TV thing. I knew that we probably weren't made for TV, but I didn't know it was such a... To see us in person, it was that big a difference.
Well, the alternative is we could start wearing masks every day.
Dave in Hickory, North Carolina. Oh, yeah, Mr. Personality. Hey, this mask thing.
By the way, I watched that last night. I got a comment.
Yeah. Hey, where is she from? Somebody said, the one guy left said, I'll see you around in Georgia or something.
No, really?
I might have to look that up.
Dave in Hickory, North Carolina. Dave, what's up?
Not much. I just saw your homecoming classic.
Yeah, the homecoming. Yeah,
was that on today?
Was that on again today, or was that yesterday?
It is.
Oh, okay.
Well, that was precious.
They're showing vintage footage from the first Rick and Bubba TV show, which ran 8 episodes.
Yeah, if you're watching on TV, you're going to see a few of those.
Some vintage classic Rick and Bubba in the breaks. So what's your comment?
Well, I like you guys. Well, looking at you now and looking at you then, that you guys look better without the facial hair.
Really?
I'm in the same boat. I'm a truck driver. And I get told the same thing by my girlfriend.
It's funny because my wife wanted me to shave mine off one time because she said she was tired of it, and I shaved it off, and she said, oh, grow it back. So, I mean, it's Dave, thanks. Now, I mean, not that, we've ever made a living on our looks, but I just, if we're scary on TV, I mean, it's just, or maybe the good news is we can say, come to see us live, and then we look so bad on TV when we see us live, we fool you into thinking that we look okay.
Yeah.
And
you guys look good either way.
All right, you're a guy, Dave. That's enough. Okay,
yeah,
all right,
thanks.
We're
getting uncomfortable with it.
Let's go to Teresa in Greenville, South Carolina. Hey, Teresa, how you doing?
Doing wonderful. How are y'all doing?
We're great.
We're good.
Well, great. I work in a nursing facility in Greenville, and we set our alarm on our watches to watch y'all every morning. We come off the floor and stop everything just to watch y'all.
Well, thank you very much.
Stop. And we think y'all are good looking off TV or on TV.
Well, Teresa, thank you. That's awful nice of you.
Yeah, well, it's most everybody who's on TV wears the TV makeup, and we don't.
And we got some of that in.
And I don't know that we would. You remember we've done it like we used to do those Marvin's commercials on film.
Oh yeah,
they put it on.
They put it all over. They even put body makeup on us.
Yes, they did. Thank you, Teresa.
Well, you don't need anything. Y'all look wonderful.
How about this?
And a shout out to all y'all working there at the hospital. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Y'all have a wonderful day.
Thank you. We did the shower commercial, and that
never ran.
It never ran. I wish we could get a copy of that. That was precious.
That one, and when we, us getting burned on the grill and all that, I miss all that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's hot. Even though they would let us do whatever we wanted to, there was still a line they had out there that we would go over sometimes.
Sure.
This will tie into what
we started kissing all the female customers coming in the door. They edited that
Funny
one out.
TV.
Yeah.
Valerie in Homewood, how are you?
I'm great, guys. How are y'all?
We're great.
Bubba, sorry you missed the phenom this morning.
Man, I tell you, it killed
me and my dog to death.
Bubba, I'm so sorry you didn't hear an earthquake.
Look, will somebody call me the next time one starts?
Yeah.
Be sure I'm on it.
All right. Yeah, I thought it was the rapture. I went and opened my daughter's door to make sure see if she was still in there and make sure I didn't get left behind.
Well, what I do... 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Anybody ready for another Rick and Bubba hour? Here we go. The kickoff hour's done. We start this hour with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we move. As I mentioned, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they're already here. They have done a little something called the Kickoff Hour, which started many years ago. That's part of the archives now. If you missed that, you can go back. If you're one of those people who says, look, the time that bunch is on the air, no way am I going to catch that live. Well, you can always go and catch it on the archives on your own time, either on the YouTube channel or our Rick and Bubba audio podcast channel. Speaking of the YouTube channel, hello, tubers. Live or archived, Eddie Van Adler has settled in for another day. He now joins the team as we go forward. He'll guide you through your YouTube experience as he does every day. Also, a best of hour can be found if you're a Blaze TV subscriber, along with all the other great Blaze TV programming, an hour of the Rick and Bubba Show there as well. So we thank you for being here, however you are here, whether that is live on America's boldest radio stations, on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, or maybe you're catching us on the TuneIn app, or as I said, watching us on the YouTube channel, great, or you're catching us on the YouTube archives or the podcast archives. We're glad that you are here. We are missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into another edition of Rick and Bubba.
There's your seat right there. Sit down.
I'm nationwide.
Hello.
How about it?
Bubba, settle in.
Or is the common greeting now, ho, ho, ho.
Listen, I got to laughing about that yesterday. That was one of the not talked about much, but maybe one of the more funny moments. And there's so many every day involving the president now. But
oh my gosh,
we'll run that update down. The Democrats, they're in a weird situation, and we'll unpack that again today. You're watching the ever-changing, ever-vacillating, he should go. No, he's staying, and there's nothing wrong with him. What's happened, and Bubba and I hit this a little bit just chatting before we started the hour. What has happened is I think the Democrats, some of them got the signal that it was all in on Joe. We're removing him, right? And then he won't leave, and Jill won't leave, and Hunter won't leave. And now some of them are going to have to sheepishly crawl back and say, no, I'm all in on Biden.
Yeah.
And
my bad.
Yeah,
my bad.
And watch them all have to go, oh, wait, I thought we had the signal we were out to get him. So he's not leaving? And now they're all going to go back and act like they never said that he's the greatest thing in the world, that he's on top of it all. And how dare us question otherwise? We couldn't even get KJP. We couldn't even get her yesterday to admit that a Parkinson's doctor had been visiting.
Yeah,
I can't reveal the name of that person to protect him.
Yeah,
and now even the more mainstream.
I thought it was public knowledge. Everybody that signed in and went to the White House.
She said we were wrong about that. She said they can't even say a dermatologist went in there.
Oh, they can't.
So I never heard that before. But anyway, but even the mainstream press is starting to get frustrated now because it's so obvious the state of the president. Yeah. But it is weird to watch the Democrats. It's like those that ran out ready for the war and they look back and nobody's coming with them. Like, what we're not getting rid of him? Okay, yeah, hey, he's great. So look for that today. You know something else I have been forgetting day after day after day, and I mentioned it to Bubba yesterday. There's, for some reason, I don't know why, Greg and our mother finds Greg's plight with this stray dog to be one of the funniest things she's ever experienced in her life.
It is pretty funny.
The dog that came up after a plate of food was put out, gave birth, passed out. Greg and his wife had to raise puppies with bottles and eyedroppers, and the dog hates Greg. And so I go to see Mom, I guess when we were on vacation, I guess when we got back from vacation, maybe before the 4th break. Or maybe it was those days right before, and she said, have you talked to your brother about that dog? And I said, I have not. She said, you know, the dog has now eaten all the wiring on his garage and he can't get out. And is that true? Did the dog eat the wiring of your garage?
Yeah, it's the 4th time. 3rd.
Say that again?
I was be able to fix it, but this time she bit it so far back and ripped it, I can't splice it. So
threw a big fit about this yesterday when he got home.
She better be glad Lisa lives there. That's all I can say.
Okay, so it's not resolved.
So it happened yesterday.
So we
she did it again.
That's the 3rd time. Yeah.
She did it again.
Yeah.
Since Mom's told me about the last one, it's happened again.
And pitched a big enough fit yesterday that Lisa heard him from inside and had to come out.
Yeah.
I think I heard Greg apologize to his neighbors.
Well, yeah, my neighbors are far from me, but sound travels, and I said, if you did hear me hollering, it wasn't at Lisa. I was talking to the dog.
Okay, I have veered into even a better story. I was telling Bubba I missed opportunities. I've known this for days.
She's done it a few times.
It was covered up with bamboo leaves, but you fell in a big hole there.
I tried to block her from it, but what happens is when somebody comes to like Cooks, Spray, or whoever, I'll put them up because they ain't gonna buy them if they get on everybody's nerves. Well, that makes her mad every time. I guess I've noticed the last couple of times when I've done it, she's eaten the wire off of the garage, which I fixed it 2 or 3 times myself. Well, like I say, this time she ripped it so far it's going in the wall, and I can't get it. And there's
so it's up in the wall.
Yeah.
Pretty close. Yeah.
I'm not a dog expert. Okay, even though I play with them.
With conduit.
But the point is, I'm gonna have to. I was just patching it up.
Right.
I was going to get to that.
Full blown do.
Was going to get to that. Maybe do it really right and go get
kind of like you were going to get her spayed.
Yeah, but
like you'd have to do if you had like a bear in the garage.
Right, yeah.
Tearing
That's
things
about
up.
to say.
Because
what I was about to say is, unless you do something, this dog apparently is going to do this every single time they can get to it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, they realize this gets me out.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Greg,
she likes to chew on stuff. Maybe she'll go over that fan that's plugged in the wall and bite it.
Okay. So he's done.
There it is.
So he's done.
Got to throwing things yesterday.
That's what I've been doing. I'm using it like bait. I'm trying to get her to
so
do
you
it.
threw things. So we have a update in the last few hours. So you were throwing things? You pitched one?
I threw a few boxes.
Yeah, and how loud? Enough, like Bubba said, your neighbors could hear?
At least come outside, I was being ridiculous.
So that nothing was, but I understand that. I mean, it'd be different if it's the first time dog ever did it.
Yeah.
And this dog had been nothing but a blessing to the family.
Listen, and got it. Yeah, the gift that keeps on giving.
Right.
Yeah, and also did it this time where I can't fix it. So now I got to get somebody in that actually
Now we're going to write a check.
Yeah.
And like Bubba said,
'Cause
you
I
have to do a whole
fixed
redo.
it myself up to this point.
You got to put a hole in the wall to get to that wire.
I'm gonna have to,
You know, that voice will carry down that hollow.
Greg, why don't you this year have this dog in y'all's family picture for Christmas?
Yeah, I'd like to.
God, wouldn't y'all love to see that, guys? And that look on his face and that dog sitting there right in front of him.
Oh, yeah. And the look on its face.
Well, Greg, I didn't know it happened again.
Yeah,
I couldn't even get to the last one until it's done this again.
How about that?
How about, does Mom know this?
I don't know.
Yeah, because she finds this to be, I don't know why, you and Duress with
Well,
this
I'm
dog.
glad y'all are all loving it.
Yeah.
Because I'm loving it.
Well, Greg, I mean, you know what? The day that paper plate went down.
Just think of the man hours.
Think about what that plate had on it.
I want to go back to the idiot that dropped the dog off.
Right.
Why?
Yeah.
Why me? Why my street?
You talking about like down there where we had the farm when somebody decided that they would lay food out for stray dogs on our property?
Yeah.
I'm like, no,
if
y'all want them, then put the food on your own property.
See, Rick, that's like when I was saying this morning, I'd rather have a manatee. Like if I had a lake like yours, they're you don't have to hassle with them.
No wonder you wanted a manatee. It's so much better than this.
Yeah.
I bet a manatee would chew you garage
ain't
up.
nothing to it. You just go wave at it every now and then.
And if it's a female and bursts something in the water, it ain't your responsibility.
No, do whatever it's got to do.
I didn't know it's happening.
Oh, yeah.
I missed that on the right.
It's a fresh wound here.
It's a little fresh one. What's the dog's name?
Millie.
Did you see how hard it was for him to say it?
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Anytime I think it's the rapture, I call and see if my grandmother will answer the phone.
Yeah, sure.
But guys, the main reason I called, I've met y'all in person several times because every time y'all are anywhere, I'm there.
I'm sorry.
But I don't think y'all look any better in person. I think it's just that you get to know you get to see all of you in person, and you get to really know your personalities, and it's just more of a personal thing. I think you look.
So
great
wait a
either
minute.
way.
So you're saying if we had masks on, you would still like us because of our personality?
No, well, yeah, but I like to look at you too.
Oh well, thank you, Valerie.
So,
Thank you,
Valerie. Anything we can do.
That's right, Val.
y'all have a great day, and I'll see you the next time you're somewhere around Birmingham where I can come see you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
We'll come back. Mark Prater will join us, and we'll discuss Mr. Personality last night. Speaking of that, that show was weird me out,
man. It is. It's weird.
And they keep teasing us with the footage of her making out with them with those masks on. That's over the line.
Yeah, when did that happen? Did that happen last night?
No,
did I miss
they
it
showed
at the beginning
it
of
again
it?
for next week again. And let me tell you something. That guy in the light green mask, he was a weirdo. I'm glad he's gone. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 877-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Fax line 205-945-3999. And on the World Wide Web, it's Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. Mark Prater joins us now. Let's sing the song, shall we?
Well, it's time for the weather. He got it all together. If it's snow or tornado, hear Mark Prater. That's an earthquake. Well, it's time for the weather. Ain't nobody better. Hear Mark Prater. Mark Prater. Hear Mark Prater. Mark Prater. Hear Mark Prater.
Mark Prater, what's up, player?
How much? How you doing, guys?
Mark, how about, I wasn't prepared to see you doing a little earthquake report this morning.
Guys, you don't know how far I had to look inside of the computer to find a little earthquake graphic. I've never used it before.
I don't see that one get used so much in that part of the country, does it?
No, not at all, and especially one that's a 4.9 on the Richter scale. That's just not something I really...
Yeah, when this thing's over, we need to talk, because this has been weird, and I love. See, one thing. Can I tell you one thing I like added, and I wish there was. I like the hidden camera thing, because I do too. I love watching people get busted, and they don't know that they're busted.
But Rick, how can they not know they're doing that to them?
Yeah.
They knew this was going to be. I mean, if you go on a
Anytime-
reality show, everything's a booby trap.
If you're vying for a woman's love and they bring tiki girls in, it's a setup, man.
Sure. How about this? Some of them probably knew that, and they just couldn't help it.
They didn't care. Of course, a lot of them will take a drink, and
yeah, that appears to be a
lot of folks I know in the southeast were shocked last night after a drunken night that ended up getting him kicked off the show. Were shocked when the man in the orange mask turned out to be Coach Mike Price from the University of Alabama.
Yes, that was a very uneasy moment there, but
Chris, I thought you'd love that one. What are you doing? You're my meter. What will you do? Were you in the middle of something else? Okay, look, we got to have you, man. I mean,
Yeah. You're the meter, man.
You're letting us know when we're owning you or not. I'm gonna say it again. Okay, pay attention this time. Bubba, I thought it was kind of shocking last night after he was being kicked off for being a drunk louse when they were all having their pool party. A lot of folks in the southeast shocked and surprised when he took off the orange mask and he was Coach Mike Price from the University of Alabama. Oh, look, there you go. Okay. Because hey, let me tell you something. I don't care who you are. That was a good one. Okay? Can I say that? And y'all gave me nothing on it.
That was a good one, I was laughing, Rick.
Because I told you in the break. Is that what ruined it?
Yeah.
Okay.
We see that's why we don't plan anything.
That's what happens when you tell stuff in the break. Well, somebody call and tell me if that was funny or not.
Speedy, will you get an interview with Haley?
Sure.
And look, let me ask you this. Yeah, sure. How about we'll wear a mask while we talk to her if that makes her more comfortable?
That mask thing weirds me.
Rick, even if you pick the one that you appear to be the most compatible with.
Minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba show. Well, I guess we're finding out that if you're one of the people across our country that owns one of Greg and Lisa Burgess's puppies, would anybody like the mama? Maybe we can
reunite them.
We can reunite them with one of her sons or daughters. So working our way back, a couple things. I forgot something yesterday on an update. So I got home yesterday. And anytime that you tell stories from vacation or personal stories that involve your spouse, there's a certain weird feeling when you get home because you don't know what they've heard, what they haven't heard.
Right.
And you don't know who's told them something.
And how it was interpreted.
Yeah, who texted them, and all this. So a couple of things. So yesterday I talked about, when Sherry and I got invited to this morning kind of round robin, all in good fun, pickleball tournament and how that went and how we took on the the great Sagers and all this. Right. And I left out a part which I can't believe I left it out. This is why I guess, Bubba, I'm gonna have to take it. I watched you do this. I think I need to start getting the legal pad and taking notes too, because the old memory just not what it used to be on retelling stories or anything. And I've seen you do that, and you come back for the weekend, you're writing down stuff. I need to do that.
It's just the hit list.
Yeah, and I need to do that too because you probably don't want to leave this out. I told y'all that we were playing on 3 courts. So the great Sagers, king of pickle, they would be picture us in the middle court. There's some people playing to our right, and the Sagers are destroying someone to our left. Okay.
Yeah.
So people are starting to be a little annoyed with how much better the Sagers are than all the rest of us. Okay. And and it starts out fun, and then you're hot and you're sweaty, and you just keep losing and not even being in the game, and you realize they can do with you whatever they want. Mm-hmm. And that becomes a little frustrating. And so it now becomes a murmur campaign between all the rest of the losers, which would include us. And so I told y'all that even though Sherry and I can make a shot here or there, even when we make one, we don't know how we did it. Mm-hmm. So we're not to the point that we can say this is what I want to do and then execute it.
Okay.
With where the shot placements and
You're
stuff.
You're excited you got it back.
Yeah, we're just trying not to lose or not to let it get by us.
Yeah,
okay.
Right.
And so, and Sherry, who is, a very, very strong woman, and as I said, if we were playing wiffle ball, she would have been like the star of the team because she hit like 4 home runs, okay? So one time she comes up and sees one, and she reacts, but she gets her momentum going, and she just drills it again. And it sails. I'm not making this up. Keep in mind, everybody is upset with the Sagers. it sails over into the other court and hits Becky Sager right on top of the head.
Oh.
And bounces off her head.
So it was a home run.
Yes, and then everybody starts, oh! And they
Hit a
look,
Sager.
Well, they look over. You know me, I like a little intimidation game. They looked over, and, Sherry's like, oh, my gosh, I'm so sorry, Becky. And I'm like, don't tell them you're sorry. Make them look at us.
You're like, yes,
let's act
right.
like we hit over on prayer. I'll tell you what, we're coming for y'all. And so I left that part. You ever seen somebody bounce? The little top of a cap, the little whatever that is, it holds it.
It's still sensitive.
Yeah, and it hits right on top of that and shoots off in the air. That's what happened. So I forgot about that story. And then this happened. Guys, y'all not going to believe this. So we get to talking about the day or whatever, and she said, what is this thing about you and some baseball team? And I said, what are you talking about? And she said, professional baseball team. I said, baby, I'm not following you. Did you do something to a professional baseball team? I said, oh, you talking about the Chicago Cubs? I don't know. She goes, they had the whole female broadcast team. And I said, yes, yeah. Just still a funny thing throughout. And she goes, I'm going to ask you something. Now, what is it you said?
Oh, no.
And I said, I said that if somebody, in baseball, if you make
you posted it, Rick. It's online.
Yeah. Well, I thought I was posting it to one of our Rick and Bubba family members. I didn't know it went to the Cubs, but now it's now going everywhere. But anyway, last time I checked, 16,000. But the and lots of comments from people everywhere. But here's this one. So I said, in baseball, if somebody boots a play like they should have made it, it's called an error. And she goes, okay. And I said, and I put, since they're calling a baseball game, if somebody commits an error, they'll never forget it. Are you ready for this? She looked at me and she goes, well, I don't get it. I said, what do you mean you don't get it?
Not, Rick.
Yeah, that surprised me at all.
And she says, what, do women have a reputation of not forgetting things? I said, oh my gosh. I said, you
hadn't been to a comedy show.
I said, wait a minute, you don't know that? And she goes, no, I've never heard that. You've never heard about how y'all don't forget anything? And she goes, well, what do you mean? And I said, here's what we say things like this, baby. We've been saying these things for decades, as long as y'all been around. Right. Adam probably said this. And I said, because I'm sure he never, heard that he didn't step in and keep the serpent from
Rick, I have a theory on all that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That Eve got Adam to eat that apple. She just griped so much he finally gave up and said, give it here.
I'll take a bite. So I said, like, for instance, baby, let me give you an example. I'm just throwing out a year. And she goes, okay. I said, the joke among men involving women, and if you notice, there's women even chiming in on this. Everybody, how do you not know this? She goes,
culture.
Honestly, I've never heard this. I said, okay, so for instance, if I made you bad at a restaurant in 1996, do you remember it? And she just looked at me. I said, you ever bring something up like from the 90s? And she goes, what? I said, that's what I'm talking about. I said, see, we don't remember what we did in 1996, but you make sure we don't forget. And she goes, well, sometimes, you just reminding you, I said, but now, and what does Scripture say about that?
Uh-oh.
And look, and she just looked at me.
She goes, East from West.
Yeah, and she goes, well, you're not supposed to, bring up things that have already been forgiven and redeemed. I said, there you go. I said, now women have a hard time with that. I said, there's a bit of a reputation that y'all kind of keep a scorecard. Yeah, it's and y'all don't ever. But can you believe that my wife said she'd never heard that stereotype?
Yeah, I can say
that has been around for forever. That's the reason why I thought of that immediately.
Big box.
Yeah, right. Sure. Really, a lot of folks. No, so far everybody's been. I hadn't heard from, everybody seems to be okay with it, from what I can tell.
Maybe check in with your friend.
But to me, yeah.
See how she's doing.
Yeah. It looks like they're going to be out. Yeah, but anyway, but what I was saying is, the funny part of that is I didn't know that some women don't know that stereotype, including my own wife, apparently. Bubba, how long has that joke been around?
Rick, this is generations.
Yeah. I'm not going to say that.
Okay. All right, bottom of the hour. We'll
Time
be back.
for the break.
Bubba, have you seen this story right here, buddy? Now, we called this one.
Oh, I know. Who would have thought?
Yep. Yep. Less is more. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And he pulls the mask off, and there's no physical attraction there. Then if she doesn't
you know, act like she's interested, she looks bad.
Let me tell you something.
You know,
if she picks Red Mask, my wife declared last night Red Mask is one of the, I mean, he ain't just kind of ugly. Red Mask is I mean, he, and she said, why is she being fooled?
Now, he's the one that she went in the dark room with, right?
Yeah.
And didn't kiss her.
Right. But I mean,
he's from Atlanta, too.
He's got bad hair.
Michael Collins.
He's got a bad voice, and he's got some grill problems, I noticed.
What?
Yes. By the way,
you know, I really didn't look at him that close. Rick.
By the way, you know, Don Juan is a model. We all know that, and he's got some grill problems now. He's trying to work out. Big step, getting the wisdom teeth out. And, you know, you're worried a little about your bottom grill.
Yes.
I've got an orthodontist that said he will repair Don Juan's bottom grill absolutely on the house.
What?
Yes.
Come on, that's a huge
He'll
step.
take that bottom grill and he'll fix it.
Yeah, but what is that going to be, though? Braces?
I don't know. We'll see.
And now, how often will I have to go and clean this house up?
I don't know. I'm just telling you, we're in the early emailing stages.
Can't look at the bottom row.
Well, I'll tell you the twist now that this, and from the very beginning, this motivational guy has owned me. He's very Tony Robbins-like, and he's always got an angle. If I say my number, so it'll get in her mind, you know.
But do you
remember?
I
love that.
But
that
do you remember
so
after the first time she said, for some reason, I can't get this 18 guy out of my mind? Do you remember him saying that?
I think that was a hey, say this.
Do you think that was an earthquake bandwagon?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do. But how about this? It was funny, and he owns me right now, and that now that the other guys are paranoid that he's hypnotizing her, and you remember the guy said, hey, that's just wrong if he's doing that.
Come on. Come on.
If he's doing it, it's just wrong.
And let me ask the guy who's a millionaire. You're a millionaire. Why are you on a mass show?
Yeah.
You don't need this.
No. How about this? And I want to tell the rest of them, too, if, you know, the guy who they think might be hypnotizing her is a motivational speaker. He ain't Kreskin. You know what I'm saying? Now, if Kreskin was behind that mask, look out. Because he could have her jumping around on one leg clucking like a chicken.
Even though I think Tony Robbins is nothing but a modern day with a good suit flim-flam man, let me say this. In Shallow Hal, having him being able to get...
Perfect. Oh, man, it was great.
I thought that was hilarious.
I will tell you this. I don't know if he was desperate for money or he's got that good a sense of humor that he did that.
Look,
but
y'all.
I thought more of him after that, didn't you?
Yeah. I mean, Tony Robbins, you have to pay him to tell you those things you ought to already know.
Have you ever listened to any of that?
Sure I have.
Wasn't exactly the detail I was thinking.
No, let's see. All right, I mean, I just paid the $19.95 for Tony Robbins tape. First thing, you got to believe in yourself. Okay, thank you, Tony. I never thought of that. You got to have big confidence when you get you got to believe that you are somebody. you got to believe that you do matter and that you are worth. And I'm going, wow, I never thought of that. Thanks, Tony.
Wouldn't you love to have that conversation like out on the end of the dock with Tony when he's being honest, going, man, can you believe everybody bought that?
Yeah, look, I'd love to get him out there and say, okay.
Yeah, okay. Hey, it's just us.
It's just you and me.
Come clean.
It's just you and me, 6'5".
Yeah, come on. I know you're bigger.
You're tall. You're a good-looking guy.
We will do that, by the way.
You got your suit working like you need it. It's in America.
We did that to Oliver North, didn't we?
Look me right here.
We got him alone. Said, we want to know.
And I said, look me now.
I want to know.
Can you believe you're a multimillionaire because people bought tapes for you to tell them they need to believe in themselves?
How about in Shallow Hal? What a good job he did, and he must have big hands.
Very big.
He just palmed that guy's head. You know.
Funny. I mean, look, I don't fault.
Did you love how he went from 0 to 60 on that? Just talking to him. You know, the whole.
Well, to me, the way I look at Tony Robbins is kind of the way I look at this show.
Now, wait a minute, Rick. What do you mean?
If you paid money to Tony Robbins and you had a good experience and you had fun,
sure,
and you believe it made a difference in your life, there's no victim there. You know, like on this show, you know, we're not exactly...
Does Tony scare you, though, a little bit?
Yeah, but, you know...
Are you always afraid that the next tape is going to be drink Kool-Aid? Yeah. We're all going to get together and chant around a fire and drink Kool-Aid?
Well, you know, I got in trouble.
Do y'all feel that way?
I got in trouble on the show one time because I declared he was the devil. You remember that?
Well, that was a long time ago. You also declared Barney the Antichrist, but that's... Rick, that was a long time ago.
I know, but let me tell you something.
And everybody knows it's Tony Blair, but anyway...
See, if I'd have said Mike Price without you knowing, it would have, because, see, I didn't know you were going to say that, so it was really funny, too.
I know. Well, I was just, you know, I like just reading the tabloids, but, oh, gosh.
So anyway, we'll see how Mr. Personality turns out.
Will you get an interview? Will she do the interviews before it's over?
No, probably not. But see,
well,
some of the others
The Bachelor and all did.
Hey,
remember
get
when,
us an interview with her.
Remember
Speedy.
when we were sure who Tristan was going to pick, so we were dogging the other guy, and that was the one she picked.
D owns the ATL. He says he can call his sister.
Yeah, see if y'all can get her on.
John.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We are back. Thank you for being with us today. If you're watching us on YouTube, you don't hear this, but everybody else does. Don't Stop Believing by Journey. We had a story yesterday, but frankly, yesterday's show was so packed we didn't get to it. But it is worthy, so we will deal with it today, and it is a Steve Perry story.
It is, Rick. I've been reading this. I cannot believe this day and time.
Oh, man.
That this kind of thing still goes on. A 75-year-old Journey fan from Cleveland, Ohio, has been reportedly scammed out of $122,000 by an online imposter posing as Steve Perry.
Posing as Steve. Now, why would Steve Perry need $122,000 from a 75-year-old fan?
Yeah, according to WKYC, in January, the woman responded to a Facebook message from someone claiming to be the band's former lead singer.
Here we go.
According to the police, the fake Mr. Perry had a business opportunity and, of course, needed a woman in his life.
Oh, my goodness.
Golly.
That's what got it going.
She's just a gullible fan.
According to the police report, over the next several months, the women sent the fake Steve Perry $72,000 in $72,000.
Wow. That's a lot of money, guys.
In wire transfers to various persons in various different states, designated by Perry through her bank, as well as $50,000 in gift cards.
Good night.
Unbelievable. This person never thought, why would Steve Perry need me to help him financially?
And I've never met him face to face.
Yeah, just go to a bank.
Right. I guess what? So these hackers, first of all, she must have been part of some kind of fan site or something.
Yeah.
How would this person know that Steve Perry's something she would care about?
Yeah. So when the fake Steve Perry began asking for pictures of her passport and driver's license, the woman realized she was being scammed.
That's what it took.
That's what it was.
Hey, the 72 grand.
I mean, that's like going somewhere with a bag full of money to give people, you know?
Golly.
Unbelievable.
Yes, for my passport, Rick, I got a little suspicion.
Golly.
You're going to have to stop sending
She said when Steve Perry asked her to meet him at Winn-Dixie, she knew something was up.
I go to the Bitcoin.
When the fake Steve Perry asked her just to keep believing. And keep bringing that money in.
How dare you not believe? Don't stop believing it's me.
You go, you think, how can that happen? But it happens a lot.
Yeah, it sure does.
A lot.
Well, again, the Steve Perry
I can't believe anybody.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, this is just...
I think Steve Perry called Adler and told him that he didn't show up for jury duty.
This isn't about me.
He's just a TV man.
I bet you these folks either knew, they had to know how much money she was worth, because that sounds like she was doing pretty well.
By the way, this is
poor thing, probably life savings and everything.
Let me tell you, though, if you want to be a fake Steve Perry, Journey was out so long ago. You really now are taking advantage of senior citizens.
Yeah, you really are.
True. Yeah.
But guys, listen. First off, why would Steve Perry ask for money from you when you've never met him?
Yes.
Okay. Why would he ask that you send it to different people all over the country?
Right.
And then why would he want gift cards if he had a?
And what were your?
What business opportunity do you need a gift card to go to participate in?
Well, I told you guys the same thing, and I don't want to tell scammers how to do a better job. They had me hook, line, and sinker, similar to you, Adler, too, same thing. But how they get the money is where you really got to start paying attention. I'll never forget that. This was I had to wipe out a Amazon purchase because Amazon wanted to help me because somebody else had made it in my name, and all I had to do was get on with them right now and give them my information, and they could get rid of it. And then all of a sudden, the guy started telling me to go down to Walgreens and get a gift card. And I said, what? And so at that point, I was like, y'all going to have to fix that part of it. You had me up to that point. You got the good logos. You got it all.
Oh, listen, this must be widespread. We just got an email that said a friend's mother was just scammed out of $25,000 from a fake Jason Aldean.
No.
Are you kidding?
No, it's an email. Just came in.
Good gracious.
Just came in.
You know, when you send somebody that, what did he tell her it was for?
Well, I don't know how to break this y'all. I'm getting some from Tom Petty. I don't think he's dead.
I don't tell you that.
Look, hey, these folks.
It must be easier to raise money than I thought.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. So the FBI Internet Crime Division or whatever. I saw a little piece on this about how hard it is to track down because they've gotten so advanced.
Oh, sure.
Like they'll transfer things to crypto, then back to cash, and they'll move it around the world. And they're like, once it starts that, it's hard to find it. And they've gotten real good at scamming folks.
Oh yeah,
Adler.
I'm still really
real good.
How about this? I'm still
I can't believe anybody would.
Very, very confused about cryptocurrency.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Bitcoin and all that is so mind-boggling to me.
I've even tried to.
I can't even.
Rick, it's not.
What about the
it's
people
monopoly money? Is all it is, and it's only as good as you think it is, and I think it is between us.
But explain to me the people that mine Bitcoin. They mine it.
Oh, here we go.
That's just the term for it.
Oh,
I know, but what makes you? But don't, because I seen there was a person I knew they put out. They said that's how they made all this money. They were mining and all this weird.
Well,
stuff.
what it is, if I get a monopoly, if I get monopoly money, and I have monopoly money that says $20 on it, and I convince you and Rick that monopoly money is the way to go, and y'all need some, so now y'all want to buy some monopoly money. Well, guess what? There ain't a whole lot out there.
Right.
There's only a few, just a little bit. So I sell you my $20 monopoly money pieces for $100. I just made a lot of money. Now y'all are holding paper that you assume is worth the going value that you both just bought it at. But that could change. It could go up, it could go down. But it's not backed by anything. If all of you decide this is just a piece of paper and you tear it up and throw it away, it's not worth anything.
It's crazy.
Well, it's interesting. You know, one of my daughter-in-laws actually, she works in this industry, and I sat down with her trying to go, all right, tell me what you're doing. And anyway, she works with an organization that tries to keep like a Putin or some of these of taking this currency and abusing it and using it to, like, when you think they're out of money and then somehow they find a way to get a bunch of money through this, and they like police it. So I didn't fully understand that, and about halfway through her explanation to me, I stopped listening because I kind of got confused.
Yeah,
but I actually saw a real estate show, and this younger guy, a Gen Zer, which is in the news today, goes to the real estate guy. We're talking about these real estate people that deal with millions of dollars of property.
Stuff,
you know, if your budget's not $5 million, you shouldn't be talking to them. And so the guy said, I want to sell my luxury apartment, you know, in one of the big cities, you know, that everybody wants. And he said, but I'm only going to sell it to somebody that will buy it through Bitcoin. No, I want to buy. Yeah, I want to sell it.
So why would he say that?
I don't know, but how about this?
Because it's probably much harder to trace.
Right.
He probably thinks he will get out of paying some taxes somewhere along the line that he would owe.
Right.
And he just keeping it down home. I think that's would be what I would think. I don't know that.
And the real estate guy was like, well, I'm never going to find that, and he found somebody.
Yeah. I'm sure.
So,
but again, it's like trading beanie babies. You remember?
Yeah.
I mean,
they're worth what people are willing to pay for.
Yeah,
that's right.
I mean, they were what, $10-20, and people were paying $1,000 for them at one time.
I watched a documentary on that.
Yeah,
so that was pretty good.
Right.
It's only as valuable as everybody thinks it is, and for the most part, so is the paper money.
Right.
You know, we could say that, but it is at least backed up by government and battleships and airplanes.
Yeah.
You don't have that. You don't have that security with crypto. It could go through the roof, or you could disappear, and you really don't have any.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, it's not like precious metals, because precious metals have established some sort of value.
Right.
But
you
Bitcoin,
physically have something you can hold.
Right. Yeah. So.
Bitcoin is just ones and zeros.
I know. That's just what everybody feels about it, right?
To y'all's point, it's a speculative asset.
Yeah.
I remember I got pretty big into Bitcoin.
Of course.
Right before the war in Ukraine busted out. So, and it was going nuts. It was going crazy. If you bought Bitcoin and held on to it at any point when I told you to buy it, and if you've held on to it this entire time, you have made money. You could probably make more money safely in other areas of the market as well. So it is a speculative asset. As soon as Russia invaded Ukraine, it started plummeting because people wanted their money in safer places.
Right, yeah.
And so I saw the direction that crypto was going, all the other altcoins as well. You've got Ethereum and all Doggy Coin and all this other crazy stuff. But that's a speculative asset.
Yeah.
It's a speculative asset. And in hard financial times, those plummet. Those absolutely plummet.
Everybody panics.
Greg's heavily invested in yard barker.
Greg, how much longer on this? You're trapped. They know
I
how.
guess. Yeah,
Yeah, because really the damage the dog's doing is nothing compared to the damage that Lisa could do if you got rid of the dog.
It's like funny. She only does it when you lock her up because she's mad.
Yeah. It's like our country's trapped with Biden.
Yep, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Doesn't John Perry own the ATL?
John Perry, why can't we have this girl on the show? Let me say this. I know that you...
I know she doesn't go to any Braves games.
Yeah, well, nobody does, and we'll discuss that when we come back. But let me say this. I know that you hate the show but can't wait till it's on again next week. See, but go ahead and get through that and see if you can get her on, all right? Okay. If nothing else, you know, get her on the show for all the old reasons.
Because we think she'll bring breakfast?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Sure.
I tell you, I used to. If you was a good-looking woman, buddy, you were on the show quickly. You remember that?
Rick!
Well, I mean...
That's not true.
It all began to come apart for him when he couldn't get that Charlie's Angel girl on. What's her name?
Kate Jackson.
Kate Jackson. That's when that genre of... Let me tell you something. Speedy at one time was the ultimate hypnotist. You know what I mean?
Yes, he was.
he was the motivational speaker. Let me tell you something.
We'll tell the funny story one day about Speedy's back. That on day, the morning I came in and said Speedy's back.
Yeah, that's really. Let me
I thought he was going to die.
Let me say this. He's a married man. He's in love with his wife. He's a wonderful father. But I'm gonna tell you what. There was a day that son of a gun could have on an aqua mask and be owning that thing right now. You know what I mean? How about the rest of them would be fools compared to him? We'd all be laughing at how he'd be running the store right now.
It'd be like Nebraska during a good year.
Yeah, sure. Back when they had that beer.
What made you come up with awkward?
Because I thought that would work against you, but it would still work out.
It'd clash with your red goatee.
I try to think of a color wasn't being represented.
I mean, Haley would just stop the contest and go, I'll take Aquamask right now. Give me that Aqua Velvet Man.
And we'd all be screaming Aquaman, too.
Yeah. And we could all tell it was Speedy because the shoes were from the buckle.
All right, we come back and an open discussion with Atlanta Braves fans. What are y'all doing?
By the way, the new game here on TV, for those of you watching, catch somebody eating with their mouth open.
Yeah.
And get a tight shot of it.
Yeah. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Do y'all think that Walt Disney, if he was alive, would be pro his characters on ice skates? I don't understand the intrigue of anything on ice. Now, I understand competition, Olympics, that kind of stuff. Who was the person, who said, you know, I like Mickey Mouse and Goofy, but you know what? Why don't we put them on ice skates?
Slide them across the floor at 50 miles an hour and listen to people cheer.
Didn't they freeze him too?
Rick.
I think he is.
I think Walt's frozen.
I've heard that.
Let me just say this. He was spinning in his ice chest. that they took...
Look, I'm going to tell you, some of the things that's happened would have already made him spin. But
yeah.
Stay tuned, because more Rick and...
Come on!
Braves. Is it because you've won so many games in the last 10 years?
Have you people forgot the 70s and most the 80s?
We were watching the Braves back in the Rick Camp days.
They shouldn't have won their division for the last 100 years and still have seats behind home plate available.
What? Is there some new mall opened and you're spending your time over there?
How can the Braves be having crowds of, like 10, 20,000?
There was more people at your daughter's softball game.
Well, I don't know the exact figures, but I've picked
Has it
up
gotten
several
better?
newspapers the last few days, and it's going the headlines are where are the people?
Saturday
one
night
thing-
had a good crowd. They had like 27,000.
That ain't a good crowd.
It was for them on Saturday night.
Yeah, how about the Braves ought to be sold out every game?
Doesn't Turner hold about 45 or something like that?
And I mean, I'm telling you, are y'all just done with the Braves? What, I mean, why don't we care?
You remember when they were real bad, and then they got good?
Yeah.
Everybody, I mean, you couldn't
Oh, yeah.
you couldn't wedge in their sideways.
That little fake run in like '82, I think it was. Remember
well,
that?
it was a warm up.
Yeah, and then came the desolate desert again, and then the '90s is when they got on fire.
And then actually, like built and planned and long term.
But this has been happening for years because as they're in the pennant race every year, and they go. They get closer and closer to winning before they choke. It gets to a point where every other place they go, it's crazy. People are standing up, they're clapping, they're going nuts. You go to Turner Field and everybody's just sitting there.
But why? Well, when you're the Braves,
but why?
When you're the Braves and you're the dominant team for many years in the National League, and you go to other fields, that's when everybody wants
right. Yeah, overlooked again on that one. 10 minutes to the top. Relief Factor in the Rick and Bubba show. Let me tell you, it's been a great partnership. They've been with us for years, and that means that a lot of us are part of the over 1 million people that have tried this product. 70% went on to order more because of results like Nancy, who listens to us out of Georgia. Here's what Nancy says. Want to let you know that I noticed improvement after 2 weeks. I have nerve and spinal fusion damage. Wow, sorry about that, Nancy. So I'm taking 3 packets per day, and this is week 5. I took the box to my pain management doctor, as he had recommended I take 3 of the 4 ingredients anyway. He hadn't heard of the product before and was glad for this information. I think he's going to start recommending it to other patients, and other doctors have already started doing that too that are in the pain management world. I tell everybody about it. I'm so grateful my husband heard about it on the Rick and Bubba show. Well, Nancy, we're glad too. I'm glad it's working for you, and glad to hear the pain management doctor says, you know what? I was going to recommend 3 of these 4 ingredients to you anyway. So here it is already put together. So yeah, these botanicals, it's all natural that make up Relief Factor. These are not new discoveries. It's just no one had ever really tried to put them all together in one dosage before, and the results have been great. So hopefully this is the all-natural answer for you, just like it was for Nancy. I use the product. I can certainly tell a difference especially when I'm out trying to do a little bit better and trying to keep the body pain-free. So go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4, then spell out relief. And as a fan of this show, you're going to save on your first order. So there's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the world of Bill Bubba Bussey. Bubba, I hear you talking about a couple things you're going to share today. And when you were walking, when you were walking out of the room, you asked me the question, who are those people that decide whether you can come in the country or not? And I was like,
yeah,
what?
The customs.
Yeah, the customs. Yeah, okay, what's going on there?
Well, this is actually an older story I haven't told you guys yet.
Sure.
But several months ago, I had ordered an antenna on eBay.
Here we go.
Okay, and it was for a ham radio product.
Well, of course it was.
What are you talking about? And this is critical to the story. It's for the 220 megahertz band. Okay,
everybody knows that.
It's not a band that is used a lot in the U.S., but we do have it.
Okay,
and there is some activity on it, but it's not as busy as some of the others.
Can I ask you why you wanted it?
Yeah, it was for a repeater station on that band.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
As we try to use it, because if we don't use it, we're going to lose it. We've already lost part of that band to FedEx.
Okay, didn't know that either.
Yeah, we're trying to kind of protect our spectrum.
Understood.
Everybody knows that. And I mean that's a logical thing.
Sure.
And so I ordered an antenna, and they're kind of hard to find because, like I said, there's not a lot of them made. And I ordered one on eBay. And after I ordered it on eBay, I got to looking at who I'd ordered it from, and it was somebody in the Ukraine.
Uh-oh.
And I thought, well, the Ukraine is kind of busy right now.
Right, got a lot going on there.
I don't know if they're going to have packages picked up regularly.
Sure.
You know, I mean, I don't know how that would work. And so it was a few weeks, and I got a call from the customs service. It had some fancy name in New York.
Uh-oh.
And they said that I had a package from the Ukraine, and they wanted to know what it was. And I explained to them what it was. They seemed to be good with that, and they sent the package on. So I got the package and installed it, and it was fine. I actually needed another one at another point, so I ordered another one. I thought, well, customs will probably call on this too, and I got the second one, and I was telling the story to some folks at a get together.
Were you holding court?
Well, it was at a ham club meeting.
Okay, yeah, sure.
And two of the older gentlemen said, Bubba, you know, I don't know if you're aware of this, but in Russia and the Ukraine and that whole Baltic area, there are no ham privileges on 220 megahertz. It's reserved for the Russian military.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
And I thought, well, that's that's different parts of the world that we use frequencies different ways, you know.
Right.
And I thought, well, that's kind of interesting. And they said, since there's no ham activity on those bands, they probably took old military antennas and repackaged them and are selling them to raise money, or as the Ukrainians overrun Russian posts in various places or push them back, they're probably taking everything they can get and selling it on eBay.
Bubba.
And I got to thinking, I said, so you think I've got a hot Russian antenna? Is that what we're talking about here?
Bubba.
And they got to laughing about it and said, you might ought to check it for any stamps or markings or anything that would indicate the country of origin that it was manufactured in. And one of them said, you might find you a sickle and blade stamped on the bottom of that thing somewhere.
Oh, no.
And I thought, well, how about that? Let's face it, they're not needing it right now because obviously somebody took it.
Right, sure. Wow.
So I went and looked at the antenna more closely, and it had a sticker, a really good sticker on it that said, made in the Ukraine, which they're very proud of, I guess.
Yeah,
had the little flag on it and all that.
Sure.
But I thought, boy, that would have been a good place to have a sticker to cover up something else, maybe where it was a sickle and blade or something,
Yeah.
So I started trying to tear that sticker off, and I couldn't get that sticker off to save my life.
No way.
It was like it was somehow sealed to that aluminum at a level I had never seen before. And so I just had to kind of let it go, but I kind of thought that I got a chuckle out of that after it was all over, going, what if that's
is there a chance that Putin is after you?
Yeah.
Do you have?
I got both of them.
Do you have two of their antennas?
I don't know. I didn't take it.
Get some gooby gone.
Bubba, cussed you, but you're going to get a visit.
But that would be kind of funny, wouldn't it?
Well,
I mean, all honest on my part.
I don't know how funny it would be.
No offense.
Yeah.
But hey, the old Ukrainians, they're doing business with that Russian stuff they're getting their hands on.
I mean, he's turned into.
I'm sure mine is because it's a brand new antenna. I mean, it's never been used, so I'm sure it was fine.
Bubba Brittany Griner.
Nope, not me. Not me. Look,
you are on a list somewhere now. Though.
Oh, yeah.
You're in the database.
I'm just on eBay, baby. That's all. So I don't know.
Bubba, you have some of the Russians.
I don't know that for sure.
Okay.
It was just a theory that was put forward by some older gentlemen that might have some worldly knowledge on the issue, but no one can really confirm it.
Can Ukrainians use these antennas now with the Russians taking over, saying that it's just for our military?
As far as I know, they don't have spectrum to use it in their country. But it doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't mean they wouldn't build antennas for export. We do the same thing here with different radios.
You're just talking to yourself now.
I'm just saying it's not a an open and closed case. There's still a lot
I
of
got you.
things, and
Okay.
if I could have got that sticker off, we'd know more about it. But it was impossible.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, it was like it was molded into the aluminum somehow.
I think
I don't know how they did it.
We're now privy to a conversation you've already had with yourself. That's good. Yeah.
Well, it's about 70 foot in the air now, so a
Sure.
little hard to check it.
Okay. Bubba's got a visit coming.
He does. He sure does.
I know nothing.
He does. And the strange
You know what
thing,
Schultz used to say? I know nothing.
the strange thing is Bubba was telling me he bought these antennas from a guy named Steve Perry.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Not a comfortable topic. Not a comfortable topic. But, just because something is difficult to talk about, I think sometimes the problem may be that we're not willing to talk about it, as if it isn't destroying families everywhere and lives. And I'm talking about the uncomfortable topic of porn and the destruction that it brings to every home and every life that ever opens the door. So a lot of you may be seeing the damage of this in your own life. You may be seeing the damage of this to your marriage, the damage of this to your children. Well, whatever the case may be, the numbers are just staggering. Even inside the church, people who claim to be in Christian marriages, almost 70% of Christian men admit that they watch this garbage regularly. 33% of Christian women, and did you know it's growing? The numbers are growing with women now like we've never seen before. Reminds you a little bit of Romans chapter 1. But anyway, if you're looking for, you're saying, I've had enough. And I know that I need to turn away from it, but I've got myself in here, and I don't know a way out. Well, Covenant Eyes may be what you're looking for. Go to covenanteyes.com. And you'll see their new Victory app. There's nothing on the market quite like it, because what really needs to start taking place is accountability, recovery content. There needs to be behavior change. And Victory by Covenant Eyes is a powerful tool that helps those that are serious about quitting this for good, or, how about this, more importantly, never start. So if you'd like to find out more about this tool, go to covenanteyes.com. The promo code RICK, Rick, will get you 30 days for free. That's covenanteyes.com.
It would be like
Yeah,
the
but I mean,
Yankees
the
coming to town.
Yankees are going nuts.
And
They're just as dominant.
That's a good example. Because, all right, that's true. I'm saying on the road they get that.
Right, and that's true.
But,
So
but
if
at home,
if that's happening,
has the new war off?
Well, here's the thing: the Yankees have been good on and off forever.
Right.
And they have won more championships, yes. But you would admit they go on the road, everybody comes out to see them. But when they go home, it's packed too. Why do the Braves go on the road? Everybody else is excited about seeing them because they're a baseball dynasty for the last decade. But they come home and their home crowd doesn't care.
Yeah, but
that's the part we're trying to
let's talk
figure
about
out.
the pennant race and the playoffs, though. Everybody's just excited in every league, every city you go to. I mean, you know, if you're the Yankees or you're anybody, you're San Francisco, whatever. If you're in a pennant race, each team's just excited as the other one. But it seems like when it's at Turner Field, and I hear, hey, you can't afford it, but every ballpark's expensive, and those other cities are excited. It just seems like nobody's going or nobody's pumped up about it.
Why?
I don't know.
Why are y'all down on the Braves? Because I mean, it's not a win issue, because people were starting not to go last year, and they went all the way to the chance at the World Series again.
Just a couple of days ago, they had won like 9 of 10 games.
What
is it? I mean, if Tom Glavine is not on the team, is that it? I mean, is it bust or?
Guys, it used to be. Listen, my little league team in the ¡70s went to see the Braves, and we actually ended up playing the Reds.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, come on. I mean,
and I tell you too, we saw the Braves when I was a little guy. I had to be 10 years old. Went to see the Braves. Ralph Garr was lead off. Hank was still playing. and I'll never forget Mike Lum hit a home run.
My
It
gosh,
was on,
I forgot about Mike
and
Lum.
It bounced right, it hit top of the fence and went over. And we all wanted to see Hank Jack.
Oh yeah, I remember going to a game and like giving Daryl Chaney a ride to the stadium.
Sure,
I mean,
sure.
This was. Y'all, come on. I mean, how can
What's the problem?
I mean, and seriously, I remember as a kid, we went, and this was a big deal. We went to see the Braves play the Big Red Machine. And I remember there were more people there from Cincinnati than there were from Atlanta.
Well, it's because, there again, that's what the Braves say now. They go on the road, the place is packed because they're an item. But you come
why
back
aren't
home,
they item in their own stadium?
Well, the people will know, Rick. There has to be a reason.
All right, let's go to Augusta, Georgia. Tommy's standing by. Tommy, how are you?
Hey, Rick, this is Monkey Grass.
Tommy, welcome to the show, sir. Thank you, Tommy.
I think it boils down to the two C's, complacency and cost. I mean, when you get all this regular success during the regular season, but you fail in October over and over again, that has a dampening effect. And the cost for a family of four, you almost have to take out a small business loan.
No, I agree on that, but it's that expensive in every town.
Yeah, but look right here. I'm wearing an old Ty Jones Detroit jersey. If Detroit could get into October for any amount of years, I mean, the new Tiger Stadium, they have big crowds anyway. Imagine what they would have if they were actually winning on a regular basis. At least you're going to the stadium. I like being part of a team. Even if they're not winning it every time, I like going knowing my team is going to win most of their games and they're going to be in the hunt.
Do you think it's, too, the lack of personality or the lack of something that everybody... You remember when what's his name, Fidrich pitched for the Tigers, and he went back and talked to the ball and everybody thought he was nuts. And he was really a very average pitcher, but all the hoopla surrounding him made him real good. You remember in Al Roboski, he'd go behind the mound, and do all that bit. And
6 minutes past. It's after midnight and I got you on my mind. Never go away. Every day we will fly. Yeah. The gang's all here today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. Say hello to Bill Bubba Bussick.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, how about a really cool shout-out?
Rick, awesome. Wesley Coleman. Wesley's been a friend of mine for many, many years. He used to be the tennis coach at Central Alabama Community College, or better known as CAC. He suffered a terrible heart attack a few years ago. Ended up having all kind of heart damage, and this is from he was a very young man, like in his 30s, great shape.
Sure.
And ended up having a stroke tied to that. And really, honestly, we didn't know if Wesley was going to make it or not.
Right.
And thanks to a lot of prayers, some very talented doctors, and support of his family, he pulled through all this, and he ended up getting a heart transplant.
Wow.
Okay. For a very young man, it was in very good shape. And he has made an amazing comeback. He's our tennis pro at the Ridge at Lake Martin now. And he just competed in something I didn't even know we had called the Transplant Games.
I saw
Did you know about
I saw a
this?
promotional, video of that. People promoting it. Yeah.
And
never heard of that.
And he has actually won his singles tennis matches and won the gold medal in the Transplant Games. Is that not unbelievable?
That's an incredible story.
I mean,
that's
awesome.
We're going to bring him in for a Rick and Bubba University podcast and hear his incredible story.
He's also playing on the basketball team.
Really? So in these competitions, you have to be a transplant.
Yeah, it has to be a major organ,
right.
type thing. And I don't know all the details, but I do know he won a gold medal. And I had a brief text with him yesterday. He said he was pretty tired, but feeling good.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, well,
How about
Wes,
that? I mean, just
incredible.
Where we have come with some of that. I
my
mean,
goodness.
it's crazy. There's things in medicine, that we're disappointed about. We talk about every day, but this is one of those really, really good things.
I don't want to make light of a serious topic because that's not our nature here.
Right.
But should should you also give the other family a medal as well?
Well, Rick,
their loved one's
They
heart
may do that.
was there.
I don't know how they do all that.
Right.
I'm sadly out of the loop. That's why we want to have Wesley on a podcast so we can sit down and kind of delve into this a little deeper. But I just thought that was amazing.
Indirectly, didn't the donor win the gold medal as well?
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
Yeah. I'm sure he's honoring them too.
Oh,
Yeah.
of course, absolutely. So
at least a participation trophy. At least.
Right.
Y'all
Yesterday,
are so bad.
yesterday I made the comment that you and I know just enough about social media to be dangerous. Yeah.
What I did this morning was
Yeah.
it didn't even fall into that category.
Right. Yeah. So what did you do?
Just funny.
Well,
What did you do, Ray?
I was I saw an email about somebody wanting to identify a plant, and I went over to I think it's called the Neighborhood app. Are you familiar with this?
No, but I'm not. I'm not.
And they I guess they kind of franchise these things out, and people in your neighborhood have the Neighborhood app, and people are always on there going, "Hey, I got a lost dog, lost cat," or some kid speeding in front of my street. You know what I mean?
I got
the
you.
usual stuff. You see.
Like if I had one, I would have said somebody threw trash out on our property.
Yeah, that's
I got
it.
you.
Or if you got a Ring camera picture of somebody that you didn't think was supposed to be, hey, anybody know this guy?
So it's a neighborhood app. So
Yeah,
is this you posting on it?
Well, that was the app that the email, because I get alerts. So
I
I went
see.
over to it.
Okay.
And somebody had a
What has he done?
No.
What has he done?
It's typical Bubba. That's what makes
Ray,
it
what have
funny.
you done?
Ray.
So there's
Did
a
it
picture.
just pop in there? You couldn't
There's a
stop it?
picture of a tree and a plant growing up, and somebody said, "Hey, is this poison ivy? I've been, out here de-weeding the yard. Is this poison ivy?" And I was kind of looking at that, and I guess I got to looking at some other posts. And one was about a local restaurant.
Here we
and
go.
there was 3 or 4 people just tearing it up.
Oh, really? They didn't like it?
So it's a place I like to go to. So I got on there, and
My God, you're going to defend it.
I put, I eat this I eat here once a week, and I've never had any problems. And
Eating poison oak?
So I posted it, and then I kind of got to looking at it again, and it looked like I had posted, I eat here every week, and I've never had any problems with the poison oak picture. And I thought, because I laughed.
I would
about it.
love to see everybody going.
I thought, how goofy is that? What an idiot! And so then I thought, well, do I erase it? Do I delete it? What I do? So I ended up deleting it. But it was supposed to be on that other conversation. I don't know how I got back on poison oak.
Yeah, okay. Well,
So you eat there all the time?
So if you happen to see that I suggested you eat poison oak, that is a mistake.
That was a misprint.
That is not something I recommend.
Right.
I don't even want you to handle it.
Don't do it.
As a matter of fact,
Don't do it.
Matter of fact, I ate poison oak when I got COVID, and it went right away.
So I'm a goofball. There you go. That's
There he's a
bottom line.
goofball.
Well, we're replying to the Chicago Cubs and telling people to eat poison oak.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
I mean,
Well, Bubba does it once a week.
yeah. By the way, I want to know
And
what.
I've never had any problems.
Never had any
It's pretty good.
I want to know what restaurant they're tearing down.
Yeah. Because you eat there once a week.
Yeah.
Is it one I like too?
I'll tell you.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're all gonna like it.
Yeah, sure.
Y'all all love it, as a matter of fact.
Okay, good.
Oh, wow.
And somebody ripped on it?
Yeah, I sensed just by reading a couple of these complaints that it was a little more dramatized than it should be, because they were unhappy with the food and the service, and a manager comes out and goes, "How can I help you?" "Well, will you comp my food?"
No.
And they go, "Well, you've already ate it."
Yeah,
No.
it must not have been too bad.
It just sounded kind of like they were looking for a free meal,
Sure.
and now they're,
I understand.
it just seemed a little
Well, yeah.
not legit.
That's what got you to post.
Yeah, and I thought, I'm not going to let them tear this place down, because I've had good experience. I really had. I wasn't just saying that to
And
just chiming in with my 2 cents about that and poison oak.
That's right. Yeah. As a matter of fact, the restaurant now serving a poison oak salad.
I will look at the lettuce a little closer.
Right. So anyway, again, look, we tried. You meant well. I meant well when I replied to the Chicago Cubs.
It's really, I probably shouldn't post before 6 a.m.
There you go.
That's probably the
wisdom.
Yeah.
That's
because till you have a little caffeine, everything's not as clear.
No,
as you like.
You're all over that. Yeah, this early morning we have access to this stuff is not good. Let us wake up.
I think I need to put like a schedule on my screen time so I can't play with it before 6.
That's true. All right, we'll come back. We'll take the first phone segment of the day. Find out what is on your mind. Yeah, there you go. We didn't get much of that in yesterday, but always good to check in with you, America. We have plenty left today. We haven't even jumped in to the updates on what's the latest state of our country. This whole Biden thing's got us all in a headlock. But your phone calls are next on any topic you want to talk about. All 10 lines are available. We'll do a Rick and Bubba phone tro next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I used to love to see him come out and pitch.
I got it. Now, here's the answer. This'll fill the seats. Bring back Oklahoma.
Yep. Or Rick, let me tell you, you know what? This always works. We see this, a lot of Chamber of Commerces do this. A sighting of Bigfoot and or a UFO abduction.
What if
that will bring the crowd back
What if somebody said a spaceship brought back the spirit of Oklahoma? So you combine the two.
Sure.
He's got his teepee back there again, or his son knock a single, whatever. You know what I mean? If bring that back.
How about this?
You remember how fired up you'd got when that teepee? Now, granted, when we win, he would be like asleep in the teepee.
Sure.
Because there was no their teepee.
It was like he'd gone to take it.
Yeah. He was taking a teepee in the teepee.
Yeah.
But let me tell you this, because you never saw him because he had nothing to dance about on the mound.
And do y'all remember how psyched up everybody got, and the Braves were winning? They actually needed those seats, and they moved his teepee, and they started losing. Everybody freaked out. Do you remember that?
Well, yes.
You remember how dramatic that was as a kid? Everybody at school talked about, oh my gosh, they've moved Oklahoma and they're losing.
Let's go to Cliff, Dalton, Georgia. Cliff, how you doing?
Home of carpet.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Hey, Cliff, what's up?
Yeah, main reason I don't go anymore is because we know they're going to choke. Speedy answered his own question.
You're saying the domination of the regular season and the inability to win the championships has turned you off?
Yeah, definitely.
So you're wanting to see some postseason fires, what you're wanting to see?
I mean, that's the only time I watch them now.
Cliff, all of us being armchair quarterbacks or managers in this case, what do you allow for that? What's causing that?
Yeah, like I said, constantly now. First it was we never got to the playoffs, and now we're constantly getting there and choking.
But why, you think?
Why? Personally, I think it's money. Every time they start doing good, everybody wants more money. So we have to trade everybody to get less players.
But they don't negotiate that during the playoffs.
Oh, they do at the end. Yeah, right at the end. They start trading for better players in the playoffs.
Oh, you're talking about when they close out. Okay.
Yeah, that's the only sport that gets to do that.
You know, the thing that's always amazed me, just from a pitching standpoint, and I know some of the diehard Braves fans will get on me about this, but I really believe it's true. You watch the strike zone that Tom Glavine was allowed during the year, okay? He was getting calls off the plate and to the right-handed batter away from him, okay? When they got in the playoffs, those umpires choked that plate down. I'm not blaming Tommy for that, but they choked that baby down, and he wasn't getting that call on the outside corner that they couldn't reach anyway if they wanted to. And when he started having to bring it downtown, they were jacking it. Now, that is just what I have noticed. Now, I know I'll get boos and hiss because I don't follow them like that. But the strike zone was dramatically different to me for the Braves pitching in the playoffs versus the regular season. And the top pitchers we had to have the corners. Maddox, too. He's got to nibble those corners. He's not going to say, coming down the middle of the plate, hit it if you can.
Jerry in Oxford, Alabama. What's up, Jerry?
What's going on there, buddy? Doing all right?
Buddy.
This is Two Bits checking in this morning. Got a comment about the Braves.
What's that?
Look, we all ain't signed a $10 million 4-year contract.
Right.
We all ain't got a TV show. We all ain't raking in the money like y'all are, Top Shelf.
How about
nothing like hearing from somebody you went to school with?
Wait a minute. Did we sign a $10 million deal? Because I'm getting jerked around. Where's my?
I thought you were talking about baseball players, Jerry. I didn't know what you were talking about.
Jerry, please let's be factual. It was actually somewhere around $6 million. But go ahead.
My bad. Hey, listen. Now, the real deal is, look, baseball 162 game season is long.
Yes, it is.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, you don't go to like in football. You go to a game, you got to win that football. You got to win it. Baseball, you go to a game. It's more of an entertainment. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you're right, and that's always been why I am not into the regular seasons, because the games don't really mean much.
They don't mean that much. I'm not going to pay $180 to take my family of 4 to go see a game that don't really mean that much.
Yeah,
you know,
because
you know
now, you go to a Titans game, they lose that game, it could be bad.
Jerry, let me ask you this: and I love baseball. I do think it is, America's pastime, but has the pace that we live bypass that? I mean, because we're all in a hurry to get somewhere, and
we're
and
we're an MTV microwave world now. We ain't got time to sit around for 3.5 hours and watch a baseball game.
Well, I was wondering that because to me, baseball used to be like a picnic. You'd go out, it's an all-day event, you have fun.
Go Big O.
But now, you're checking your Palm Pilot to see where you got to be, and if the game runs.
Release the Kraken. America, it's your turn. All 10 lines are available. The Rick and Bubba Patriot Mobile phone troll is underway. That means a lot of folks get in quickly. The real Greg Burgess is locked and loaded. All 10 lines have been released. They're filling now. You can be one of those at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Make your phone money matter by switching to patriotmobile.com/bigbox today. So at the end of 30 seconds, the old buzzer sounds. We don't do shout-outs. We don't do shameless plugs. We don't do baby predictions or anything like that. This is all people making comments, asking questions, and bringing information to the table. If you move right now, you'll get in. Looking ahead to some things that are coming up this Sunday night. Looking forward to seeing all of you men in Wetumpka, Alabama at Village Church. It is a sold-out man church event, but I'll be speaking Sunday night, Lord willing, and looking forward to being with all of you. Also looking ahead to next weekend, look at Speedy and Greg. They'll be in Birmingham, Alabama. They'll be at the Finnick. That is on 2nd Avenue downtown. They'll be there. It's called Nashville to Birmingham, Stories Behind the Songs, songwriters round experience. It'll be benefiting Rainbow Omega, community for adults with special needs. We've worked with Rainbow Omega many times in the past. This is a great opportunity for you to enjoy a wonderful evening with these great songwriters and hear these wonderful songs, but you also are helping a great cause. That is July 19th, 6 to 9:30 local time. Check that. Then the next day, coming up on the 20th of July, Lord willing, Rich Wingo and I will be in Orange, Texas. We'll be at First Baptist Church for a man church one day, meaning both of us will speak that day. Breakfast is provided. Find those details at themanchurch.com under upcoming events for next Saturday. All right, let's get started. We will look at the phones. It looks like Angie is our first one. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Angie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're good.
I just wanted to let you guys know a little bit more about the Transplant Games.
Okay.
I'm actually on Team Alabama also. I've not met your buddy yet. I'm from Mississippi, but I had my transplant 10 months ago over at UAB, so I joined Team Alabama this time around to honor UAB.
Yeah, what?
And it's
time out. Let me give you a time out. What kind of transplant did you have?
I had a liver transplant.
Okay.
And but yeah, it's. I mean, we have team members that have had all kinds of transplants, but you were asking about the donors and their families too, and they're also involved.
I bet.
The donor families are there. They come and they compete also.
Really?
They're in the different division, and sometimes there are sports that they can compete together with the actual recipients.
Wow. Cool.
And then there's also living donors who have donated a kidney or a lung or something on that order.
Yeah.
And then there's tissue donors who are tissue donation, people who have received things like ligaments and tendons or skin or corneas or, that sort of thing. So it's a whole other world that we really don't think about in our daily lives, but it's very, very beneficial. And UAB is one of the best transplant hospitals in the region, if not the world. So, it's just one of those things to check out. And they have a good website, and they have some video on there of what's happened this weekend at the games. Tomorrow is the last day, so we'll be having a closing ceremony. But it's just a really neat thing. I'm brand new. I'm jumping in, and I'm So now I'm all on fire and trying to promote as much as I can, because it's just one of those things that we all should really do. I mean, especially, we can't take our organs with us. They're not going anywhere. So why not leave that lasting legacy? I mean, leaving money and land to your family is fine, but leaving part of you to live on and leaving and allowing another family to have their loved one a longer amount of time. I mean, goodness. And praise the Lord. I mean, what kind of a legacy is that?
What event do you compete in?
Well, I'm competing in the big, heavy athletic sport of trivia.
That's awesome. Well, good. What a great story. And thanks for that information.
Yeah,
that's
that's
fascinating. We continue. John in Evergreen, 30 seconds, only one timeout left. John, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was just thinking about how comical it would be if Bubba was talking on his ham radio, then all of a sudden somebody come on and started barking and talking to him in Russian.
Yeah, I'm worried that you may be onto something, John. Well said.
What if you heard Bashley do
yeah, that's right. What if you heard that?
I don't think that's exactly how you say it anymore. But,
right. No telling what we just said.
That's what the pilot
That's
said.
what he had when he was in the jet.
Y'all said it. He said faster, you fool.
Oh, yeah, it was good. Lines are available if you want to join us. Here's Lynn in Wetumpka. Lynn, go right ahead.
Good morning, y'all.
Hey.
Rick, I was just going to tell you now.
Okay.
I'm growing this this goatee and this mustache. I'm getting ready for that man church up here. I've been working out, too.
Well, the times we're living in, you don't have to go that far. You can just declare today you're a man. And we're supposed to identify. Yeah, we're supposed to go along with it. But,
y'all don't try to hold me back now.
Well, I guess we can't. Somehow I think a church might. But that's funny, Lynn.
Yeah.
We continue. D out of Georgia. There's lines available for you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. D, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to say that you're going to be missed. I've been listening to you for years, and I'm 75 years old. So
thank you.
You're the good shepherds of radio and everything you do. So,
well, you're very sweet. I will tell you this, since you're 75, if someone contacts you and acts like they're one of us and they need money, this time it may be true.
Yeah, it could be me.
They wouldn't get any because I don't have any.
Well, that's true. I understand. That's the alternative there, right? And trying to get.
But sound like the singing psychic. Just
a
little bit.
A little bit. And
she's gonna say, "Hold on."
Thank you, D. Isn't it interesting? Like when we did the story the other day, and we've been at this so long, and we found ourselves, and Bubba, you're the first one to bring the point out. We keep thinking we can't believe somebody's 75, somebody's 76. Right. What's Ann Wilson doing at 74 and Hart? Yeah. But then you come to the conclusion, well, Rick, buddy, if y'all were listening to them in the 70s, and they were older than you, since y'all both hit 60 this year, I mean, if you're older than us,
the math kind of works out there, doesn't it?
Right. It's amazing, and I've told you guys this many times. There's a certain message that if I'm doing, I'll ask the guys in the room, if you're 60 or older, raise your hand, and then I'll say, if you're less than 60, raise your hand. And the less than 60 number of hands is much, much higher. I mean, I've realized that my bunch, the hands that were with me, they're getting smaller and smaller number. Let's go to Jack, Springfield, Illinois. Jack, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Actually, Salem, Illinois.
Sorry about that.
I'm a senior pastor of a church.
Thank you,
and 6 years ago, I had a liver transplant in Washington University in St. Louis. I had cirrhosis of the liver, non-alcoholic, and cancer.
Wow. And you're functioning fine now?
I am doing well. Matter of fact, I'm on the way to a clinic just shortly to get my blood work.
Oh, wow. Look, like you said, I mean, the fact that we have blessed enough to live in the time. Can you imagine talking to people back when they were bloodletting George Washington with with strep throat? If somebody said, you realize they're going to become a time, they would have been like, what do you mean? Ruben in Montgomery, I-92.
Have some moldy bread, Press.
Yeah, that's all you need.
Got a question, guys.
All right, Ruben.
First of all, Green Acres.
Thank you for the
Question
call.
is this.
Go ahead.
Okay, question is this. What if President Biden was to die when we're actually voting? Can the Democrats then bring anybody else in to take his place? If they could bring Michelle Obama in without having to go through any kind of debating or finding out, whatever.
What's that scenario?
Good question. These are the back of the book things,
Yeah.
and I really have no idea. If after the nominating process, I think that the VP would be in order, or I don't know, maybe they have to be sworn in before the VP would be president. But at the party level, you could replace anybody you wanted to at any time, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a good question, though, sir.
If he
we're going to have to learn more about those in the coming weeks.
Trust me, we'll come back and hit some of that. The Democrats right now, it's like a team on the field. You ever seen when they keep pointing to the coach and they can't hear the play being called?
Yeah.
Nobody knows what the play is right now. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
As long you're going to be late.
Well, the good news is professional baseball games are so long, you could go to the game and get caught up on all your work.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Why
maybe, Rick, maybe that's a marketing thing. Have desks with laptops on it and you go to the game.
We're just trying to help.
Just brainstorming.
We're just trying to help.
Got some more calls about it. We'll talk about it a little more.
26 minutes past, you're listening to and watching the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba.
Thursday morning, we'll be able to get Biscuit on the air for a minute, Cornelius Bennett, and relive that uncomfortable moment when you thought he knew you and he didn't.
Thanks, man.
He tees off right after I do.
So that's how it's going to be?
Well, look, if I've got to live through telling Bo that power bar tastes good again, holy moly.
Well, now, Bo doesn't tee off till the afternoon, so hopefully you won't
seriously,
have to do that.
I'd rather chew white caulk. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
really.
I'm
getting this on tape. Bo.
It was an embarrassing moment.
Cut that off over there.
An embarrassing moment. It was Super Bowl week. I tried to deliver Cornelius Bennett to the show because he and I had played in the Alabama High School All-Star game as teammates.
So we've heard.
Thought we made a contact. Thought he would remember.
You, him, and Kurt, man.
Thought he would. Well, you see Kurt Jarvis. We played in the same game, and he acts like he knows me, right?
Well, yeah.
And we're on the same team.
We're not talking about Kurt, though.
You realize that I'm not saying we had a good time that week, but Kurt Jarvis, Cornelius Bennett, Kerry Good, Wayne Davis, the list goes on and on, all on the same team, Malcolm McCleary, and we were beat 35-7.
Well, but Rick, apparently, if you were coming by your room, you thought you were on Mr. Personality there.
Yes. So Alan Dial, by the way, he went on to UCLA. But
Still
anyway,
amazing, you know all these names.
Sure. Well, like I say, if you've been through out there sweating and bleeding and cut up, you remember people.
Well, I mean, we've all been sweating and bleeding and cut up, but you know, your memory is just unbelievable. I'm so impressed.
Selectively.
Yeah, well, I know. Because other things in your life you are just oblivious to.
Well, sometimes your brain will protect you.
Well, plus, and I tend to remember things I enjoyed and mean something to me. But anyway, so the...
well, we're talking about brains.
But anyway, I called Cornelius Bennett, and he did not remember me, and basically blew me off on the phone.
Yeah, and we'll have to talk about that.
Well, maybe not.
I still can't find the tape of Prater. Can you find that?
Let's start fresh.
How about Mark was on it?
Well, I haven't got word yet. Mark Norman, help me out. Where you at?
So all that going on. Thursday, we're live from Greystone for the Celebrity Pro-Am. Bubba and Speedy will tee off on TV and radio live, and it is always quiet. And then I'll do play-by-play on radio for a whole hour.
Can I tell you, putting the TV and radio part together on location has been nothing short of a Middle East peace conference. I mean, we just can't get everything like everybody needs it.
Is it because of the different holes they're trying to do? Because to me, we did turkey toss. What's the difference?
Well, that is because somebody dedicated to do that set the whole thing up and mixed it themselves and all of that. When we basically our setup to go out, we're not set up to feed TV their own mix so they can do their own thing.
But Nashville.
At that particular setup, yes.
Cameron had the big board.
Yeah, you remember Cameron went out and did the whole thing.
We have our little.
So in other words, basically, Nashville has got after it and has got the equipment to do an on-location show better than what we have in Birmingham.
Yes.
For that particular location, yes. If we were in the truck, it wouldn't be an issue.
So we should have done the truck.
Well, the lighting is then.
Yeah,
an
so
issue.
then how can they get the shots of us in that truck?
Well, we're just going to have to get the lighting in the truck worked out.
Do you know I love the truck?
I do
I'm
too.
ready to do a show out of the truck again.
How about I love the chairs?
It's
in the
a
truck?
comfortable thought.
You know what? We can go to a Braves game. There's plenty of room in the parking lot.
We did it out of the truck last year, and I kind of liked it.
I love the truck.
You know what? We may end up in the truck
Get
before
it
it's
on
over.
TV.
Huh? May end up in the truck before it's over.
Well, every time we have a technical talk where everybody goes, all right, that's it.
Well,
then
shouldn't
it
TV,
changes.
what about this plan? TV does it all and just gives us the audio.
Well, they don't want to do that.
How come?
Because
they don't want to stay the other 2 hours that we're on the air.
Yeah, you'd actually be more than that. You'd be at least probably 4 more hours, probably 2 before we go on the air radio.
Y'all are witnessing our after the show meeting right here live on the air. This is good stuff.
Anyway, Braves. Nobody's coming to the Braves.
Somebody get your checkbook out and let's get this thing done. Quit peddling. If we're going to do it, do it. If we're not, let's don't do it.
We're trying to melt two systems together.
How about this? We talked about this how many months ago? And now we're in a dilemma and it's the weekend.
This was what I was worried about. Now you know I have an ulcer.
How about when we have brainstorming meetings? Might want to start thinking about how we're going to pull it off then.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
It's 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Let me tell you something. These Raycon earbuds, there's so many good things about them, but what I really, really like is, a lot of times if you've got the earbuds in, you're listening to something. You're probably like a lot of. A lot of us. Some of you, look, you're disciplined enough. You're going to do a little better. You love doing that, and you've got your act together, and you don't need something to get you through it, okay? Because you're just loving it. Then there's those of us that know we need it, but we don't love it, and we struggle. And so when you're listening to something, because a lot of times if you get your music going or you listen to a podcast, it kind of goes by a little quicker. If you're riding on the Peloton or you're trying to do a little rowing or you're walking or something like that. But you want earbuds that'll stay in, and these really, really do, because they've got the customizable gel tips, and that's what we love about these. But they've also upgraded their best-selling everyday earbuds. They get features, beyond the gel tips, which they still have. They give you that fit I'm talking about. They got 3 customizable sound styles. That's still there. But now you also get the active noise cancellation. What if I just want to kind of take the world out and just get in my own zone? Ergonomic design, multi-point connectivity. You can pair 2 devices at once. All that now has been added. So now more than ever, there's really never been a better time for you to say, I think I'm in. 30-day happiness guarantee. You got nothing to lose. You get 15% off. Now remember, the Raycons are about half the price of the other premium audio brands. Now we're getting you an additional 15% off, and we're also going to get you free shipping. Go to buyraycon.com/bigvox, BIGV as in voice, OX. That's 15% off additional and free shipping. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so let's jump into the world of the Democrats right now. Our caller, one of our last callers there, or if it wasn't the last caller, in the phone show kind of sent us down this road. I use the analogy going to the break. If you ever watch football and no one hardly huddles anymore, and so everybody comes to the line, and if you've ever seen a confusion, like if it's professional, like something's wrong, the quarterback can't hear, or there's somebody looking, he doesn't understand the signal, and everybody's looking, nobody knows where to go, he's moving a guy over here, and guy says, I don't know, and finally they go, time out.
Yeah.
This is how the Democratic Party looks right now. It's like, keep Biden, get rid of Biden, keep Biden. And they don't really know what to do.
They don't.
And now some who were ready to say it's time for him to step down after the debate, basically I think have been told by the Bidens, we ain't leaving.
Nope.
Yeah, well, I mean, he put out a little letter to the demo, said, hey, I'm not leaving,
I'm
here.
I ain't leaving. Now, this is what we tried to make sure, and look, this is not, there's no hypocrisy here, okay? we have two ideologies that are facing each other, and there's a handful of people that may not be as committed to ideology as some of us are. Whoopi Goldberg is about to tell you, I couldn't care less what state he's in. I'm voting for the Democratic candidate. Mm-hmm. And I will say this. If Joe Biden was the Republican candidate, now we would probably want to say, let's get another candidate, but there ain't no way we're voting for the Democrats. So you have to understand that there's people, now there are people in the Democratic Party that are going to vote for the Democratic Party no matter what, but they thought they were going to move to a new candidate. Now they're being stuck with Joe. But watch Whoopi Goldberg if you want to see some of the people that are going, okay, are we back in on Biden now? So here we go.
I don't care if he's pooped his pants. I don't care if he can't put a sentence together. Show me he can't do the job, and then I'll say, okay, maybe it's time to go. Now, he had a bad night the first time that he went out and debated with Kamala Harris. And everybody wanted him to quit then and say, you can't talk to women like this, and you're doing this wrong, you're doing that wrong. He came back, said, you know what, I got it, and gave 4 years. So, yeah, I have poopy days all the time. I step in so much poo you can't even imagine. Now, I'm not running the world, but I don't know anybody who doesn't step in stuff at some point. So I'm just simply saying, yeah, there are two debates. And if he can't do what he needs to do for the second debate, I'll join any crew that says get rid of him. But loyalty to me, if you are doing the job, I might not like everything you're doing. I don't like it all. But I'm going to stand behind you like those guys stand behind the guy who should have been the person people were talking about saying, yeah, Biden had a bad day, but this guy couldn't tell the truth if it split his lip.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, Biden had a lot more bad days than just that one.
Right, I'm confused.
They act like this is the only time he's ever given any reason for anybody to doubt his mental capacity.
You can take that one completely off the table. You still have overwhelming evidence.
It's just
yeah. So and now we have Biden on Bubba with Joe Scarborough because his wife made him bring him on after he tried to be negative about Joe Biden. He now has to save him.
Oh, had to call in. Yeah.
Yeah. Now we're going to hear the president on the phone with is it Mika? Mika and Joe Scarborough. This was Joe. Joe now has to go back because remember he got negative, and now he's got to go back and save the very candidate he was ready to get rid of. And you're going to hear the maniacal screaming of the president. Here we go.
The American public is not going to move away from me as an average voter. And again, I'm here for two reasons, pal. One, to rebuild the economy for hardworking middle-class people, give everybody a shot, just a straight shot. Everybody gets a fair chance, number one. Number two, remember all this talk about how I don't have the black support? Come on, give me a break. Come with me. Watch. I'm getting so frustrated by the elites. Now, I'm not talking about you guys, but about the elites in the party who they know so much more. But if any of these guys don't think I should run against me, go ahead, announce for president. Challenge me at the convention.
Oh, boy. Here is Babylon B. Biden aides busy picking between angry shouting pills and calm, creepy whispering pills. That's the two places he goes.
I just never miss.
All
right, Rick, let's hear Jake Tapper read back one of Biden's quotes. I kind of want to hear that.
Okay, and here he is. Of course, this is that thing where this weird thing where they pretend it was the debate the first time they ever saw any cognitive problems.
Yeah.
The debate
after this had been solved.
First time they'd ever noticed it. All right, here we go.
72% of voters say that they believe President Biden is too old. That's according to CNN's most recent polling. Voters have been saying this for quite a long time. The reality is that the Democratic elites are mostly late to acknowledge these age and ability issues compared to the rest of the public. The elites have been forced to reckon with it after the debate just 11 days ago.
Look at my career. I've not had many of those nights. It was a terrible night, and I really regret it happened. But the fact of the matter is, how can you assure you're going to be on faith that can intervene on your way to go to, work tomorrow? age wasn't, the idea I'm too old.
The fact of the matter is, how can you assure you're going to be out on your way to go, work tomorrow? Age wasn't, the idea that I'm too old. Keep in mind, that soundbite is supposed to be reassuring to those Democratic supporters who have gone wobbly. Many Democratic officials with whom I've spoken are worried that President Biden and his family and his inner circle appear to be in complete denial, not just about whatever might be wrong with him, but the state of his candidacy right now.
Oh, yeah, they're not leaving. Do you think they
How about
underestimate
him reading that quote?
Yeah, that's Jake Tapper. That's CNN.
And they also act like that he had a bad night, like he didn't argue his points, and in the debate he had lost touch with reality. He would get hung up and would get confused and would say things that didn't have anything to do with it. It isn't like he just didn't make his point and got out debated.
I would also
that
like
would
to,
be a bad night.
Even though
I wasn't on my game, I get that, but that ain't what we're talking about.
Well, I know that we left it to, but we forgot to mention Whoopi Goldberg did not say Kamala Harris's name right.
No, not at all.
So
racist.
I think she's racist.
Look, the only thing that's going to get Biden out is money. They're going to have to come up with something.
So
tell him, all right, if you step aside, we'll give you X amount.
Is this all still part of the plan, or were they ready to remove him and they miscalculated that Jill and Hunter would not move? Because Joe Biden doesn't know what's going on, but those two, where are you leaving? And every plan they want to work requires, other than they can get the 25th Amendment, but that's a process. But anything short of that, and that's a process, they have to agree to leave. And did they not think about that?
I think what I just think, Rick, what I'm going to assume, they knew he was not as sharp as he used to be.
Right.
They didn't think it was going to get this bad this quick, and they could basement Joe him through the election again. And go back in because they were going to say, look at all the great things we've done. But I think the American public is just, they go to the grocery store every week, and they know things are not right like it should be.
No.
Quick rule here on the DNC rule. This is from email. Said if Biden wins the nomination at the convention and either dies or becomes incapacitated, the DNC chair and committee would choose the replacement. It does not have to be the VP candidate on the ticket.
Okay. All right, we'll come back. We had the press conference, and this is an odd one. It was being run everywhere yesterday. Karine Jean-Pierre. Even mainstream media getting frustrated, wanting to know what's going on with the president. And they want to know why a Parkinson's doctor has been coming to the White House repeatedly. And they got nowhere with that. And we'll play that interaction when we come back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Guess when I met with everybody a month ago, it was meaningless.
that was a waste of your time.
About like our conference call yesterday.
Well, let's not worry about it till 48 hours out.
Well, you know what? It'll make things interesting. I'll say that.
Yeah.
And I was afraid it was going to be boring.
How about I'm gonna show up and do my show? I sure hope everybody's getting.
That's what we tell. That's what we're warning them. That you'll just walk out.
Oh no, I'm gonna do my show. I just hope somebody hears it.
That's what I'm saying.
Because I'm gonna have fun anyway. Because I'll be hanging out with y'all and some friends will be stopping by. I'm gonna have a blast. I hope it gets handled.
We were probably guilty of making it too easy for everybody to begin with.
Maybe we need to decide should we be in charge of everything or not, instead of it being somewhere in between.
It's a handle. No way around it.
Nobody cares about the show more than us.
So
we're the ones that actually have to be on the air doing it
and answer the emails. So the Braves.
We answer to the audience.
Not having any attendance.
We answer to the audience. I've noticed people in management don't really like to. They like to make decisions, put us on the air, and tell us to handle it. That's why we always bring them in.
The mud's more fun if there's more people in it.
I like to cancel the show or mess with it, then run and hide somewhere. Sorry, little rats, we have a spotlight. All righty. Where we want to? Where
you
we
want to troll here and get through this? Here we go.
Am I going to do a major league player and then buzz him on a troll?
No, we can't troll Greg Litton.
Okay. Greg Litton from Destin, Florida, has played with San Francisco Giants, Seattle, also the Boston Red Sox. Greg, how are you, sir?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're great, Greg. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Appreciate it.
Friend of Todd Jones. Greg, what can you shed on this of why Atlanta has decided they don't want to go out and see their championship team?
Well, I don't like to call in. I was listening earlier and stuff, but these callers are about irritating me.
Well,
the simple fact is Atlanta's, they're spoiled, and they've gotten too used to the guys being in the playoffs every year, and they don't remember back when I started playing with San Francisco, we used to call it foul ball night in Atlanta because every fan that came got a foul ball.
I remember that. That's true.
I'm from Pensacola. I used to have 50, 70 tickets, people coming up to see the games, and our ticket guy would say, no problem.
No, look, hey, Greg, I'm not making this up. Some of it I've exaggerated, but this is the absolute truth. We would come from City League. We lived an hour and 20 minutes from Fulton County Stadium, okay? And we would get our Little League team for City League. That would probably end up being somewhere around 20 people, counting coaches and all that.
A few people helping out.
And we would sit behind home plate every time we went.
Oh, yeah.
How about this, too, Rick? And we've all had to run the Braves game, radio, at some point in time.
Gosh.
And in those days, it was so quiet in between pitches, you thought they'd went to a break, and you missed it.
Yeah. Put it this way, if we'd had censors like we have now, it would have kicked the brakes off on its own.
Yeah,
because of the pauses they would
Silent
take.
sense.
You would sit there and go, oh, gosh, I've missed a break. Now, see here, ball outside. So true.
What they need, what Atlanta needs is for that team to stink for about 6 years, and then those fans that all, sitting on whining because they're not making or winning the World Series every year, and see that team stink like they did in the 80s, and all those, and then they start winning. Those fans would all be back in the stands talking about how wonderful they are and how they love the Braves.
But Greg, what about the Yankees? How do they keep it up?
Well, the only thing I can figure is the Yankees are true baseball fans. I think Atlanta are a bunch of front runners. When the team started doing well in the early 90s, that stadium was packed out every night, and they love the Braves and all this and that. I think they're just, like you said, complacent.
Cold shower Greg.
They haven't won, the World Series, once.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad when the people of Atlanta are more excited this morning whether they felt the earthquake out of Alabama or going to the Braves game.
Well,
Greg, you're pro. What's happening to the Braves in the playoffs?
Well, I think they are choking.
He said they are choking.
I mean, that's the bottom. When you get there that many times and can't win, or more than once, was it 10 or 11 years in a row?
Yeah.
The bottom line is, as good as they've been with the pitching they've had, they should have won 2 or 3 at least. Now, you can't win it every year just because you're that dominant, but during the regular season, because playoffs you can get beat any time. But, you get the playoffs 4 or 5 times, you win 1 year, that's pretty good. But 10 or 11 times.
Well, we got ripped on that Twins thing because they pulled him off the base.
Yeah.
I remember that.
How about this?
That big hoss. What was his name? Gerback?
Nobody argues that they should have won more World Series. Yeah. But me as a sports fan, I would rather my team not be winning the World Series but be in the hunt for it than to never be in it at all. Here we go, 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Everybody in. All right, so a couple of clips we'll still show you. And then we got other things to cover today as we move forward. All right. Can anyone even imagine what it's like to be the press secretary for Joe Biden right now? Can anybody even remotely imagine? So, Karine Jean-Pierre, just imagine what it must feel like to walk out there with the pig under one arm and the lipstick in the other hand and go, well, let me try this again.
Oh, boy.
And things like this are, I think this is starting to even frustrate the mainstream media. That they can't get the president to address them directly much anymore. They know things are in the log. They'll mention that shows us what's going on at the White House, and then she'll pretend she can't talk about it. So here we go, and this is involving a well-known doctor, Parkinson's doctor, that, according to the log, has been visiting the White House quite often. So here we go.
If there are thousands within the Walter Reed system who may be treated by a specialist who visits here at the White House. But this neurologist had a meeting with the president's physician, with his doctor. You're refusing to say if he was here to evaluate the president or if he was consulting on the president's health. So what then was that meeting about?
And I will say that Dr. O'Connor leads the medical unit. He leads the medical unit. No, because we will not confirm or speak to names that you're providing to me. It is out of security reason, is out of protecting someone's privacy. We're just not going to do that. But they are. The reason that I mention that is because there are 1,000 military members that do indeed use the White House medical unit. They do. They get care from that.
We're talking about the president of the United States.
Guys, I'm trying to answer the question so you can connect the dot that there are multiple neurologists that come, not neurologists, specialists that come through here because there are more than 1,000 medical military personnel here.
But you certainly could clear this all up just by saying what he was doing here and if it was connected to the president, yes or no.
I am not going to confirm a particular neurologist, anybody. It doesn't matter if they're a dermatologist or a neurologist. I'm just not going to do that. I shared with all of you that the president has been with the neurologist 3 times as it relates to his physical, 3 times. So I'm just not going to do that out of security reasons, out of privacy. It is not something that I'm going to do. A measure of privacy we have to be able to give people from here.
Boy, that was and you heard the press saying if this neurologist, which by the way, people were talking about Parkinson's, but you know what else they also treat? Alzheimer's and dementia. Is all they were saying, look, it's in the log, we all see it. Why don't you just tell us? You don't have to give the patient's name. Why are you not just saying that this world-renowned neurologist has been visiting the White House to see other people? You could just say he came to deal with this situation. I would like for some point, because she tries to say that all presidents get physicals, and a neurologist is involved in that from time to time, especially at the president's age. But the log seems to show that there's been more visits than the norm.
Okay, so, Biden's doctor has put out a statement.
Okay, all
right. His personal doctor, Kevin O'Connor, broke protocol Monday, releasing a letter explaining why Dr. Kennard visited the White House 8 times in 8 months.
See that
8 times.
So we didn't get that specific detail, but that's what the press is asking about.
Yeah, the letter came after a frenzied day of speculation over Biden's ailing health, which has been in question since his disastrous first
because we can
debate.
see it.
Now, KJP added fuel Monday in the clip we just saw by saying the president had seen a neurologist 3 times. But his doctor says it has been 8 times. Mm-hmm. On Monday, O'Connor released a letter with the permission of both Biden and Kennard and confirmed that Kennard had been the neurologist who evaluated the president at each of his 3 physicals since he took office. But apparently they said, but most of his visits to the White House were pursuant to his role as a specialist attached to the White House medical unit, treating patients for a wide array of neurological issues at the White House for 12 years. So they're saying that it had nothing to do with the president, the other 5 visits.
Yeah. See, the 3 she's wanting us to believe is what you said. Those are the 3 physicals that a president gets.
Right.
She said, well, yeah, that's just part of normal routine. Mm-hmm. That's with every president. But what he has to answer is what he's trying to do here is the other 5 visits. And I guess they're trying to tell us those are for other people. We're not going to tell you who they was. But it wasn't the president. Right? Is that what they want us to believe?
It looks like...
or they're just not saying anything.
It looks like they're trying to say that the other visits had nothing to do with the president, but then they go back and say that one of the visits was when he was talking to the president's primary doctor. Mm-hmm. It appears that some of this is contradictory.
Yeah,
and it gets a little thick here.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
It said that he visited with Biden's personal physician in January at the White House Residence Clinic just a few weeks before the president's physical in February. Sounds like they were going over some of that.
In that last clip that we played last segment with Jake Tapper, I went back and listened to it again. He says that after that debate, it appears that the president's inner circle, his family, seemed to be in complete denial about his situation.
Right, yeah.
I would argue, and I think you guys would too, since Basement Joe, since Trump came up with Basement Joe before the 2020 election, we've been talking about this stuff. So I would also say that Jake Tapper has been in complete denial for 4 years or complete dishonesty. That's the only options, either denial or dishonesty, because we've been talking about this for 4 years.
Yeah, and talking about it all the time right now because it's gotten so much worse. And that goes back to what Bubba said. Maybe they just didn't think he would decline this fast. They thought they could continue the basement thing, but the pandemic also helped on that. But I don't know how you're going to keep what is so obvious, how much longer you can tell us we're not seeing what we're seeing. And you're seeing people going, yeah, I'm not willing to do that anymore, even on the left. But they will get them back in line. Yeah. Some of them are going to have to get back in line. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good day. Thanks for being with us. Don't forget that you can get any part of the show that you may have missed when it was happening live on our podcast and YouTube archives every day. If you got more Rick and Bubba today, stick around. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Absolutely.
I really would. I mean, I know it gets frustrating, but I still get excited that, hey, we've got a good team.
Greg, saying they're choking in the playoffs is too easy. Get a little more detail. What do you think?
Well, I think the biggest thing, they get there every year because of their pitching. If you look at Maddox, and I believe I've been out of the game now for 6-7 years, and I don't remember. My memory may be like Rick's.
Thanks, buddy.
But I think you look at Maddox and Glavine, their record in the playoffs is not very good. Maddox is arguably one of the best pitchers ever, and his record in the playoffs is not very well.
Greg, are they choking them on the strike zone in the playoffs? Do you think so?
I think they're definitely squeezing Glavine, but they ought to. I mean, because
that's really what it should have been during the year.
Well, hey, let me ask you a question. Was it smart keeping Maddox when what you paid for him, you could have kept Glavine and about 2 or 3 of the other ones?
Well, I don't think that's the problem. They're still winning. It's not like it. You know, that one caller talking about changing teams and money. He didn't have a clue because they keep changing teams. Yeah, but Sherholtz is doing a heck of a job.
Oh, he's a genius. There's no doubt. He is a genius.
They still win and make the playoffs, so you can't blame it on that. I just think they've won consistently for the last 10 years with their pitching, but in the playoffs, their pitching hasn't carried them. You take Randy Johnson and Schilling. You take them out of Arizona. If they don't play well in the playoffs, that team's got no chance.
You're right.
It's true.
And Glavine and Maddox, their playoff record isn't close to what their regular season record is. And with Glavine, they say, well, he gets that pitch all year. Well, he's still not throwing strikes.
It's when they show that overhead shot and that ball is 3 inches off the plate. They're ringing them up on strike 3. I go, man, where were you during my career, brother?
Killing us, Blue.
I thought it was Perry Canada back there. What is that?
Hey, well, how about that game against the Marlins when Orlando, whatever his name was from Cuba, struck out about 100 Braves that game?
Right, that big heavy guy?
Yeah, and he was throwing the ball 2 feet outside, and Eric Gregg kept calling it a strike. And the announcers kept saying that the hitters need to make an adjustment because he's calling that pitch. I'm going, guys, you can't hit a pitch.
You have to stand on the plate.
And one right down the middle. So you got to, as a hitter, you got to be ready for the strike. You can't prepare to hit a pitch 2 feet outside.
Well, Greg, it's good to hear from you. Call us anytime here.
Hey, guys, I want to call you back and tell you about in 89 because I was going to call earlier, but I decided not to because I was in the earthquake during the World Series.
Oh, that's right.
Wow.
Yeah. I remember that.
I remember when Al Michaels, that went off there. He said, feels like an earth. And didn't I call you? I said, hey, something's going on.
Wow.
That was my rookie year, so
boy.
It was an experience. But I'll let you guys
Greg,
go.
we want to hear that, okay?
Thanks, Greg.
Love talking to you guys.
Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 877 Weeby Big phone trolling. finishing out this hour. More about why you are not going to see the Atlanta Braves play after they have won how many division championships? 11 in a row? 10? Something? It's a bunch.
I mean, everybody remembers. I mean, we couldn't all.
How about this? I would get excited when they used to win 11 games.
You know, we all remember sitting up in the middle of the night and these heroic finishes. I mean, because we couldn't go to the games.
Right.
You know? And it's just so bizarre that you're even talking about this now.
I know. Here we go. 30 seconds and 30 seconds only.
I love watching Maddox pitch, by the way.
The largest number of people, the shortest amount of time trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Tim, Atlanta, what's up, brother?
Hey, Rick and Bubba, love the show.
Thank you.
What's up, buddy? I'm going to answer it in about 10 seconds here.
Okay.
When they went on that last strike and Glavin was head of the team there, or the
Players Union.
The union?
Yes.
That made everybody mad in Atlanta. They said, I will not spend another dime at that stadium from now on.
So the fact he represented the players in the union when they were talking about strike, and there was a lot of emotion flying around, people saying if they strike, we're going to be down with them. That's blowback from that. But now he's not on the team anymore, right? In Atlanta right now, I mean, they're 15-10.
Wade in Mount Olive, 30 seconds.
Hey, I was just calling to let y'all know this past month they've only played Montreal, Florida, and Philly. I wouldn't go to those games.
Well, I'm going to tell you,
next
Philly's
month,
winning
we're
their
playing
division.
San Francisco, New York, and Colorado, which I would go to all those games.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, I feel that, to me, there's a team that I hate to go see them play, and that's the Expos. There's something about when the Expos are there, you feel bored and you don't care. And I know sometimes they're even good, but it doesn't matter.
Now, are they still going to do away with them at the end of the year? Or was that just PR, them and the Twins? We're not going to do that anymore?
Tony, Shelbyville. What's up, Tony?
Hey, guys. I'm a kind of new watcher to your show and enjoy it, but I can tell you how you can get people in the stadium and get them to stay.
Tell it.
If it's anything like a Baptist church and I'm a preacher, give them a free meal. That'll bring them in. That'll keep them there for a while.
That's true. Well,
sure,
free hot dog night. Yeah. How about this? You've won like 10, 11 titles, and you're trying to think, how can we get people in the stands? That's really funny.
You're one game out of first place right now, and you're like, I see, what can we do here?
Garrett, Thomasville. Garrett, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I think part of the problem is the stadium's not in the best part of town. And, I mean, why would you go to the game when you can watch it on TBS right next door to the stadium? It just seems you can watch it pretty much anywhere in the nation, and so why would you go to the game when you had to pay $30-something for a ticket for yourself, let alone your family?
Garrett,
and the Braves, and we're spoiled too.
A little of all of it, huh?
Yeah.
So wait,
Garrett, here's
they
the
blacked
thing.
out TBS in Atlanta. I mean,
Garrett.
That's right, baby. Gang's all here. Gang's all here. Thank you for being here today. So if you're just now joining us, we have been covering stories from within the lives of the dudes that hang out here every day. We have just started updating you on the current state of this upcoming election. Good grief. Now, I had seen the footage of Biden, at the church. He was raised in the black church. Everybody knows that. And he because we know they were the black church, how strong it was there in Delaware, in the part and where he grew up, at Scranton and all that, and was in Pennsylvania and Scranton and Delaware. So anyway, so he was at this church service, and it's obvious that he's confused. And you hear the command for everyone to stand for the song. He looks around and keeps looking like he's waiting for a signal to stand. And I saw that, but I did not know that the pastor had made a comment that it's time for the country to embrace Biden's handicaps.
Yes.
Yes,
I saw this.
What?
I don't know which.
This part I saw. I didn't hear the message, though.
Yeah. Which order you want to go in?
I've got a couple clips from Biden's visit to this church if you guys want it.
He was raised in the black church. Y'all know that.
He doesn't know when
Corn
to...
pop.
I think he said like it's good to be home or something like that in his speech at this church too. By the way,
Well, if you're not going to
no
vote for
sense.
him, you're not even black.
Right, I've heard that.
He's made that very clear.
I've got him not knowing when to stand up, and then I've got one of the commissioner or one of the people at the church that works for the church gives Biden money to put in the plate to tithe, and Biden doesn't know what to do. And then I've got then they actually introduce him, and in the introduction, the guy says,
not true.
"Use his handicap." But here's here's him not knowing when to
Let us
stand.
stand together.
Clearly told to stand.
At the cross. At the cross.
Now watch him start looking like, what am I supposed to do? Look, right? What? Am I get up? What? What? He's looking for instruction, Bubba.
Me?
Look at his tapping his hand.
Yeah. He doesn't know what to do. Now I will say that lady was a little late to stand
She
too.
was.
Yeah, she's got a snack or something.
Yeah, she can't get that candy out of the wrapper.
Right.
That's funny,
All right,
Helms.
So that one I saw. That part I saw.
I hate when candy sticks in the wrapper. I really do.
You see here, but
Here
guys,
is
did
them
y'all
giving-
look at his face? I don't have to be a neurologist.
No, he's so lost, man.
All right, here we go.
Oh, you're not ready for that.
Now what's happening here?
So that guy is handing him money, explaining what to do with the money. Joe Biden has questions like, what do I do? Yeah, here's money, man. You're the president. Here's some money. Why is he even giving him money? Yes.
Shouldn't the president be getting out his own money?
Yes, which Trump did, by the way, and people bashed him for it.
Are you sure that's just not somebody from the Ukraine disguised?
Rick!
But no, I'm
What
just
have
kidding.
That's good.
Okay, just kidding around.
That is good.
That's right.
So now he's forgotten what he's supposed
Still
to do.
standing.
Never been discouraged.
I do like this church's sound, though, honestly.
Of course.
I love it. I really do
well,
like
you might be like him. You might have been raised in the black church.
it. Yeah. It's so
So
confusing.
everybody else is sitting down now, and he's
Now
standing.
he's standing, not supposed to be.
He's just standing with the money in his hand. What is he doing?
He's
Yeah, he's
holding
waving
the
at
money,
somebody.
Bubba. My gosh.
We're gonna have to stop
How
this.
much longer?
It's 40 more seconds in this
So
clip.
Whoopi doesn't care about any
So
of this.
uncomfortable.
I'll
Rick,
scoot
she doesn't
forward.
care.
I'll scoot forward, and finally, so he finally makes his way down, and then he gets to the plate, and they have to. And the guy who just handed him the money is right there with him, by the
He
way.
does realize
What
he handed
about
him money
this?
in front of everybody.
What would Harry Carey say?
Put it right here, Papa.
Guys, this is...
Yeah, we saw that.
All right.
Running the free world.
Yeah.
Bubba, I mean, he's not, but I mean, he's in the position that's supposed to be running the free world.
All right. Now here's the prayer, and here's the introduction.
Guys, y'all not. This didn't happen.
This is real.
Pass the
A bumper sticker.
Oh, sorry.
On
let
a
me-
senior, a bumper sticker. On a senior citizen's card that said, "I may be slow, but I'm in front of you." Use our president.
Oh my.
Use his experience.
Face.
Use his handicaps. And be glorified in his life.
So he admits
In
he has
Jesus'
handicap.
name.
So he
Let's
just calls
receive
it.
our president, the
Look at
president of the United States,
Hey, stand
President
up.
Joseph Biden.
Did you see the person had to lean in and go, Mr. President, stand up?
it. He didn't even.
Wow.
He even stopped closing his eyes and bowing his head. It's like he forgot what he was doing.
Mm.
You're
No, I don't-
praying.
He ain't gonna make it to November.
Bubba.
y'all.
This got me taking deep breaths, man. I'm a mess.
That's right up there with ho ho ho.
Rick, but we had no idea until he struggled in that debate.
Right.
There were no signs. He just had a bad night.
The guy just prayed for the
his
president's handicap.
He uses handicap.
Is he talking about his golf game?
I don't think so, because we know he lied about that. Maybe he needs to be forgiven.
Yeah.
But he was praying for supernatural intervention.
Yeah.
For this man to be helped to do this job, because we know he can't without it.
Here's his quick.
I don't want the president of the United States to be slow, but still in front of me.
No, that doesn't. I don't think that applies.
No, we
to
don't.
The presidency.
You just compared him to a senior citizen, which is fine, but they don't run the free world, and there's reasons why they don't.
Yeah.
Did they not have a story last week that he had come back and said one of the things he's going to do to better it is make sure they didn't do anything after 8 o'clock?
I hadn't heard that.
Yes. So
Okay.
basically, he has bedtime like a child.
Well, don't say that in front of Bubba. It's working.
But he said that
Some of us are already on the nursing home schedule.
Well, he was wore out from that trip. Now he had about 7-8 days to get ready for
Listen, I understand jet lag, but
Sure.
you gotta bounce back in 7-8 days.
Yeah, they said one of the things was that he's told his staff nothing after 8.
Hey, let me hit this again. We have got to stop
the world may
comparing
need something
him
after
to
8.
just the run of the mill aging person. I got that, but we wouldn't say, like even our father and your mom when she got there, Bubba, we wouldn't say to them that they're not of value, but we also would say they don't need to run the free world.
Right.
Not in that state. So this comparison of, yeah, right. There's some people though at his age that are still quite sharp and can do anything.
He's just not one of them.
He's just not one of them.
Right.
And so it's just I didn't know that they threw handicap in there. I did not know that. Yeah. And I did not know about the guy handing him money. I had not seen that.
See, that I don't even get.
Does everybody know they saw that? I mean, that's
Right. It's
kinda
right
open.
there up there. This is a comment from him here.
Here's part, yeah.
No.
I want to thank.
No, there's not
Thank
more.
you for.
Oh my goodness.
I said, Bishop, it's good to be home. Please sit down.
Took him.
He's not home.
First of all,
That's not his house.
He should have told him sit down when he walked up there.
Sure.
Okay.
Right.
Start there.
Right. You can be seated.
They didn't know what to do.
Here's what gets me.
Took him 12 seconds to say that.
I would have loved to have said, well, it looked like you didn't even know when to stand up or sit down.
Right.
So don't blame us.
Yeah.
Like, if I had cognitive problems, it would be a problem. It would be like it would cause problems for people, and I don't have that important of a job, frankly.
No.
He's the president
I mean,
of the United States.
Yeah. That's a big one. He's not somewhere we're turning into a
I
banana
could heat
republic.
something up in the microwave for it quicker than it is for him to say, sit down. Say, I could take a piece of pound cake that Terry's mom made and was delicious, and in 12 seconds it'd be hot to eat.
I bet it was. I bet it was fantastic.
That's a good move, by the way.
Yeah, boy, 12 to 15.
Yeah. So, guys, I don't have anything to add to that one. I think that one stands alone.
So many do.
Whoopi has made it clear none of this bothers her.
No.
And
Yeah, I want to ask her if she's seen this clip. How that good? Still good?
I'd like to know at what point she would be convinced he can't do the job, because you should just show me you can't do the job. I think we have. I think that one is. All right. There you go. We'll come back. More to cover on today's program. Gen Z having a little regret. We'll look into that a little bit. Who saw this coming? More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This
Disturbing video. We'll try to pick it back up here with something a little more lighthearted.
Yes.
NAPO.
Yeah, NAPO, the National Association of Professional Organizers, is with us this morning. We had the Messy Room contest where you can enter a messy room or an office, and then the National Association of Professional Organizers, which I know when they look upon our office and our show, they break out in hives.
Sure.
Because of our lack
Well, we'll talk a little bit about organizing.
Yeah, our lack of organization is troubling and sickening, I know, to these ladies.
Now, who all we got here, Kim? Introduce us to everybody.
Well, I'm Kim Sumter, and I have Ruth Ann Betz-Etzinger, Kathy Mann, and Patty Baker with me today.
Now, what was Ruth's last name?
Betz-Etzinger. It took me a while to learn that one.
I'm glad that you introduced. That's why I asked Kim to introduce everybody.
Yeah, I saw it there, and I was scared to death of it. You know, because
I got you covered.
we've covered that we can't speak well, and if your name is the least bit complicated, we will destroy it.
Sure.
It's almost like I panic and say it worse than really it even. You know what I mean?
If you just take your time and work your way through it, you'd be kind of.
But I just panic and I just shout out something on those kind of things.
Kim, this whole organization thing is kind of weird to us. There's a lot of people need that, and I know there's stores now that specialize in that, but it just, I didn't know that anybody got organized to the point that they go, hey, we need organizing.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, it's definitely an industry on the rise. We have just now hit the 2,000 mark of members across the country.
Only in America, too,
Only in
right?
America.
See, the rest of the world.
No, a nation, it's worldwide.
Worldwide?
There are some in Europe and all.
Really?
But there's not many, are there?
Not many. It's something that started in California, of course. And
So they don't
maybe
have
it's
as
way to
much
Alabama.
stuff as we do. That's why.
Well, it's, we've talked about it, and I think we all share in this.
Good Lord, are these some of the entries?
Yeah, I struggle with the fact that some people.
With a fork.
You've heard the great phrase, ignorance is bliss.
Yes.
Now,
what do you mean by that?
Well, there's some people that they're messy and they don't care.
You're right.
So they're fine with it.
And it depends on the level of what you want to do. There's some people that get so fed up with it and the stress is too much that they want to change it.
See, the thing with me is I desire to be neat and organized, but I can't pull it off.
You need an organizer.
See, I start, and what happens, I'm working, and then an overload comes in, and it just destroys the whole system like a tidal wave.
Right.
And then it's just everywhere, and then I get depressed and don't want to fool with it.
And the problem there is not the tidal wave, it was the system in the first place.
Well, sometimes that tidal wave just comes along. I'm not geared up to handle it.
But you're right. See, like, the biggest mistake that we make at the office at home is our deal with the mail, because of kids and busyness, is grab the mail and throw it on the desk instead of going ahead and sorting it when you bring it in. And that's our problem. But see, then you get that pile of paper and you look at it and it's so overwhelming you just have to walk away from it.
Yeah, it's depressing.
Right. And because you don't even know where to begin.
Exactly.
What's the first piece of paper I grab?
Exactly.
And that's where you guys come in. Huh?
Right. We're different than like cleaning ladies or maids, because we come in and we develop a system for you that it's easier to maintain, because it's always easier to maintain than to actually come in and clean up something. If you imagine a great big mess, like, for example, if your dishwasher stayed empty, as soon as the dishes are clean, you put them up. Now, as soon as you take one glass and you take that pill or whatever, take one glass, and as soon as you're done with it, you put it in the dishwasher. Instantly, your mess is cleaned up. To maintain a system, and those are the kind of things that we teach people. We work with them on developing systems that work, so that you don't have to come back and take off 2 weeks to clean up your house.
Yeah, the problem people have with a messy kitchen is when the meal's finished, go ahead and get it all in the dishwasher right then. And they walk off and leave it, and then the next meal comes
and
along.
Just piles up.
Kim, is this a science? I mean, would you organize a room the same way that one of the other ladies would?
Confidence in every capful. Here we go, 20 minutes past. Thank you for being with us today on a brand new Rick and Bubba show. So it's a topic that we've talked about quite a bit on the show. Things happen, things become hip to the groove, things become trendy. The problem is some of them are easily they're easily changed. Let's say that you remember, and I know these have come back, I'm wearing a mullet. Okay, I know the mullet is back. And I had the mullet run, enjoyed the mullet run. The mullet has returned. But let's say that I have decided that I got to have me a mullet. But then there there comes a point where I say, I don't really like the mullet. I have mullet regret. I simply begin to
done with the mullet.
I simply go to the hair place and they cut off the back of my mullet. They style the part that was business, and before you know it, I no longer have a mullet. It didn't take any time. It was not all that expensive.
You were done with the mullet, and now you don't have to look at it.
Let's say that I've gone to some sort of trendy shirts or pants,
tank tops. You were just gonna wear tank tops.
That's all you're gonna
If
wear.
I had tank top regret, which I probably would pretty quick, I would just simply start wearing a different shirt.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, but cars,
Quick fix.
cars. I don't really like this car. Okay, well then you just trade it and you get another one. I got caught up in wanting one of these smart cars, and I realized how dumb this is. Well, you just simply get another one.
Yeah, right.
Not so much with tattoos.
No, that's a commitment.
So we know that Gen Z, to be trendy or to be unique now is to have no tattoos.
Yeah.
There's nothing unique about tattoos anymore. The whole wide world's got them, and they don't just have one; they got many.
Oh yeah.
As I've tried to say to the tattoo generation, less is more.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go thighs, calf.
It appears it's very difficult to stop
Sleeves.
once you get started with this.
Oh,
Apparently, right, the arm sleeve.
And some,
It's kind of like
sleeve
me
looks
and
like
a
you
box
take
of
a bath.
cookies.
yeah, and some of you that are so lily white, you're almost transparent.
Yeah.
Well, that's looking rough on that thigh.
It is.
It comes on in
Let me
dark.
tell you what, that dragon. on
Especially
your
if it's a
thigh-
real colorful one.
It's a real colorful. It looks like that you fell into a comic book. So less is more.
That skin gets drooping later too, and all of a sudden,
Well, yeah.
Roger Rabbit don't look like he did when you got him.
no. well,
Tribal armband hanging under your arm is not near as
good.
impressive.
Not near.
So anyway, we have Bubba, this is the times we're living in, a TikTok influencer.
Oh.
You don't stop.
Sarah Beth Clark, never heard of her.
No.
She said, I spent tens of thousands of dollars on tattoos in my 20s, despite, must have been listening to the show, being told that I would regret them later. Guess what? She's now in her mid-30s, and she regrets them.
How much she spend?
She's-
10,000.
She said tens of thousands of dollars.
Wow.
She says she's in the process of getting a large full-color tattoo removed from her upper arm, another on her chest that's been the most limiting in her model career. Think about it. Some people walked up to take pictures of her. I guess she's a model, too. And they go, we don't like the tattoo across your chest. That's not going to look good.
Yeah.
So it's cost her jobs. And so...
See, now people are even giving in to the neck. We would stay away, but now we'll go right to your earlobe.
Male, female,
man,
right there.
And so now as soon as she posted this as an influencer on TikTok, Bubba,
That's her.
Yeah.
there
she is.
Oh boy,
Yeah, I see why she
Sure,
wants
that
to cover
felt
it up.
I think that's a dude.
Oh, okay.
is it? That's not her.
Sorry,
Yeah, that's
sorry.
a good neck tattoo, though.
But
that's a
anyway-
good example of the neck.
What makes this story is
No
not
regrets.
It's not just that a TikTok influencer has come to this conclusion. Now she was inundated with thousands of messages of people at her same age saying we all have tattoo regret as well. So they're saying this generation that it became, it's always been out there. Bubba said this before, and I agree. Our experience as little boys was somebody who had served in Nam, or in the Korean
Most
Special
Navy,
Forces.
most Navy guys.
Yeah.
Navy guys, Special Forces.
You'd see a little something on your pawpaw's arm. If he served in Korea or WW2 or Nam, or they'd have a little something, and it usually wasn't very.
No,
it was
it's
kind of
small.
faint. You couldn't see it real good, and and probably he had a story to go with it. But now it's become fashionable, but it's not the greatest fashion. Again, less is more. If you and I know there's different views on the whole tattooing thing from its pagan background and all that. And that's a different topic. But just the whole thing of however you feel about it, I still will stand by. Less is more.
You talking about stop on maybe the ladybug on your foot?
It's just when it's if you've got to the point that you take your shirt off and no one knows it.
Yeah. That's a good measure.
Yeah, it's like I'm shirtless. Are you? I didn't. Oh, I guess you are.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But they're saying this has become a regret now from this generation. But
there was obviously health concerns anytime you break the skin, and there's if the equipment is not right, you have a high risk of getting hepatitis and some of that stuff.
Yeah.
But even with all that done correctly, they're saying now that having this under your skin can cause other problems. Which,
Who would have thunk it?
I know
Dixie Roberts taught me that.
Ink shouldn't be under your skin.
That was one of my science teachers when I was in about 6th, 7th grade.
Draw all over yourself.
People were drawing on themselves. She said, "You're gonna regret that one day.
You don't want
That ink's not good for you." But it goes back to this again, to the original point. The problem with the tattoo is other things that I mentioned that can be trendy are easily fixed. Once you're done with
This is
that,
tough.
and you go,
And you can bring it back at any moment.
and you can bring it back. But a tattoo, even if you decide I
Bad
want to
haircuts,
yeah,
bad
sure.
clothing,
All that's easy. Yeah.
bad hairstyles,
Yeah.
all of that can be fixed.
Yep.
Easy.
But not so much a tattoo. And so no, here's a buddy of mine. I'm going to answer no.
Uh-oh.
He's tatted up pretty good, and he says, "What do you think about tattoos on my leg?" And I'm putting no. yeah, just a simple no. But it's everybody's own business. The story today is there's starting to be a lot of regret from people who didn't. It was just an impulse thing. It's just an there was one time it was a way to look. Hey, I'm in a motorcycle gang, and I want to scare you or something like that. I want to seem edgy. But now when you look and Phyllis down the block's got like 9 of them, it's like she's got like kids and stuff, and like I think she's on the homeroom committee. It just became a little weirder.
If you are thinking about getting a tattoo, try this, because I have one tattoo. It's my wedding ring finger, so I don't have to wear a ring every day all the time.
That doesn't count.
That doesn't count as a tattoo.
It doesn't even.
count.
You can't even see it.
It doesn't count.
That's not a Sharpie?
Greg likes to make fun of it. It's not a Sharpie, but that's not what this is about.
Okay.
But my rule for me was, if I wanted a tattoo, I had to want it for a full year.
Right.
If I'm like, all right, that's the one. I'm
still
set
there.
on this. I've made that rule for myself, and time again, a year later, I don't want that anymore.
Yeah.
So
I
maybe
had
try
that
that.
Good rule. That's a
I had
good
that
rule.
conversation with
But
Taylor.
you are glad you got the Tasmanian devil, right?
Yes, yeah. What mama don't know won't hurt her. That's what I mean.
Roy Orbison.
Yeah.
Bubba, I'm not going to have one now because I want to be unique.
Yeah,
I want to
right,
be different. And so I am as unique and different as I can be. I don't have any.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be like everybody else. Because everybody gets tattooed.
Yeah, sure.
It's the unique that don't get tattooed. Yeah. I want to be edgy. I want to make a statement.
I've seen some of these guys, a couple of them in the NBA. They've got so many tattoos, they have nothing left where they could get one.
Doesn't that feel a little, moderation kind of got violated there?
It can't be good for you.
Some of these people look like Chipotle bags. You know what I mean?
That's so good. That's it. Phone calls next. America, the lines are available. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Do you have rules to go?
Everybody's different. Everybody's different because, every one of us is different. And we each have our own messes. We each have our own distinct, unique situations, depending on what kind of mess you're talking about. You have a different life than Bubba does. And so, well, maybe not y'all, but
Oh, no, trust me.
most people,
Yeah, it's always
let me tell you
different.
that.
Yes. We all have our own
Yeah,
individual
we've
quirks.
all got our own mess. Let's put it that way.
And so we have to customize. Each person is going to be different. So we have to customize our unique abilities with what they do so that it matches.
Kim, do we have a couple of shots of just a couple of the entries
I think
here?
we do. We have selected a winner, and I'll tell you what, we've got some great entries. Some of these, I have to confess, we couldn't do in a month.
Okay.
Let alone
Yeah,
a day.
I mean, you need
They
lighter
really
fluid on a
challenge
few of
us.
these. I mean, I don't see any other way to, good
That's
Lord.
exactly what I said on some of them.
Yeah. Some of them you have to move. Well, yeah, let's just move.
Yeah.
Leave that
Start
stuff
over.
and start with new stuff.
Yeah.
That's right. But these that we have selected, we narrowed it down to several.
Are these
and-
3 finalists here? Or?
No, this is one. This is the
Oh,
winner
wow.
here.
Wow.
And,
Was this a room or an office?
It is a room,
Mm.
and it happens to be a 10-year-old little girl.
Oh, my gosh.
And I think you got the letter, Rick, don't you?
I think I should win the messy room contest because no matter how hard or how many times I try to clean my room, a week later it's messy again. It drives my mom crazy. My sister and me and my mom have all gotten tired of cleaning it. Sometimes it's hard to tell what color the floor is. I would be more than happy to have a professional organize my room, and then I would keep it the professional way. This is the winner is Sarah Deline Rogan, and she listens to the show, and she is from Vestavia Hills, Alabama.
So, but you
is-
got to work the system, right, Kim,
Yes.
after you get the system?
Yeah, what we're going to do is
Get
put
the plan,
together,
work the
just
plan.
like what she says in there. She says, they get the room cleaned up, and then days later it's messy again.
Do you think a 10-year-old is capable of staying with this
Absolutely.
system?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I have a 9-year-old that is.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, you threaten them.
Yeah, sure.
There was some philosophy behind this, and you guys said that basically you wanted to instill into this 10-year-old a way to organize so it can stay with her the rest of her life, right?
Right. We felt like as a 10-year-old, we can teach her and we can change her life for the rest of her life
I mean, adults can be taught too, but this child can be taught so that she can carry this on onto her dorm room, onto her first apartment, on in and teach her children. And that's what we're all about, teaching people how to be organized.
She's basically saying it's too late for us.
Yeah, in a nice way, she just wrote us off. Thank you.
Look, it's why people who, all the beer companies don't go after people over a certain age, because you can't get them to change their beer.
Yeah, no.
You know it, and that's where this is.
Ladies, could we have you guys come back, or gals, when we have a new suite in 04 and organize it?
Yeah, we got to have them.
Yeah, I would love to.
Speedy, do y'all do this full time, or is this like a thing you do? You're a full-time organizer.
It's a full-time job.
Wow.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
it is.
And people call you and say, "Come organize me."
People call all the time and they say, "What exactly do you do?"
Right.
And sometimes people call and they think you're a retail store. They'll call and say, "Well, do you carry shoe racks?" I say, "No, I'm a consultant. I come into your home or your office, work side by side with you, and help you attack whatever problem areas you need help with."
So you're not attached to any group that sells material, so you can be flexible. I mean, if so and so's got something, shoe rack right there, number one, and then over here, drawers, yeah.
In fact, most of the time when you go work with somebody to help them get organized, we were talking about this before, you have organizing products left over because many times they've gone to the organizing stores, bought tons of products.
It doesn't matter if you hadn't fixed the problem with the person.
And they come home, they don't know what to do with them. So we usually have products left over.
What if they took a stare into our office right now? What would they do?
Oh, hey.
You better carry it. They'd probably throw up. You better carry a trash can.
We might need to pull the cord over and see if we can't show them because it's all. The problem I've got is like my little computer room. I bought some little Rubbermaids to fill up different stuff, and they're empty, and like all my mess is sitting on top of the empty Rubbermaid.
So it didn't help.
You could tell mine was organized, and it grew up. Right. You know what I mean? It just got out of control.
Yours is like mine's a little shop of horrors. There was a plant here, everything was fine.
Everybody always.
I was fired up, but now I'm depressed about it, and I don't want to go near it.
I mean, everybody. Now, Bubba, I will tell you, I've been to the DB. Your bill organization of what bills are due, when they're due. You've got a pretty good setup. Me, I don't. I mean, I have an awful setup. I mean, everybody's different, but what's one little thing you can at your home office that you could do to help organize the desk?
My favorite thing is a tippler system.
Watch out now.
You get a file box. You get file folders numbered with the days of the month, 1 through 30, labeled with the days of the month.
Yeah, lines are available. Speedy's got it. We're chatting with you, America. Don't forget, I mean, it's still happening. I don't know if Speedy has gotten involved, but the $25 extravaganza sale still rolling at mypillow.com/bigbox. They've been with us and celebrating 30 years with us. And I'm shocked that they still have all these items at $25. Sandals, slides, slippers, $25. Beach towels, $25. Giza My Pillows, $25. You got a second home, maybe a camper, maybe you're renting a place this summer, you need some extra bed sheets. Wow, $25 for Giza Dream or the Percales, the designer premium My Towels, $25. They even have a dog bed and some blankets for the dog that Greg needs for his wonderful dog, Millie. And the $25. So mypillow.com/bigbox. It continues, or just look for the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Let's get started. Let's go to David in Prattville, I-92. David, go ahead.
David.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Hey, I was going to say, I'm now going to get 2 tattoos now. I'm going to get a Rick and Bubba tattoo logo on my left thigh that says, "You can't have nothing." And to honor my mom, I'm going to get Mom above my behind, and every time I do a cartwheel, I'm going to tell everybody, "Wow."
That's funny. Didn't we have a person do the Rick and Bubba logo tattoo one time? Don't we have one documented?
I think so.
Didn't that happen, or did I dream it?
No, I think it happened, but it's been a long time ago.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're going to do one, do a good one.
Yeah, I wonder if they're still around.
Let's go to Eric in Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. Eric, go ahead.
Morning, guys. How are y'all?
We're good. Great. Hope you're okay.
Yeah, I know Adler said he had a tattoo on his ring finger, and Rick, I'm kind of like you. I think less is more. Do any of y'all guys have tattoos?
Anybody got a tattoo?
No, I don't.
No.
I don't think anybody on the show has
Thinking
one.
about getting one, though.
Yeah.
Something
Yeah.
small.
So I think
I got a battleship across my back.
I think Speedy's got one hidden. He just never won't come clean about it. But don't you sense he's got one?
Yeah, he does.
I thought he had a 4-leaf clover or something.
I bet he's. I bet he's got, because you see this sometimes. Wasn't he like a frat guy one time?
Yeah, he's got.
And the frat guys will get a little
On their ankle.
On his ankle, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Now I do want to go back and tribute to '70s that keep on trucking. That big foot out.
Well, I got a text too. The other one, and Adder, you can speak to this. Didn't you have the gauge thing one time? The big earlobe things.
Yeah. When I first started working for you guys, in fact.
Does that come back?
I went about the size of a pencil.
Yeah, yours weren't huge.
And if you go farther than like a pencil, you're going to be in trouble. It's going to look
like these people that have done the full blown droopy. If they that's another trend.
So
if
is
you decide
yours
you don't want
gone? Did it grow
Yeah,
back?
mine closed up. I still have a hole, but it's done.
Do you still wear your earrings? Or
No.
Was your original goal with that to get bigger and bigger and bigger, or did you?
No, when I was, in my early,
I see people and I'm thinking, I don't know what you think, especially when they take them out and they really look good.
I know.
Early 20s, it was popular for guys to have just like around a pencil eraser size, and so I was cool and I did that. And also, here's Greg. Here's your tattoo that you got. Yeah.
Hey, I guarantee you there's some of them out there.
100%.
Trump's tramp stamp.
Darlene in Alabama. Darlene, go ahead.
Hi, I'm from Gardendale, and I'm in my late 60s. My whole chest is tattooed. Women that go through mastectomy because of breast cancer have horrible scars, so it's a thing to get some dignity back.
Yeah. Okay.
And so I think that needs to be considered. And you just don't get a tattoo because you want it. You get it for meaning.
Yeah, well, you do acknowledge, though, that is not the case in so many cases now, which is what this story is about. It's become trendy as opposed to something people really are thinking through, or there's some deep meaning to it. A lot of it's just everybody's doing this, so I want one too. And a tattoo is not like other trends, so you probably want to think it through more. Yeah,
What'd you go with, ma'am?
Well, I started at 60 with a candle for my deceased husband.
Okay.
And it is addicting. But you're right. It's got to have meaning.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for the
and
call.
Purpose.
Appreciate that.
I have heard about this addiction thing. What's his name? Who was the Josh Hamilton? Josh Hamilton said he went through that.
Yeah, he didn't know he was an addictive person. Boy, then he went off.
It was interesting that she admitted that, because I thought I haven't done it, so I don't know. But it looks like people get addicted to it. And apparently, just like everything else, they do.
Yeah. I could get a tattoo of my other addiction, cheeseburgers.
Oh, right there. That would look great.
Yeah.
Before you know it, though, you're adding the fries.
And a shave.
You're out of hand at that point.
Make it a double.
Let's go to Bert out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Bert, go ahead.
Beryl. It's Beryl.
Hey, Beryl. Go ahead. Are you the hurricane?
Rick, someone told me that you'd make an excellent commentator for Bubba's Pickleball League. But also, the reason I called is because isn't Greg part of the Special Forces, hence the word special?
That's funny.
That's a great call,
What
buddy.
did he say?
He really don't need to be referring to anyone else as that.
No, he really doesn't.
I mean, if you had an application for that, you go, we have a winner.
Yep.
Would you stamp it approved?
I believe we got us one. Good luck, buddy.
He may not have a driver's license.
Nah, he may not, so I better back off.
Well, that's the key.
That's
Yep.
it.
That's
I
know.
That's the line,
or full-time job.
But wasn't that required automobile?
That's true.
Well,
maybe not.
Not necessarily.
Remember the day you were with me?
Yeah,
he gets a ride.
Yeah. Ooh, I don't know if we can make fun of him.
Yeah. Let's go to Ben in Sweet Home, Alabama as well. Ben, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was wondering if Speedy was offered the job to be Biden's handler, how much would he have to ask to accept the job?
Oh, look, he's in there shaking his head. He's in the booth right now taking calls. He said, "No way." There's no. I mean, of course, now
Speedy's got a price.
Yeah. Sure, boy,
You're talking about people that want him to step down. Those people in charge of him that have to get him where he's going.
Can you imagine
they can't
every day
wait
you
for
get
him.
up,
Please,
like I was talking about his press secretary. Every day you get up, you're like, we got to get him from point A to point B. Guys,
when it's all over, you know they're going to be like, wow, it was great, but I am so tired. I'm so good out.
Bubba,
sleep for
I know I've referenced it before. Just trying to get Dad through the Hall of Fame induction weekend. That was a little taste of that, and frankly, at that point, he was about where Biden is now.
Oh yeah,
and I will tell you, it is exhausting.
Very.
And then you just pick your battles. I remember at the time Mom was trying to get him to wear dress shoes. I said, Mom, we've got him in the tux. Put the tennis shoes on him. Who cares?
Who cares?
We continue. Let's go to Bailey. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. How you doing today, guys?
We're good. I hope you're okay, man.
Good. Heading to work. You was talking about the tattoo topics. I got a full sleeve tattoo, but I only regret one of them, and I got it covered up with another tattoo.
There you go. That's one option.
I like these to get their significant other's name on there, and then they break up. They're like, well.
You know, one of the funniest scenes in the movies was the movie, and I can't remember the name of it. It was the ones that were posing as a family so they could smuggle drugs into the
Yeah,
what was
got
it?
Jason Sudeikis.
Yes. And that guy comes to pick up his fake daughter, and he's got no regrets tattooed across here, but he's misspelled it. And he keeps saying, he says, so you have no regrets? He said, no. He said, not even one letter. That's a funny scene to me.
Kyle in Birmingham. Kyle, go ahead.
No regret. You sure?
Good morning, fellas.
You sure about that? That's good. Go ahead, Kyle. Sorry.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I sent Speedy a clip of Jimmy Fallon making fun of Biden and his misfeat. It's hilarious. It's got one cuss word in it, so I may have to screen that one out. But if y'all can watch that is the most funniest thing you ever see.
You can't say the most funny thing I will ever see. I mean, I've seen some pretty funny things.
I can't believe that he would actually make fun of him, without because everybody.
Did Fallon really make fun of him?
Well, he'd get in trouble for that. Because remember when he had Trump on there and he actually acted like that he was having fun, he got just ripped.
This
apart.
guy just reminded me too, and by golly, we're playing when we come back. Did y'all hear the Rick and Bubba parody song that came in over the weekend?
I did.
Okay, playing it next.
Okay.
Forgot all about it.
I did.
I just
So
remembered
it's coming out.
We're about to play it.
Are you gonna do that to him?
Are you gonna? Should we play the Fallon?
I was just showing it for B-roll. That's Jimmy Fallon calling in the sketch Barack Obama for debate prep tips or something like that.
So this was before it or after?
Let me screen it and figure it out.
Okay, all right.
Well, it's got one cuss word.
Greg, you couldn't stand it, could you?
Not what he sounded like, Greg.
All right. Joseph in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Joseph, go ahead.
I didn't go far enough.
Hey, I got a couple tattoos.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, the funny thing about it is, though, I didn't know that I had them until I woke up. They're medical. They're medical tattoos that I got for radiation to the two little dots on my stomach, so that they could properly align me for the I got the proton radiation.
Yeah.
And the
Combine
thing
the
is,
strings,
I had something called hydrocephalus, which is like where your brain kind of starts to leak a little bit, and so like I lost consciousness, and when I woke up, I had the tattoos.
You know, you're not the only person to ever lose consciousness and wake up with tattoos.
Yeah.
But yours
That's
is
a
much
running
more,
thing.
yours is much more serious than that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's more medical.
There's actually some use to those.
That's a functional couple of tattoos right there.
Yeah.
Thanks for the calls. We'll come back. We will play that parody song and maybe the Jimmy Fallon bit. Maybe. We'll look at it and see. More Rick and Bubba coming up. Also, don't forget, if you want to check the Rick and Bubba store, some items are still available. Now more than ever, more valuable than ever at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And every day you just pull out your folder, and what you're not going to deal with that day, you put in whatever day in the month you are going to deal with it. So if it's 2 days later or a week later or next month, you just keep that tickler system going, and that keeps the extra paperwork from flying all over your desk.
Well, plus, I hate all the not needed stuff they send you. How much do I owe you and when's it due?
Yeah.
What's all this crap I'm tearing off and trying to find where I'm going to throw it? And,
And we're supposed to be going to a paperless
Right.
society.
Look,
Rick's right though. What do you do with that? Some of the envelopes have got so much,
immediately. That's the biggest thing. Is going back to you're standing over the garbage can when that mail comes in, and paperwork is probably what we get the most of because it's the thing that inundates us the most.
Well, here's the thing: if I can be organized with my bill paying, why can't I do it in other areas?
Yeah. Well, see, you've got areas you're strong and areas you're not strong.
Let me ask you this. I noticed I was reading through your book of being organized about getting your bills sent to you at a particular time of the month. I think that's critical to do that. Get them all at the right time. And what I like to do, Speedy loves this. We get paid like once a month, which I like that system better because I know what's due. I got the amounts on them. And when I get paid, I go ahead and pretty much pay my bills whether the bill has come or not.
Right.
And then, the big ones, and then some of the little stuff you handle. But you get that out of the way. And I do it on the computer, and I do it in about 20 minutes. Gone, done. Now, it goes away real quick. There it went.
Sure.
But,
Wow, that didn't stay here very long.
A lot of money now.
Also, people want to know, do you organize classrooms for teachers?
We have done that. Basically, if there is a mess, there's an organizer that can take care of it. We all specialize in different things, and and so it just depends on what your personal situation is. There's somebody that can take care of that issue for you.
You know this is going to happen.
Can y'all take some questions too? Because I know we're going to have some organized questions.
And plus people are going to want to know, how would they get in touch with this organization?
Need to go to www.napo.net.
.napo, N-A-P-O.net.
Yes. National Association for Professional Organizers.net.
Okay. We'll come back 14 minutes past.
I thought it was that used car book for the longest time.
Oh, my gosh, they're showing our office. Ladies, can y'all see that?
How did that get over there?
Oh, my gosh. They're showing...
Look at that. That's Speedy's dad. That's Speedy's dad.
Oh, my God.
Look at them. They're cringy.
Oh, my God.
Don't show mine, D, whatever
over
you
here.
do.
Bubba's here. We're going around to Bubba. Oh, get Bubba's. Oh, there's stuff in his seat.
Under the desk. Look, Sony boxes everywhere.
It's the one and only.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Here we go. Making our way back. Bubba, over the years, we have been sent many Rick and Bubba parody songs. and they're always interesting. And there's been some good ones. Over the 4th of July weekend, we received another one. This one, let me see. You think the guy wants his name? He doesn't really say his name. Well, he's going on the email by the Coke Man. Should I be concerned?
Coke Man.
I hope that is. I hope that's the soft drink.
Yeah.
So anyway, and it's a parody song that he put together himself.
Maybe Rob.
Just Rob from Monte Valley?
He's Coke Man.
Do y'all think that's possible?
I don't know.
No, not after hearing his voice. No.
Yeah. So
Picturing Rob.
I don't know if you
Please
just want
picture.
to get
They got it.
various pictures to show here. Will you have a problem that he's using "What a Wonderful World" karaoke music underneath?
Yeah, but that's fine.
Would that be problematic?
We'll just go for it.
Yeah.
Let's just do it.
Yeah.
Let's say go for it.
So
honestly, I'm playing.
We're never going to get that button. Are we?
We're never gonna get that button. I'm playing Old Turner South flashbacks during the commercial breaks on YouTube. Those are getting us flagged, and the copyright flag says this material belongs to Rick and Bubba.
Correct.
Is what it says on YouTube, and why I'm getting flagged. I'm disputing those copyright claims every day now.
Are you sending them "We Are Rick and Bubba"?
That's exactly what I say. I'm like,
Right,
this
yeah.
is us. We are playing our own show on our own show.
Right. It's like that time they flagged us for Mr. Lucky music.
Yes,
that,
right.
that was a dandy, wasn't it?
Them
This is
singing.
us.
Well, Rick, a lot of people using it.
Yeah, a lot of people using it out there, Greg. No, if anybody's using any of that, we don't want them to.
Yeah.
All right, so here it is. Here's the Coke Man, and if you don't, I don't have to do the whole. It's not very long.
But it feels
It's creative.
But, well, let's hope it doesn't feel long. Kind of like the Western Horizon.
I don't know. That's what you're stuck on. Huh?
Well, I just heard that.
That's all you got.
He's going back. Thank you for spending the time on that. He did say Spain.
It's Spain.
Gosh almighty.
Spain.
He called him Spain. He called him Spain.
He obviously knows a lot about the
What do
show.
you think of that, Helmut?
To rhyme, did he?
No, he really didn't. Because I noticed.
No, he would rhyme, but then he wouldn't.
Well, no, his pinnacle moment was the exhaust because that all rhymed.
That was
yeah.
The other, he was kind of trying to get everything in there, which we appreciate. But
We
he would.
do.
But you know, the thing to
He
me,
did his homework.
if you rhyme, I want you to keep rhyming.
Yeah.
And he would rhyme every now and then he just put somebody.
Then all of a sudden he says, Mickey Dean.
right.
What?
We kind of
Guys.
forced Mickey Dean in there a little bit. God rest
We
his
had to
soul.
get him in there.
Yeah. What? What?
What are y'all doing?
Well, we're just.
I thought it was a good song.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's no Robbie McCurdy.
No,
but I will.
No.
I will tell you,
Rick Robbie's a new level.
He tossed another one out over 4th of July. We're not even paying attention to him now.
What weird is these videos Robbie gets of your personal life?
Yeah.
I wonder where he got it.
Yeah, the Robbie McCurdy thing.
We had a house that we grew up in.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of go, hey, I like this guy writing songs. Then he starts seeing pictures that I didn't know how he had.
Yeah, I didn't know I had. I've never seen these
And
pictures.
then I realized that this particular parody songwriter has me under surveillance. That began to kind of worry me a little bit. It kind of took the fun out of it.
Yeah.
But hey, good job, whoever this person is.
Yeah, Coke Man.
Yeah.
Coke Man.
What a
wonderful
I hear Prater in Spain. Watch what he said.
Casio
Well, I never been to Spain, but I kind of like the music.
Mickey Dean.
Yeah, so. But that's good. It's good stuff in there.
I appreciate the effort.
Yeah,
that's
that was
what I'm
good.
saying.
I like it.
That's
I'm
why
gonna
I'm
do it.
landing. Burgess boys.
I may start. Let's play that every morning instead of the national anthem.
Here we go.
I'm sorry to even bring this up.
Okay, here he goes.
But the What a Wonderful World always makes me think of this infamous Japanese game show moment. Have you guys seen this?
Why are you doing
It
this?
went viral.
Oh,
In which this Japanese
I
guy,
like this already.
This Japanese guy dresses up as Louis Armstrong, like with
Blackface.
You mean Louis Armstrong?
Louis Armstrong.
Rick, blackface.
Blackface and everything.
Oh my!
And
Has it got to Japan yet?
It can't be real.
Look at his hair.
And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
What in the world?
What made you
Evidently
dig that up?
blackface hadn't
Can
got
I
to
tell you
Japan.
something, though? Why has Henry Cho never done that for us? He's got it.
Don't get him on Henry.
It's so inappropriate on so many levels.
So why did you show it?
Because it's so amazing.
What a wonderful
There's so many things colliding in that. Yeah, it's like, can an Asian get away with it? You don't know where to go with it.
He looks more like Arthur Ashe than he does the Satchmo.
Oh, wow.
Why's Arthur Ashe singing this?
Yeah, what's that about?
Mickey Dean, too.
Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Questions now for the ladies. This one I bet they may have never heard before. Ricky is in Meridian, Mississippi. I'm
Good,
great.
buddy. How y'all this morning? I just want to know if they could organize a shoe house.
Have y'all ever been asked to organize a shooting house for
A deer hunter.
For a deer hunter that he has set up maybe out on his land? These are these little houses you sit
Little
in.
hut
Well,
looking.
it's a new
See, the
request.
problem is that I have is it's I got you can cook in there, and it's set up where I can take my kids with me, but you can cook in there. Got
Sure.
a TV and all this stuff, but I got food, a little pantry area. You got to have a place for your calls. You got to have a place for your scents. You got to have a place for all these necessities that you need to have for hunting.
Right.
I used to go hunting with my husband, so I know what they need.
Oh, really? You do? How about this, Ricky? They can help. We've even got one that specializes in hunting.
Can I tell? Yeah.
How about that?
You know what I did, and y'all can tell me if it's a good idea. I put like a little basket under the window, and like the things that I need, I set in it so I can just get them easy and not knock around and get it. Is that a good idea? Is it not? Well, you saw my desk.
Yes.
There's certain areas good, other areas not so good.
Jason, Nashville, Tennessee, Star 97. What's up?
Hello, Rick. A minute ago, you had talked about the problem or the aggravation you have when you receive a bill in the mail and you simply just want to get the bill and find out how much you pay and send the bill in.
Yes.
But you can't tell because it's just cluttered with all these advertisements.
I hate that.
Well, I've got a solution for you.
Okay.
What I do, instead of taking those ads out and dumping them in my trash can, I take the ads and I turn around and I put them back in the envelope that I put my check in the bill receipt in, so that when they get the envelope back at the company, they have to wade through all their own junk to get my bill.
Oh, hey, well, how about this? You may get Listener of the Week.
If you tell all your listeners to do that, I guarantee you that we'll see a reduction in that advertising junk that comes in through the mail.
Well, hey, that's a good idea, Jason. Thanks a lot.
See, I hate writing checks out, and it takes too long, and you envelope and can't find stamps and all. That's why I like the electronic. Do you encourage anything that is paperless? Do you try to do that?
I do, because, I mean, paper just, it can be overwhelming.
Sure, and plus, you have to kill trees to have it.
Let me ask you this, because what happens? Do you still have to keep up with the documentation, though, on a hard copy of the bill?
I have. Well, let me ask you this: should you always spend time organizing up front, or are there times that you should just put everything together, keep it in a box, and then organize it if needed? Because you could waste time organizing that you really didn't have to go back and get it. Like receipts is what I'm talking about. I know some people go to extreme on receipts. I know some people throw them in the garbage. I just put them in a box for that year, and then if I need them, I can go dig them out.
It is possible to over-organize, and being a perfectionist is the opposite end of the spectrum from being messy and disorganized, and that can be just as bad a problem. And the idea is to find a balance in the middle, and you think about ROI, return on investment, the amount of time you're putting into it.
Great term there.
Is it worth what you're getting?
Return on investment.
Wow.
Yeah.
The other tip is, if you have some items and you're not sure how important they are, is throw them in a box, date it, leave the box there for 3 months, 6 months.
See if you go back to it.
Haven't opened the box, throw the whole box out.
There you go. I'd agree. I call them a hold box. I put hold on it.
There you go.
Yeah.
And here's a tip for
And on a rainy day, you can go back and go, oh, I know I had this stuff. It's kind of like shopping again.
Yeah,
you know? I've always wanted one of those. There it is.
My method is, if something has not proven itself worthy, when a certain period of time, I throw it away. And it drives my wife crazy. My wife is one of these, let's keep it around just in case. I'm like, look, this thing is, you know what, the one I love, we've got a garage full of stuff from the move that we didn't want to do anything with. Well, it sat there for 6 months. I said, for 6 months, we've survived without everything in this garage. It's gone. Let's load it up and throw it away. And, I mean, because we can't say we really needed it. We've gone 6 months and never gone in that garage and took something out and used it.
Did you win that? Did you get rid of it?
Well, she's wanting to have a yard sale. Just throw it away.
Or,
I mean, let's get, let's
or
do
Bubba,
it.
don't even throw it away. Donate it to charity. There's so many worthy charities in the area.
That's what I mean.
There's
something like
people
that.
who need
That's
those
what I
things.
did the first time that I made that point.
Yeah.
Is just have one. They'll come get it in the truck and let them have it. I'm for that. And try to have a yard sale. Yeah, we might spend all Saturday and pull down $60. Let's get rid of it. Bye.
One thing we have to do is talk with people about their reasoning for holding on to things. And there are books devoted to the reasons people hold on to things for
Kind of like
so
with
long.
psychiatrists.
Well, see, I go too far. A lot of times I'll throw something away a little quick, and sure enough, somebody will call and go, hey, I need that. And I go, yeah, let me see if I can't get you in touch with Waste Management of Jefferson County, that kind of thing. Where are we? Don't we have Carrie Lambert's office too?
Did we?
We've been showing. We have.
Yeah,
Have y'all shown
yeah.
that?
Yeah, we're looking. This is our operations manager's office.
Yeah,
and we
can
wonder,
y'all organize that?
Is there anything y'all can do with that office there? We were just looking at that. That's a nice one there.
That's probably what we would do with that, though.
See, as a matter of fact, that is where how I organize. I throw it in Carrie Lambert's office.
There are people we have actually heard of. I don't think any of us have had to do this. That literally have rented those, put them in people's front yards to organize.
Just to start them.
Sometimes the best way to do it.
Yeah. Shoot.
6 minutes past the hour. How about you? From the Big Boy Studio. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. As you heard, the gang is all here. We keep trying to see an official movie trailer for Gladiator and Gladiator 2. Somebody sent us one. It wasn't real. It was AI generated. Somebody has sent us another,
me.
and they claim it's the Will one. No, this is the Will one.
It's the Will one.
And I don't know whether it is or it isn't. Adler says yes. He thinks it is confirmed.
Oh, boy. Ooh, there's Denzel.
All right, so do we now gaze upon the trailer, which I know, Greg, how you are on sequels. I know how much we all respect the original Gladiator. It's as far as dude movies, it's up there in the top 10.
Yeah, it's a good one.
It's a great movie. And sometimes when you tamper with something this good, it sounds like they went all in with some great actors.
There's another storyline of the same. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, easy, Greg. Just be
I'm
calm.
okay with
Just
it.
settle. All
I'm
right.
okay with
so here we go. Let's have a look.
All the music and all that.
Yeah, I mean,
copyright.
I like that music. I mean,
So the production quality looks like it's excellent.
I'm in. Basically, they just gave us the movie again.
I like that.
And I like that. Denzel's now the guy who trains the gladiators, it looks like. Is he that guy now?
And the kid that was in the first one is
Sure.
he like Lucius? Is that his name?
I
Something
don't know,
like
Greg.
that.
Nice
right,
grab.
Greg.
Nice grab.
He's grown,
Yeah, he's got
Got
something
it.
going
Don't know
on.
where I was born.
Coach Boone. Oh, that's Denzel. He was in it.
Right, yeah.
So instead of a tiger, he's fighting a rhino this time around.
That's a little much.
Are you not entertained?
I know. Did you notice his blood was already on his horn, too, where he got others?
Yes.
Hey, Greg.
I would tell you, the rhino is overlooked.
It is.
How that's not a mascot for a football team,
I know.
I'll never know. I'll never know.
Apparently, if you throw dust in there, they'll run into the wall.
That's
So,
right.
I guess
that's all it takes.
And with the Redskins having all that problem, now they're the Commanders. They should have gone with the Rhinos.
Washington Rhinos.
Would have been perfect.
Oh,
Get it, Rhinos?
fantastic.
Get it.
Yeah, they could have kept the R on their head, like they had before this last logo.
There you go.
They used to have the R with the
Picture
feathers
that,
hanging
man.
out.
Oh, my goodness.
But
And what
that
if you
looks
took the
good.
feather and made it the horn of a rhino?
Make it a horn on the other side.
there you
go.
My goodness, what a great idea.
Yep.
All right, well, so when it comes out in November, that's a long time to wait.
If you were a gladiator, what would be your weapon of choice?
Good question.
I just stick with that sword.
Does that voice have to be there?
Still, you're not entertained.
He's still in
I
the
just
training.
go while you can.
Who's asking? Darth Vader?
You know what Adler would say? I don't need weapons. My hands are a weapon.
Yeah.
You got your standard sword, of
Yeah, I'm
course.
going
It's a heavy sword.
Yeah, or
It's a
you
heavy
got
sword. I think I'd like to
you got
swing that
swinging spike thing.
I like the spike
A
ball.
mace.
I think that's more me. I like the
called a
swinging
mace.
spike ball, and
Right.
and then I'll have something like a dagger over in the left.
A spear would
Yeah.
be handy.
Spear's
Was that
good.
one of them
Spear.
they could use? Yeah.
Yeah,
spear.
I don't want to
You
swing
got a little
that
further.
ball.
You got a little further.
That's
reach
what I want to
with
do,
it.
Greg.
Yeah.
I want-
Two long knives or one long sword.
I'm going.
I'm
I'm
gonna go
short.
double knives.
I think the
Two
distance.
knives.
I think the distance is key to keep people off of you.
Two knives.
So I'd go the spear.
I want one of them
Spear.
Braveheart swords. Off your back.
I feel like sometimes anything that's swinging, if you don't
They could
if
tie
you
it
don't
up,
get the
yeah.
swing
It's
and
a good
time
point.
down
That's a good
right, then
point.
in the back of the
That's
swing, they
a
got
great
you.
that
point.
may be added
Great
to
point.
your arsenal, but it
Thank
can't be
you.
your main weapon.
Yeah,
Just like you with a spear, Bubba, you got to have something else just in case you miss.
right.
Everybody's
you
got a sword
you know
on
you
their
poke
side.
them.
You just
poke
hold
them
it.
as they got their sword up coming at you. Just
Right.
give them a jab.
Would you hide a little knife in your shoe?
Oh, of course.
You'd
Pull
have
it
to.
out.
I'd use a halberd.
You're still in that voice.
I'd use a halberd. A halberd is a combination of a spear and an axe, and it's got a hook on the end too. So it's like a long spear with a hook.
You couldn't handle that.
with
It's
an axe.
too much weapon.
You
for
don't know my capabilities.
Oh, okay,
it's two
Rick.
knives.
With the halberd, you can pull people off their horses too because it's got a hook on it.
Oh boy.
I may go knife here, and I may have axe here. So I'm coming here, and I'm coming over the top. With
Would
the
you
axe.
take
Oh,
a
Patriot style, like the Patriot.
Oh,
Would you
yeah.
take
I
a
forgot about his
shield?
axe.
Would you take a shield or a weapon in each hand?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I'm not big on the shield.
Greg, that shield's
You're not big on the shield.
Slows me
Cumbersome. Cumbersome.
Yeah, but
Slows you
it'll
down.
take
You've
a
done
hit.
that.
though.
You're right. You're right.
Yes.
And you use
It's
it as a
functional.
weapon.
When
It's
I was
functional.
fighting.
Yeah, I mean, like, but if you like,
Yeah, you got to keep up with it though.
Helmet or no
Now,
helmet.
if
Helmet or no helmet.
I'm gonna go helmet.
Yeah, you gotta
Now,
go
if you can
helmet.
handle your shield like Achilles does,
Oh, yeah.
no, that's a good.
yeah.
one.
Oh,
In Troy,
Hupatasso. Yeah,
I think the first
that
time
Hupatasso was hard to deal with.
they think the first time they came up with that crossbow, they went, "Hey,
We got
Hey,
something.
now.
we got us
We
something."
got
I
something.
can stand over here and do it.
It's a spear that flies through the air.
Right. How many fingers got cut off before they got where they could use it real good?
Oh,
A
so
lot.
many,
Yeah.
so many.
The guy that was first doing it, no way he's got fingers.
no.
You know, he was like, well, we got to get something to hold it better than that.
By the way, that's where they say the
need a release.
shooting a bird comes from.
I've heard
Yeah, it
that.
shows your.
We've talked about that before.
Because you know you were
Are you sure that's true?
you know
They
and
were
then
like showing their
they're
finger.
like, I'm gonna use my I'm going to shoot an arrow at you.
That is true.
In a Savall.
Are you not entertained? My name is Maxus Aurelius Maximus.
That fired me up, that trailer.
That looks good.
Are you worried about the helmet being able to hurt your peripheral vision? Because
Yeah, I
sometimes
like the helmet.
sometimes there's a lot of people out there.
I want one that comes down right like that. I just want my head protected right up here.
Yeah. That's a good call.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gladiator. He came out with a helmet, then he took it off, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, because
When he wasn't telling who
Do
he
you think
was.
when they're giving you the option, you go, well, that helmet's nice, but I'd rather have a Rydell.
Yeah.
With a,
Yes, please.
Right.
Or a space helmet.
I wish it didn't say Washington was training me for something.
Yeah.
Not
Anything.
sure, but just
Checkers.
anything.
Yeah.
Pickleball.
Oh, he'll make the movie that much better.
Oh, I love Greg.
yeah.
I mean, it's.
He's great.
Have you ever?
He's still in that voice?
A little bit.
He's great.
Yeah.
Would you throw sand in somebody's eyes?
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
Look,
Hey,
if
look,
things
this
got
is live
rough,
for
you got to
death.
take your thumbs
Speedy,
and poke their eyes out.
This ain't points. This is live for death.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be a handful out there.
For those who are about to die, we
Biting
salute you.
noses, anything.
I actually saw Yokozuna do the sand in the eyes trick to Bret the Hitman Hart live. It was scandalous.
I was like, no way.
He's fair.
That's cheating.
Would y'all pump the crowd up if you won, or just like throw everything down and walk off like you're?
I'd scream about that. What's he scream? Are you entertained?
Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?
Is that not why you came?
Is that why you're here, baby?
Speedy the moon, the whole crowd, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
How you like me now? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The let's go to
I'm a regular at the dump.
Scott at Anniston, Alabama. Scott, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good.
Hey, I had a question for the ladies. What do you recommend for a garage that you can't get your vehicles in because of the junk?
Amen.
Oh, wow.
I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah.
I love this product, and it's funny because we aren't necessarily tied into any particular product, but there are certain things that we find that we love and we use on a regular basis, and I always recommend Garage Tech. It's a company out of Anniston, and they're on the web. I think it's garage-tek.com, and I'm telling you what, there is not a better thing out there. It is awesome.
Well, what is it? Yeah, what?
Basically, what they do is they come in. I mean, you leave for work that morning, and when you come back, it's all done. All your stuff's put back into place. Because they come in and they put this tech panel stuff on the walls, and then they have all these different accessories, and they, places to put your sporting equipment or your gardening equipment, things like that.
You know, I hired an organization I thought was pretty good, too, the Basement Babes.
Yes.
They did a good job.
Oh, I love that name.
Oh, yeah, and they did the same thing. And
That's good.
Yeah, you come back.
I bet they're a member of NAPO.
They probably are. Let's go to Shane in Huntsville, Alabama, listening to the Rocket 95.1. Shane, go ahead.
How you doing, Rick and Bubba?
Good,
buddy.
Monkey grass.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Actually, when I was going to the organization, I was sitting there looking at the BFI dumpster y'all had out there, the little 10-yard.
Yeah.
That I actually had to help clean out in an apartment that this woman had not taken out her trash in 4 years.
Hey, now.
Really?
At Win Place Show. And it was literally, there was one spot on the bed where she slept, and it was 4 feet high all the way through the apartment. What do you do with that?
Well, you burn it.
We actually had to gut the whole apartment out.
Oh, yeah, I would think so. But how do you live like that? To me, that's a signal you have something wrong mentally. I mean, no offense. I mean, but there's no way you can be normal and
I didn't know what was wrong with her or anything. I just went in there and had to do that.
Yeah, she's got some kind of problem, no doubt. Thanks. Let's go to Terry in Huntsville. Terry, how you doing?
I'm doing great today. I have a question for the ladies. Do y'all help in Huntsville, and what might be the typical cost for an office to be organized?
Yeah, are y'all kind of like agents, and you'll help him find the group that can help him? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, and right now, because there aren't very many of us in Alabama, we're traveling the state is what I'm finding, because there's people in Huntsville that I've been working with for several months now, and it's just one of those things that until we get more people able to do it, we just kind of have to take care of them. So yeah, we go to Huntsville.
So they can come help you. Just go to the website, napo.net, napo.net.
Okay, thanks.
All right, buddy. Mark in Pell City, and then we got a break. Mary, I'm sorry. Mary, go ahead. Good morning.
I just would like to know what is the one tip they have for dealing with a pack rat. My daughter is a pack rat. Can't get her to throw anything away.
Do you set out some papers and some cheese bite and then catch them when they come?
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah, what do you do with one?
How old is your daughter, Mary?
15.
See, I've always wondered is there an age thing you see where people are more pack ratty, or how does that play out?
Well, I'm with him because I'll tell you, I am a reformed Messi. If you were to have my mom sitting here.
My name is Kim, and
I was a Messi.
Right.
Hey, Kim.
Kim.
My mom used to drive me insane because we always battled about how messy I kept my room. And I think there's some level you have to allow your teenagers to be able to express themselves and be messy for a little bit, just because they're developing their own identity and their own morals and values and things. As soon as I got out on my own, I thought, my mom is pretty smart. And Mom, I just gave you a plug.
My dad always said I could be creative when I became 30.
Yeah.
Well, because once you get out on your own, you realize that there are reasons to have these type principles about the way you live and organize things. So, when I started realizing that my life wasn't working the way it was, and that I didn't like having to look for my keys or trying to find the things that I needed that were important, especially when I had a baby and all. I mean, it was really important then.
You got to be organized.
I could find things then. It's something you had to kind of learn, and that's why I encourage people, because if I can learn how to do it, anybody can. And so I'm able to help people that once were messy and now can learn systems to change that and overcome it.
Once was lost, but now they're
They
found.
are, absolutely.
And you had some more to add to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to add something that people have to.
Minutes now past. Thank you for being with us today. Got a topic that we're going to discuss here next on the program. We'll start with the vice president, who, as Babylon B keeps saying, is now answering the phone with the phrase, "Is he dead yet?" It is Kamala Harris. Kamala. Everybody, Kamala Harris. Well, everybody. Historical. Everybody together. Here comes the vice president. That wordsmith. Go, girl.
Come and go.
I'm out here in these streets. Everybody. Hey. Kamala, Vice President of the USA. All right, so here she is. Bubba, you will not believe. Only Democrats can say things that are so obviously hypocritical and expect us all to go, yep, sounds good. Never thought about that before. Here is the Vice President warning us against people who might weaponize government agencies. Here we go.
This is probably the most significant election of our lifetime. We have said it every 4 years, but this here one is it. We are looking at an election that will take place in 122 days.
122.
Where on one side,
Who's the
you have the former
assistant
president
Assistant coach. Yeah.
who is running to become president again, who has openly talked about his admiration of dictators and his intention to be a dictator on day one, who has openly talked about his intention to weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies.
Like they did.
Yeah,
I guess so funny.
I would be highly offended.
Yeah, I
against
can't
that.
even think of that.
Yeah.
Doesn't he know we're doing that? He can't take our idea.
That's ours. We had it first.
I love
Kamala Harris just said that we should be concerned about Trump because he may weaponize the judicial system against his opponents.
And he's a dictator.
Yeah.
Now, so
Hey, buddy,
we've had
our
we've
government
had
ain't-
Trump in for 4 years.
Mhm.
Any documented case of that? We've had Biden in for 3.5 years. Yes, we do have documented cases.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah,
About
Rubio
six,
mentioned
about
that.
6 different ones.
Yeah, so here's J.D.
And counting.
Vance first talking about this topic, and then as Speedy said, Marco Rubio will be on CNN discussing
Well, Marco.
that we actually had Donald Trump as a president, and let's see if anything like this happened. We'll start with J.D. Vance. Here he is.
Well, Kristen, first of all, you said that it happens all the time, that the number 3 person in the Department of Justice jumps ship to join a local prosecutor's office to go after the president's political opponent. I don't think that's ever happened in the history of American democracy, and I don't think that we should legitimize it. Now, if Donald Trump's attorney general had his number 2 or his number 3 jump ship to a local prosecutor's office in Ohio or Wisconsin, and that person then went after Donald Trump's political opposition, that's a different conversation.
Senator,
all he's suggesting is that we should investigate credible arguments of wrongdoing. That's all that Donald Trump is saying. That is not a threat to democracy. That's merely reinforcing our system of law and government.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
J.D. Vance is one of them on the short list to be VP, by the way.
Big good choice.
That's good.
Now here's
little Marco.
Here's Marco Rubio taking Kamala Harris's fear-mongering, of course, forgetting that they just did this to their political opponent. So we'll put that aside. But here he is saying, well, let's go back to when Donald Trump was president. It's not like he's never been president before. Here we go.
Well, first of all, I'm uncomfortable with the fact now that we have a president who targets political opponents. That's what's happened under Joe Biden. Everybody, when Donald Trump was president, I can't think of a single prominent Democrat who was chased around, persecuted, prosecuted. It's funny to me to read these people and hear these people out there warning about all the horrible things they ridiculously claim Donald Trump is going to do if he becomes president again. They're the ones that have been going after their political opponents. Donald Trump has been the one that's been very clear that his vengeance is going to be by winning and making America great again, not going after his political opponents. He said that in your debate.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't like to hear the truth.
No,
Little Marco on board.
Oh, little Marco.
I've always liked little Marco.
I did.
How are you on him, Greg?
What was that? I like him. You know who I like better? Ramaswamy.
God, if you could have said it.
Right.
Yeah, if you could have just got it kind of close.
I don't know his name.
Whatever his
Ramaswamy.
I only know English.
You're going to love this one. Video 6, Adler, video 6. Let me know when you have it ready. You're not going to believe this. Remember we asked, let's wait on the numbers from Chicago over the 4th of July weekend. The numbers are in. Over 100 people were shot in Chicago over the July 4th weekend.
17 killed, right?
You will not believe who the mayor is blaming for it.
Oh, boy.
All right, so here we go.
So we cut off the pipeline of boys between the ages of 10 and 19 being either victims or the perpetrators. So, yeah, it is personal.
All right, Dan.
Black death has been unfortunately accepted in this country for a very long time.
By Democrats.
We had a chance 60 years ago to get at the root causes, and people mocked President Johnson. And we ended up with Richard Nixon.
Wow.
I'm going to work hard every day to transform this city. That's what it takes to build a better, stronger, safer Chicago, and I need everybody to step.
So you're going back to Nixon.
So it's Nixon's fault that over 100 people were shot in Chicago over the weekend.
I guess he's referring to the Great Society that
correct
that Johnson wanted, and spent a lot of money to get. He's acting like that was not, those programs didn't move forward. They did.
Right. Yeah. So, but let's take on his thing that.
What are you going to do about it
and
now?
a lot of that is what incentivized people not to work.
Right.
Sadly.
Right.
That's kind of some of the original roots of that.
So it's Republicans' fault. He couldn't think of a specific, so it went all the way back to Nixon.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say, and of course, this is once again someone who's in a place of authority in a city of high crime and taking no responsibility of it on himself or whoever was there before him. Now, I would say if I didn't know anything about the country at all, never even been here, and I just started watching the way people behave politically, and I was sitting in the stands, I would come to the conclusion the way the left acts about gun violence, I would be the one who would say they don't seem to care about Black death, because it seems that what goes on in these Democratic-run cities on black crime and death, they're the ones that don't seem to care, because they never address it. They act like it's not happening, and they always want to go and pretend something's happening somewhere else. And that's the problem, not what's happening in the cities that they have run for how long?
Yeah, decades and decades.
Yeah. So I would maybe he should begin to care more, and maybe he is. He's new, so maybe he will. But if I hope he gets serious about addressing this painfully obvious problem that we have in Chicago when it comes to death.
Well, Rick, I mean,
violence.
it's simple. Some of it is simple. It's being incentivized.
Correct.
And you can either be incentivized to stay at home and then take somebody else's stuff.
Yep.
And you know, you measure the risk reward of doing that.
Right.
Or you can be incentivized to go out and get a job and have, you know, confidence in what you've done and enjoy the works of your own hand.
Amen.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To want to be organized. We get calls all the time where a family member wants us to come and organize their spouse. It's not going to work unless the spouse is motivated to be organized. So for the moms out there who are frustrated by the children, they've got to want to do it. Just like Kim, she was using it as a rebellion. They've got to want to do it. And that's when it's easy for us to come in and help them. Otherwise, it's kind of like beating your head against the wall.
Yeah. Kim in rebellion. There it was.
My mother
That was me.
My mother had a remedy for a messy room, and it was a belt. So
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you'll find that at
I
napo.net.
compared, you know, messy room, hot bottom.
Yeah.
And I didn't like that. It was,
All right. Well, thank y'all, ladies, for being with us, and congratulations to our winner. And
let us know how that goes.
How that all turned out.
Before and after shots.
Oh,
you know,
we will,
need the
definitely.
complete makeover.
If you would like more information, go to their website, www.napo.net. And thanks again to the National Association of Professional Organizers, Kim, Ruth Ann, Patty, and Kathy. And we will be right back.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's right, baby. You know we mean. 35 minutes past the hour. SimplySafe.com, ready to go. There's no safe quite like Simply Safe. If you're out there right now and you need a security system, or maybe you just want to upgrade that dinosaur, some of those things are just frankly antiquated now. Now you can put together the system yourself. Okay, if you're like me, you might need a little help, and if you do, they will help you. But you also can customize it for your property. It's not like you're given the security system like everybody else, and no matter what your property is, this is what you're dealing with. Cutting-edge technology, customer-first approach for award-winning protection, backed by 24/7 LiveGuard technology. You're going to love this. With LiveGuard technology, they can monitor and respond within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm because they can see and speak to intruders. They can see if there's flood. They can see if there's fire. And this happens in real time, so you get response so much sooner. Right now, you can claim an exclusive 20% discount on a new system by going to simplysafe.com/bigvox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. That's 20% off. Also, you'll find that same link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe quite like simplysafe.com. All right, so you remember when the Karens, and if you have Karens in your, and when we say that, we're talking about the word stereotype. I know there are some good Karens out there.
I know,
sorry,
and I hate for them to get saddled with this.
But
sure,
look, we all like when someone is acting up. Maybe we shouldn't like it as much as we do, and it kind of, goes bad for them. You hate to be that way, but sometimes you see somebody, that you just go, well, that was, if I believed in karma, I bet that was it. Of course, we believe in the law of the harvest, which is very similar. But actually biblical. But here we go. Here's a drunk Karen. So this Karen is drunk.
Karen.
And
I'm drunk. I know everything.
All right. And she's very upset.
When the flow up.
Somebody ran her off the road or nearly, and she took it out on this guy, or she nearly ran off the road herself.
She's drunk.
Yeah,
this woman is
shouldn't
drunk.
be behind the wheel.
She's gonna come up and say, "Hey, just because it's the 4th of July doesn't mean you guys are gonna be sturving all over the place." And the guy recording her is like, "You're drunk. I can't play the audio because the woman is cursing throughout the entire thing. But you guys can kind of narrate what's happening."
So she comes up to this guy, and she's
no audio kind of hurts this.
Yeah,
it does.
It really does.
So much more cussing than I realized.
Okay, that's all right.
It's a good view of the top of a guy's hat.
Yeah,
that's the girl.
Good catch,
Yeah,
though.
So she's gonna get out and keep wearing this guy out.
Right, and then her car is actually going to roll away. And she's going to lose her own
There
car.
goes her car.
That's hilarious.
She got out to yell.
That is hilarious.
Oh no, Greg, she's stuck.
And now she's hit another car.
She hit another car and the door slammed on her.
She got out.
So she is in a handle.
Yeah, she's sitting in traffic.
So that guy that she was just yelling out gets out to help.
Yeah, and so now Karen is pinned, and now she's talking to.
I'm so sorry.
She's talking to the guy in front of her that she just tapped, right? With
yes.
And they're trying, and now she gets in her car and drives.
And she goes on her way.
Did in her door.
Oh my goodness.
Did dent her door. Pretty good.
And looks like her mirror took a little heat there.
Still driving.
Wow.
Oh boy, right here. Watch her head.
Oh
Boom.
man.
Hey, she got that slammed on her pretty hard, didn't it?
Yeah. Trust me, that
She
hurt.
won't know
Shook
that
that
till
head.
tomorrow. She won't know that till tomorrow.
No.
Greg, that was similar to when you got pinned
A
by
little
your
bit,
truck.
yeah.
wasn't it? It's very similar.
Very
Yeah.
similar.
Was it still in neutral? Is that what it was?
Mm-hmm.
And just kept rolling into you?
yeah.
Or drive.
and she just.
No, I'm talking about for Greg.
Yeah, it was one or the other. And
Yeah, that's.
I'm hoping it was in neutral for your
Mm,
sake.
Hey, the Karen thing that started during the pandemic, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And so, y'all don't know
Calling
this.
people out.
Y'all don't know this, but Braden calls Caroline Karen in our house.
Does he really?
When she's getting on
Everybody?
yeah. Or for he just when he's in a bad mood or doesn't want
Right.
to be around his sisters.
Okay, Karen. he
Okay,
doesn't-
Karen.
Okay.
Nobody cares, Karen.
Okay. How does Caroline?
Everybody
take that?
knows you got a job, Karen.
Okay.
Little things like that.
How does she? How does
You gonna
she?
sleep till 12, Karen?
Oh.
Does she receive that?
Oh no, not very
Okay,
well.
okay.
I think she's gotten used to it now. But
Right.
now when they're at tennis clinics and stuff, he'll like if the coach says who's whatever, whose turn is it to do that? Braden will scream Karen. It's Karen. I think it's Karen's turn.
Right.
Y'all see Karen lose that point?
Right.
He's constantly.
Y'all know we
He'll
have
do it in text messages too, which is funny.
Oh, that's good.
He doesn't need to stop. We have a dog that's a Karen.
Really?
Yeah, the dog Leo, and I don't know. I forgot what the male version of a Karen was. I forgot but never stuck. Everybody just says everybody's a Karen. He'll come and tattle on other dogs.
Like, what do you mean? How does he do it?
What is he like Lassie? He can talk to you.
Yeah, like he'll come and he'll show
Really?
he'll show his teeth. He'll go. And get real nervous and show
Right.
his teeth. Like, hey, you come check this out. Sure enough, go in there and like Cuddy's like ate up a pillow or something. He's like,
So he comes and tells on the other dog?
Oh yeah. He'll come around and like Cuddy was eating Jack's food and he came in there and just stared at me. He was like going.
And he shakes like that?
Yes, he
And
shakes
that means
like that. I'm
something's
like,
a foul?
I'm like, what's up? And I go in there and sure enough, he goes, see. If he could talk, he goes, "Hey, I told you."
He's trying to keep the house in order.
It's unbelievable.
I've never
and
heard
he's
of
got to be in everybody's business.
Oh, really?
You
Right.
kidding? I mean,
you got a Karen dog.
oh, if you move, he's like, "Where we going? What we doing?
What's up?"
And I'm like, "Buddy, I'm
Just
just
calm
moving
down.
my
Just
legs.
settle down.
I'm not. I'm going to the bathroom. Are you getting your shoes on?
Yeah. Which one of the dogs do you prefer?
None of them.
No, I got that. But
Okay.
I mean, if you had to pick one.
Whew.
I can easily pick mine. It's Blue.
Really?
Is it Blue?
How about your other one?
Coco is great dog and great protector, but she's like she's a bip too.
Okay.
Comes with bippage.
Greg, how about Millie?
Let me tell you, between my two dogs, it's like a damn homecoming game. It's a blowout.
So you like Buddy a little better?
Just a lot better.
Just a lot better.
I
Buddy
can't
don't
get
bother
over the
nobody.
vision of Millie having that wire in her
Oh.
mouth and just back. She's got all four just back. She's trying to pull it out of the wall.
And when she chews stuff up, she's very aggressive because she's eat up all their beds too. Mm-hmm. You'll go out there and she'll have it. She'll just
She's
be
a
swing-
chewer.
Yeah.
She just eats up everything.
For instance,
would it be Jack?
Well, Jack comes with baggage, man.
All of them do.
Jack's cool, but if a storm comes, he freaks out.
gotta deal with
Leo is at least a little bit like he'll go out and like play and do different stuff, fetch and have fun, go for walks. Jack, you put him on a leash, he sits down like a stump. I ain't going nowhere. But he'll run
take it
around
for
the
a
yard.
drag.
A bit of a drama king?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
But like Leo, for instance, let's say
Are these males, both of them?
all males, yes,
Okay.
and not one female in the house except for Terry. She'll mention that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So you got Leo and let's say Cuddy, and Cuddy is
Now,
JC's
Cuddy?
dog. Cuddy, yeah.
Okay.
Let's say they're pulling on a bone, the same bone.
Mm-hmm.
Leo will be like, "Hur, hur, hur, hur." I mean, just constantly. And finally, you walk in there. I'm like, "What the heck's going
wants
on?"
them
It's
to
like
break it
he's
up.
like, "See, break this up."
Oh, wow. What a tattletale.
I mean,
How does
golly.
how
And
does
I think he's the one that's browning my grass. His pee's the one.
Oh,
That's
they
burning
will
it.
in a second.
Some
my
of them
bushes
don't
are
do
dead
it, but
and
some of them will.
What is the how does your grandson River and the dogs interact?
Oh, they love him. Oh, they love him.
Really? Both of them?
All of them. Yeah, Cuddy, Jack, Leo, and then Maisie, Tyler and Mabry's
there's
Labradoodle that'll come over and play some too.
What about when that shows up?
Now she is a female. I'll take that back. She's the only female that comes around.
But that's not everyday dogs.
That's not
an
an
everyday dog.
No, it's party time.
That's a
That-
bring-over dog.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Who let the dogs out for sure on that
Right.
day?
Ooh.
Yeah. But no, they all love River. They'll come and they'll like rub their body on him, like, "What's up?"
Okay.
You know, and he's like, "All right, everybody."
Yeah.
But Leo is a bip, man.
Yeah. I heard
Golly.
River stepped on a
He
bee.
did. He did.
Did he sting his little foot?
Yeah.
While he was out there
Yesterday.
when he had his
Oh,
big
just had the best
because it
fun.
looked like the stuff you were giving those videos to us.
Yeah.
It looked like he was having like the greatest river celebration day ever.
It was a part.
He was playing with the hose.
Right up to the
my
bee.
goodness.
He had a little slide.
It was River's water park.
Yeah,
in the backyard,
and then it got ruined.
And then he stepped on it, which stepping on a bee, I think most of us have done.
That'd just break your heart.
It
though.
just is
it'll
the
break your
worst,
heart.
man.
Look at
It
Helmsley.
got his little pinky toe.
Oh,
and bless
You
his
get to
heart.
hopping.
He got to hopping, but
Yeah.
we calmed down and for some reason put a Band-Aid on it, which solved the problem.
Right.
And then hung out for a while and got him some swim shoes, little aquatic shoes, that kind of thing. You run around the house, or yard, get wet. And it was all was good, and we went back to playing. Never mentioned it again. So he's fine, but boy, that you just sit him on your lap and you go, "I'm just so
sorry.
I am
Getting
so
stung is
sorry.
a zero.
There's not a whole lot I can do right here.
Absolute zero.
I don't have Greg's tobacco juice, and
Right.
I just
That
can't.
works.
Tobacco juice does work.
It does.
We did an ice cube worked.
What we
Just
thought.
rubbing it on there. Just took the pain away a little bit, but you just feel so sorry for
It's a different time when we were growing up. Strangers you didn't even know would put their tobacco juice on your
Yeah,
steam.
they would. Right out of their mouth.
Come on, boy.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Do I know you? You know what I mean? And
Thanks
so-
for the red seal.
Right. Thanks for your aggressive approach to my steam. But you're not my mom, I don't think.
By the way, don't put ice on a jellyfish sting. It does the opposite. It makes
you
it
gotta
worse.
pee on it.
Hey, you got to put warm on it. Yeah.
That's the urine.
And have a good friend.
Yes.
We'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tubers, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube. Be sure to like and subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. I am playing old flashback clips from Turner South days, and just like if a James Spann clip would show up, I would generally fast forward through the James Spann clip, not because we're anti-James Spann here, of course, just because I don't think people want to watch old weather reports. So I may be skipping forward if there's a weather report that shows up in some of that old Rick and Bubba stuff too as well. So nothing against Mr. Mark Prater is there as well there. Wow, that's fun watching those flashbacks. Thank you guys once again for watching on YouTube. And I got to show this video of my son with the dog, and then I'll go back to Rick and Bubba flashbacks. All right, thanks for watching. You guys are great. Soft. There you go. Yeah, that's good.
Doing great.
Good to see you.
I mean, you let me tell you something. I know something on Sean he didn't think I knew about.
I know it too, Rick.
Do you?
Yep.
Have you seen it?
Has it got to do with a little picture he made?
Yes, he does. I did not know, because I have not been getting Sports Illustrated for a long time. Undoubtedly, when you start having children, I've got 4 children, so then relatives. I buy magazines, I guess, as fundraisers, and somebody put me a Sports Illustrated, which I appreciated.
Yeah, thanks.
And this year, probably in a cruel move, I took the swimsuit edition. It's different when you see it at a store than when it actually comes in your mailbox.
Right.
And so it was in my mailbox, and I handed it off to my single friend Kurt Jarvis, who played at Alabama also, as you know, Kurt. And I thought to myself, I thought I was doing a good thing for me, but what did I do to Kurt? You know what I mean? So then I felt
that was cruel, man.
I kind of felt bad about that. But I did not know that Sports Illustrated puts in players' wives and has them like do a hot babe segment. Look at my hot babe wife. And I looked through there, and there is Sean Alexander with his beautiful wife. And I mean, now I will say this: she was the most conservative dressed one of the other pictures.
Definitely.
But a beautiful young lady, as we all know. But I mean,
somebody told us we wasn't looking through that.
How did that come down? Do you go home and go, honey, I want to ask you about something?
No, you know what? They actually called the house, Sports Illustrated did, and they asked us, well, I have a TV show on Fox. That's how it all started. And actually we were a part of one of the shows. My wife was with me, and we did something on TV, and the people from Sports Illustrated saw her, and they asked us about it, and we were like, no, that's okay. And then they called back again, and they were just kept on calling. So basically Val said, well, okay, if we get to pick the pose, and I was like, in the swimsuit.
Yeah.
So we basically, we made it where it could be fun, and everybody could see us.
Y'all's picture didn't come across as being. Now I'm gonna tell you what.
Right.
Some of the wives said, I tell you what, I'm gonna get as not that I noticed, because I'm just flipping trying to find Sean's picture, but I'm gonna tell you, some of the wives, and some of them are like, I didn't realize, like, who was it? Was it a picture for
Roger Clemens?
Roger Clemens' wife? Is she like a bodybuilder or something?
I think
My gosh.
Yeah, I think so.
So, but
my wife would have beat her up though. But I mean,
no doubt about it. And she looked beautiful, and like I say, it was a picture to be proud of. Y'all got it up at the house or something?
Nah, we
I'm talking about like you document. Here we were in Sports Illustrated.
Nah, we got the
office.
magazine, but we don't put.
Put on something in the office.
You know what? I've scored a bunch of touchdowns, and I've got most of the touchdown balls, and I had them all over the house. When I first got married, and
all that's over.
They're all in the closet.
Yeah, she made you put them up.
Yeah. So that's how it is. Sports Illustrated, whatever.
Yeah, I was. We just moved into a new house yesterday, and I've got my deer head standing by. But so far, everything's going up. It's not going up. I still see it.
I'll tell you what, you're going to have to find a good stud to put that one in.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I had a guy come up to one of our remotes and give me a bag full. He said, this is the only thing that'll hold that monster.
Yeah, you don't want an anchor on that one, one of them little plastic jobs.
Right, so we'll check on that.
Bucky could get loose.
Well, Sean, welcome to Rick and Bubba's show. As usual, Bubba's birthday party today. I know you're a special guest. Now, he wants to believe you're not hawking anything. You just stopped by to say happy birthday.
That's it.
Yeah, so...
Look, you can hawk away.
I know you got a charity golf tournament. I might mention that in passing, but I know you were coming anyway.
Yeah.
Just to wish Bubba a happy birthday.
You know, I knew it was 37 plus 2. And,
that's right. That's how Sean counts.
That's right.
That's it.
37 is the base.
That's it, plus 2.
It's 10 minutes to the top. The Rick and Bubba show as we work our way back. You know, there seems to be a little bit of I'm not sure that everything in this story we have right, but one part that they know is right is that Elton John showed up at a shoe store and the people did not know who he was. Here's how the story goes. The story goes that Elton John walked into a place with his sons. Apparently, they have children. Okay, and so they came into this shoe store.
Dramatic pause.
Right, and this was in Nice, and they said that he was looking for a public restroom.
Can we use the restroom?
He had his 2 sons and a bodyguard. I didn't know that's how Elton John talks.
I didn't know he was...
Sounded like Ringo Starr.
According to the story, after being informed that there was no public toilet, Elton John turned to his bodyguard, asked for a plastic bottle, and relieved himself not far from the shoppers.
What?
They said that he didn't have as good an aim as everybody had hoped.
Watch your feet.
And it said that at first, Ryan Sukar, I guess, who runs the store, said he was shocked and frustrated. And he asked Elton John, what are you doing? What do you do for a living? And the guy looked at him and said, I'm Elton John. The guy, he quickly went online to search it. He realized it was true. And he said before leaving, Elton John bought 2 pair of sneakers, took a picture, and shook hands. I hope I don't know what hand it was. And the guy said, hey, it's Elton John.
So they just said, fine, you can pay in a bottle?
I'm not mad anymore.
Really?
Well, you remember Mel Brooks taught us it's good to be the king.
Yeah, it is.
If you're a big-time celebrity and you're in the right country in the right city, you might be able to get away with it.
Rick, just a bit of breaking
and there's
news
the picture,
today.
by the way. Here's a picture.
When you got to go, you got to go.
Of him in the store.
Rocket Man.
Just a bit of breaking news
would have to tell
today
him.
from a story that actually happened last week.
Rocket Man.
That's what
A deputy U.S. Marshal in Washington, D.C. was sitting in his car at 1:15 a.m. when an 18-year-old approached him, pointed a gun at him, and tried to steal his vehicle. The deputy U.S. Marshal whooped his gun out and shot him. Now, this was all in the official police blotter in D.C., but what they failed to add, and that is the breaking story today, is that this U.S. Marshal was guarding the condominium of Supreme Court Justice Sotomayor.
How about that?
So this 18-year-old kid is out at 1:15 in the morning trying to steal cars.
Of all the cars to try to carjack, he picks U.S. Marshal.
Who's guarding a Supreme Court justice.
Dang the luck.
Not a good call.
No, especially if you produce a weapon against the U.S. Marshal. Guess what? He can use it probably better than you can.
Yeah,
and it ain't gonna last long.
Yeah, there's no mention of how injured he was in the shooting though.
Horrifying, and he did survive.
Apparently so, because they don't say anything else. Let me put it that way.
Anybody think he'll carjack again?
I would like to say no, Rick, in most normal situations, but I don't know.
I know.
I don't know.
I know. You're right. You're right. So there you go.
There actually were 2 marshals in the area guarding Justice Sotomayor.
Bubba, are you Video 9? Adler, are you familiar? Did you see this over the break, the 4th of July break? The president of the National Education Association.
I remember seeing just
fit.
a blip of it, and she was going nuts.
This is the largest teachers union in the United States.
Yes, this is funny.
And what the comments people have made under this video, one of them is saying there's never been such a commercial for homeschooling.
Oh, that's funny.
And so this just gets, if you believe what we were warned about, okay, that the educational system that is government schools, okay, and I know this is a union person, if you don't believe that they think very highly of themselves and their power, just listen to this. You would think this was some dictator that is trying to whip the people into frenzy about their takeover.
Yeah.
I mean, it just sounds so, I hate to say it, it sounds like you don't have it all together here, that you're losing control of your emotions. So here we go.
NEA delegates, we can do this work. We must do this work. We get to do this work. We will do this work because our students are depending on us to win all the things. NEA, we have to win all the things, all the things, all the things. Our colleagues are depending on us to win all the things. Keep going, NEA. To preserve our democracy, we must win all the things. Delegates, we won't go back. We will keep going forward because we are the NEA. We are the NEA. We are the NEA. And that's what we do.
Oh, God. We are.
What
did she say?
What all the things?
All the things.
When
See,
all
if
the
you're
things.
going to have it, she
things?
wanted to chant it with her, and it's just all the things is just not chantable.
What are the things?
We gotta win them.
Win them all. Win all the things.
And how does that?
Are they talking about elections?
Yes. And
Okay.
just,
Is that the things?
But those aren't things.
She's not talking about the ball games, right?
No.
But I mean, she also
Wow,
says
she got
she's
fired
going. The NEA has to save democracy.
everything we want, we have to get, I think is what all the things mean.
We need all the things.
Well,
Come on.
I tell you the best thing that would be the best thing for the largest teachers union with government schools is for us to start cranking out a better product. If we would actually get back to, if we would get back to actually educating the children as opposed to indoctrinating the children on the latest woke agenda and some social experiment. I think if we just get back to producing a well-educated child into a society that desperately needs well-educated people, I think that, and I think most teachers would agree with us that are the kind of teachers that we know that are out there. We have them in our own family that are wonderful human beings, that they are kind of a victim of this kind of system. We have teachers that are willing to do the job, but I'm not sure these type of organizations are a true advocate for a teacher that wants to do the job they felt called to do. You know, don't ever become a teacher if you weren't called to.
Yeah.
But I mean, that right there.
Win all the things.
That I don't even.
Do you think later on at the house, and she watches this over, do you think she's happy with this performance?
Oh,
or-
yeah. She's probably watched
a lot
it.
of people have probably patted her on the back.
Of course. She's watched it more times than Hannity.
She's lied to herself.
I mean,
she's up for promotion.
Yeah. But you know, it's
all these things.
Wouldn't you like to have seen that passion? We must educate these children. We must teach them to read and write. They must know American history. They must be ready for the world. They must understand how the economy works. They must be able to balance a checkbook. Wouldn't you like to have heard that kind of shouting?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's under all these things.
Right. Yeah. Maybe that's under the things. I hope so.
She was busy fighting to keep the schools closed during COVID. That's Becky Pringle.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Meanwhile, 70% of kids in Chicago cannot read.
Right. Let's work on those
She makes
things.
a pretty good chip.
Yeah, let's work on those things.
It's Richard Nixon's fault.
That's right. Yeah. You're all right. Standing up. Yep. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and